Good morning. I would like to call this meeting of the Circulatory System Devices Panel of the Medical Devices Advisory Committee on February 13th, 2024 to order. It is now 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am Dr. Richard Lang, the chairperson of this panel. I am president of the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Health Science Center in El Paso and dean of the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine. I was an interventional cardiologist for 25 years, and now I'm a general cardiologist. I know for the record that the voting members present constitute a quorum as required by 21 CFR Part 14. I would also like to add that the panel members participating in today's meeting have received training in FDA device law and regulations. For today's agenda, the committee will discuss, make recommendations, and vote on information regarding the pre-market approval application, that is the PMA, for the TriClip G4 system by Abbott Medical. The proposed indication for use statement is as follows. The TriClip G4 system is indicated for the improvement of health status in patients with symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation, despite being treated optimally with medical therapy, who are at intermediate or greater risk for surgery, and in whom tricuspid valve edge-to-edge repair is appropriate as determined by a heart team. Before we begin the panel, I would like to ask our distinguished committee members and FDA representatives attending virtually to introduce themselves. Committee members, please turn on your video monitors if you've not done so already, and unmute your phone before you speak. I will call your name, and I'd ask you to please state your name, your area of expertise, your position, and affiliation. We'll start with Rachel Brummert.
My name is Rachel Brummert. I have expertise in medical devices and pharmaceutical safety. I am an investigator with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Relations, and I will be serving as the consumer representative today.
Thank you, Rachel. Jennifer Schwartzoff.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Schwartzad, and I'm your patient representative.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Amy Sizik.
Hello, I'm Amy Sizek. I'm a research assistant professor at the University of Utah. I'm serving today as an expert in patient-reported outcome measurement.
Thank you. I should have said doctor, so thank you very much, Amy. So, Dr. Scott Evans.
Good morning, Scott Evans. I'm professor and director of the Biostatistics Center and chair of the Department of Biostatistics and Bioinformatics at the Milken Institute School of Public Health of George Washington University. My expertise is in clinical trials and biostatistics.
Thank you, Scott, for joining us. I've got Dr. David Friedman.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a physician and cardiologist practicing clinical medicine in the tri-state area in the New York, Long Island region. I'm a heart failure specialist, and I work in Optum United Health Group affiliated facilities.
Great. Thank you, David. Dr. Paul Hopman.
Good morning. I'm a heart failure cardiologist and dean at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine.
Thank you, Paul. Dr. Bradley Bart.
Good morning. I'm a cardiologist and professor of medicine at the University of Minnesota. I'm the co-director of the heart failure program at the Minneapolis VA Medical Center.
Thank you, Brad. Dr. David Yu.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Yu. I'm the chair of surgery at Stanford Hospital in Connecticut. I'm a practicing cardiac surgeon. Also have an academic appointment, a professor of surgery at Columbia.
Thanks, David. Dr. Mark Katz.
I'm Mark Katz. I'm a cardiac surgeon, and I'm a professor and chief of cardiothoracic surgery at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston.
Thank you, Mark. Dr. Craig Salzman.
Wow, 3 surgeons in a row. This is Craig Salzman. I'm chief of the Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery at the University of Utah.
Greg, thank you for joining us. Dr. Ralph Brindis.
Hi, I'm Ralph Brindis. I'm a cardiologist by training, clinical professor of medicine at UCSF. Area of expertise is in outcomes research and registries.
Thank you, Ralph. Dr. Mitch Krukoff.
I'm Mitch Krukoff. I'm a professor of medicine and cardiology at Duke University. I am the director of the Duke Clinical Research Institute Cardiovascular Devices Unit, and my area of expertise is in cardiovascular device clinical science.
Thank you, Mitch. Dr. Amit Shankar.
Good morning. My name is Amit Shankar. I'm a practicing electrophysiologist and chair of cardiovascular medicine at St. Lawrence Health System here in sunny upstate New York.
Thank you, Amit. Dr. John Hirschfeld. John, I think you're on mute.
Yep. Sorry about that. Am I on now?
You're on, John.
Good. Okay. So I'm an emeritus professor of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. I practiced interventional cardiology at Penn for 40 years. And that's basically my expertise.
Right. Good to have you aboard, John.
Thank you.
Jim Blankenship. Dr. Jim Blankenship.
Good morning. I'm a practicing interventional cardiologist at the University of New Mexico, where I'm director of cardiology.
Thank you, Jim. Dr. Mladen Vidovich.
Good morning. I'm a practicing interventional cardiologist, professor of medicine of University of Illinois in Chicago. I'm chief of cardiology at the VA, and I'm chair of the VA National Cardiology Field Advisory Board.
Thank you for joining us, Mladen. Elijah Ray, I see you joined us. If you'd introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Elijah Ray. Work for Boston Scientific, and I'm here today on the panel for industry representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah, for joining us. And then lastly, Dr. Zuckerman.
Good morning. My name is Bram Zuckerman. I'm a cardiologist by background and director of the FDA Office of Cardiovascular Devices.
Well, thank you. I want to again thank all our distinguished panel members for agreeing to spend your day with us today. Dr. Akinola Awajopi, the designated fellow officer for the Circulatory System Devices panel, will now read the conflict of interest statement.
Good morning. The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, is convening today's meeting of the Circulatory System Device panel of the Medical Devices Advisory Committee under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA, of 1972, with the exception of the industry representative, all members and consultants, special government employee or regular federal employees from other agencies, and as subject to federal conflict of interest laws and regulation. The following information on the status of this panel compliance with the federal ethics and conflict of interest laws covers by, but not limited to, those found at 18 U.S.C. Section 208 are being provided to the participants in today's meeting and to the public. FDA has determined that members and consultants of this panel are in compliance with the federal ethics and compliance of interest laws under 18 U.S.C. Section 208. Congress has authorized FDA to grant waivers to special government employees and regular federal employees who have financial conflict when it is determined that the agency needs for the particular individual's services outweigh his or her potential financial conflict of interest. Related to the discussion of today's meeting, members and consultants of this panel who are special government employees or regular federal employees have been screened for potential financial conflict of interest of their own as well as those imputed to them, including those of their spouse or minor children, and for the purpose of 18 U.S.C. Section 208, the employers. These interests may include investments, consulting, expert witness testimony, contract, grants, credits, teaching, speaking, writing, patents, royalties, and primary employment. For today's agenda, the panel will discuss and make recommendation and vote on information regarding the pre-market approval application PMA for the TriClip G4 system by Abbott Medical. The proposed indication for use statement is as followed. The TriClip G4 system is indicated for the improvement of health status in patients with symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation despite being treated optimally with medical therapy, who are at the intermediate or greater risk for surgery, and in whom tricuspid valve edge-to-edge repair is appropriate as determined by the heart team. Based on the agendas for today's meeting and all financial interest reported by the panel members and consultants, no conflict of interest waiver has been issued in accordance with 18 U.S.C. Section 208. Mr. Elijah Rail is serving as industry representative acting on the behalf of all related industry. Mr. Rail is employed by Boston Scientific Corporation. For the record, the agency notes that Dr. Richard Lynn has consented to serve as the chairperson for the duration of this meeting. We would like to remind members and consultants that if the discussion involves any other product or firms not already on the agenda for which an FDA participant has a personal or imputed financial interest, the participant needs to exclude themselves from such involvement, and the exclusion will be noted for the record. FDA encourages all participants to advise the panel of any financial relationship they may have with any firm at issues. A copy of this statement will be available for review and will be included as a part of official transcript. Thank you. I will now read the appointment of temporary voting status memo. For the duration of the circulatory system device panel meeting on February 13th, 2024, Mrs. Jennifer Swizard has been appointed to serve as a temporary non-voting member. For the record, Ms. Jennifer Swizard served as a patient representative consultant to the Cellular Tissues and Genetics Therapies Advisory Committee in the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, CBER. This individual is a special government employee who has undergone the customary conflict of interest review and has reviewed the materials to be considered at the meeting. The appointment was authorized by Rachel Brosler, Acting Director, Advisory Committee, Oversight and Management Staff on 12/27/2023. I will now read the deputization memo. The pursuant to the authority granted under the Medical Device Advisory Committee Charter of the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, dated October 27, 1990, and as amended August 18, 2006, I appoint the following individuals as the voting members of the Circulatory System Device Panel for the duration of this meeting on February 13, 2024. Bradley A. Bart, MD. Amy M. Cizik, PhD. Scott R. Evans, PhD, Dr. David A. Friedman, MD, Paul J. Opman, MD, John W. Ensfield, MD, Mark Kals, MD, Michelle W. Krushkov, MD, Craig H. Salzman, MD, Amit J. Shankar, MD, Mladin Vidovic, MD, David Yule, MD. In addition, I appoint Richard A. Lynch, MD, MBA, to act as a temporary voting chairperson for the duration of this meeting. For the record, these individuals are special government employees or regular government employees who have undergone the customary conflict of interest review and have reviewed the materials to be considered at this meeting. These two memoranda have been signed by Dr. Jeffrey Shuren on January 29, 2024. The copy of this statement will be available for review and will be included as a part of the official transcript. Thank you. FDA encourages all participants to advise the panel of any financial relationship they may have with any issues at hand. A few general announcements are as follows. In order to help the transcribers identify who is speaking, please be sure to identify yourself each and every time that you speak. The press contact for today's meeting is Eldra Harrison. Thank you very much. I'll hand it over back to Dr. Lin.
Thank you, Dr. Awajobi. We will now proceed to the sponsor's presentation, and I would like to invite the sponsor to begin as soon as my remarks are finished. I will remind the public observers at this meeting that while this meeting is open for public observation, public attendees may not participate except at the specific request of the panel chair, that is me. The sponsor will have 90 minutes to present, and the sponsor, you may now begin your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the FDA and the Advisory Committee. I'm Lars Søndergaard, Chief Medical Officer and Divisional Vice President of Medical Affairs at Abbott Structural Heart. We are pleased to be here today to share the data supporting TriClip for patients with symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation. The foundation of our development program was built on the unmet medical need of patients with severe tricuspid regurgitation, a progressive disease associated with debilitating symptoms that impact patients' health status. Yet, patients in the US have limited treatment options to address their symptoms. The high operative risk associated with tricuspid valve surgery and the lack of effectiveness of medical therapy alone has left patients with severe TR largely untreated. With the patient at the forefront of our mind, we developed TriClip based on Abbott's well-established MitraClip clinical experience, which received CE mark in 2008 and was approved by the FDA in 2013. MitraClip is a transcatheter edge-to-edge repair technology for the treatment of mitral regurgitation and has been used in more than 200,000 patients. The first report of MitraClip used to treat tricuspid regurgitation was in 2015. The continued reports of off-label use speak to the high unmet need for a device that can specifically treat the tricuspid valve, which requires different navigation. This need drove the design and development of TriClip. The Triluminate pivotal trial was initiated with an earlier generation TriClip system with two clip sizes, the NT and XT. The TriClip G4 system is an updated system with 4 clip sizes along with other procedural features and was incorporated halfway through the trial. Let me share a video that shows the delivery system. An implantable clip is delivered into the heart by a catheter via the femoral vein. The steerable guide allows access to the right atrium. The clip delivery system deploy the clip with optimal orientation for easier access to the tricuspid valve. Next, the clip is advanced through the tricuspid valve into the right ventricle. The grippers are lowered to grasp the leaflets, and the clip's arms are closed. Thereby, the tricuspid leaflets are pulled together to reduce tricuspid regurgitation. Once positioning is confirmed, the delivery system is removed. Additional clip may be deployed as necessary. TriClip becomes a permanent implant in the heart, aimed to reduce tricuspid regurgitation and improve blood flow through the heart. As noted, the clinical experience with tricuspid repair started around 2015 with the first off-label use of MitraClip for TR. The first patient entered the TriLuminate CE-mark study in 2017, and the pivotal study began in 2019 with the last patient enrolled in 2022. TriClip was approved in Europe and Canada around the same time based on the TriLuminate CE data. In 2020, after agreement with the FDA on the design of the pivotal trial, FDA granted breakthrough device designation for TriClip based on the serious condition of tricuspid regurgitation and the promising preliminary clinical evidence. The BRIDE study is currently ongoing. It's a single-arm, prospective, multi-center real-world study in Europe and is intended to satisfy post-marketing clinical follow-up requirement of the CE mark in Europe. The initial results of TriLuminate pivotal trial was presented at ACC in 2023. The clinical experience supports the proposed indication. If approved, the TriClip G4 system would be indicated for the improvement of health status in patients with symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation, despite being treated optimally with medical therapy, who are at intermediate or greater risk for surgery, and in whom tricuspid valve edge-to-edge repair is appropriate as determined by a heart team. Our presentation today will focus on several key considerations for benefit-risk assessment. First, the TriLuminate trial met its primary endpoint. No differences were observed in mortality and surgery or in heart failure hospitalization, but significant improvement were observed in health status as assessed by the Kansas City Cardiomyopathy Questionnaire, or KCCQ. We acknowledge that the open-label design may introduce bias in the patient-reported outcomes. However, we will show today that the totality of data substantiates a real treatment effect. Giving the consistent and sustained reduction in TR and in symptoms, both relevant measures for the indicated population and improvement across all KCCQ domains. Additionally, the supportive data include the larger full randomized cohort with 572 patients, the single-arm cohort, the physiological changes, and the reverse remodeling observed from the imaging sub-study, which all corroborate a true treatment effect. The data we will share today support a positive benefit risk for TriClip. TriClip is a minimal invasive procedure specifically designed to access and treat the tricuspid valve to reduce tricuspid regurgitation in patients who are symptomatic with few alternatives. As we will present today, TriClip has a favorable safety profile. Despite being an elderly population with many comorbidities, 98% of the TriClip patients were free from major adverse event in 30 days, and there is very low procedural risk. The TriClip device was also highly effective in reducing TR and led to a significant sustained improvement in the health status. The robust clinical experience is further supported by outside the US experience where TriClip has been successfully treated patients with severe TR since 2020. The safety and effectiveness data support a positive benefit risk for patients highly in need of an improved treatment. With this background, here is the agenda for today's presentation. Dr. David Adams, Chief Cardiac Surgeon at Mount Sinai Health System and co-PI, will review the unmet need and trial design of the TriLuminate pivotal study and will then share the safety data. Dr. Paul Sriracha, interventional cardiologist at Minneapolis Heart Institute and co-PI, will then review the data supporting the clinical effectiveness of TriClip. Dr. Philip Lutz, Director of Cardiology at Mainz University Hospital in Germany, will add his clinical perspective as an interventional cardiologist who currently uses TriClip. And I will return to conclude the presentation before handing over to Dr. Spinner, who will moderate the Q&A. We also have additional experts with us today. All outside experts have been compensated for their time and travel to today's meeting. Thank you. I will now turn the lecture to Dr. Adams.
Thank you. I'm David Adams. Along with Dr. Saraja, I was the principal investigator for the Triluminance study. I'm the cardiac surgeon-in-chief of the Mount Sinai Health System. My practice is particularly focused on atrioventricular valve disease. I lead a team that evaluates more than 800 patients and operates on more than 500 patients with mitral and tricuspid valve disease annually. It is within this context that this trial is particularly meaningful to me, given our experience taking care of patients with tricuspid regurgitation, and the data we present today are not only impressive, but applicable to patients we see every day. I would like to begin with the discussion of the unmet need currently facing patients with tricuspid regurgitation. On the left is a simple depiction of how blood flows through the cardiovascular system. The tricuspid valve controls blood flow from the right atrium into the right ventricle, which then pumps blood to the lungs. Oxygenated blood enters in the left atrium and then the left ventricle through the mitral valve before exiting the heart through the aortic valve. The figure on the right shows a normal tricuspid valve during ventricular contraction, with the 3 leaflets now preventing backward regurgitation. The most common causes of tricuspid regurgitation are volume and pressure loading of the right ventricle. This condition is referred to as functional tricuspid regurgitation and is most commonly related to left-sided heart disease, pulmonary hypertension, and atrial arrhythmias. Leaflet malcoaptation leads to regurgitation into the right atrium during ventricular contraction. Tricuspid regurgitation decreases forward cardiac output and also raises right-sided systemic venous pressures. This physiology can result in heart failure, hepatorenal congestion and dysfunction, edema and ascites, and right-sided chamber enlargement, which can exacerbate TR progression over time. Tricuspid regurgitation typically progresses and is an indolent process, creating a spectrum of patients suffering from this disease. Severe TR often leads to debilitating symptoms that impact the quality of life of patients. Symptoms including peripheral edema, fatigue, changes in appetite, and shortness of breath are common. Resolution of symptoms and reversing sequelae of chronic severe TR is the primary consideration for intervention for tricuspid regurgitation. The ACC guidelines recommend medical therapy for patients with severe symptomatic tricuspid regurgitation, which may alleviate symptoms in selected patients. However, medical therapy alone is often ineffective and only used due to the lack of a suitable alternative. The only current Class 1 indication for the treatment of tricuspid valve regurgitation is in patients undergoing left-sided valve surgery, who often present with numerous comorbidities. These are not the patients we're speaking about today. All other indications are Class 2, reflecting the current status of evidence for intervention in the isolated setting. In yellow are highlighted current indications for patients we targeted in our trial. The guidelines noted tricuspid valve surgery can be beneficial to reduce symptoms and recurrent hospitalizations, but do not mention potential impact on long-term mortality, as the evidence base does not exist in the surgical literature. The fact is, surgery is rarely performed for TR alone, mainly because of procedural risk. A recently published summary by Chen and colleagues of isolated tricuspid valve surgery in the contemporary era from the Society of Thoracic Surgeons database highlights the high risk to which patients are subjected to to improve their clinical status. In a study of over 6,000 patients, the median age was 65 years. This shows that older patients are much less likely to be referred for surgery, though this is primarily a disease seen in older patients. The reported operative mortality rate of 7.3% and composite major complication rate of 32%, including 5.5% of patients requiring mechanical renal support, reflects the high risk associated with tricuspid valve surgery even in the modern era. This is why we are all here today, because symptomatic severe TR remains a clinical challenge. The symptoms are common and debilitating. Medical therapy has a role, but many patients are unresponsive. Surgery can effectively eliminate tricuspid regurgitation, but the surgery has many risks, including operative mortality. Patients are usually referred for surgery late in the course of their disease due to these risks and often present with long-term organ dysfunctions. Clearly, new treatment strategies are necessary to help patients with this disease. In a recent editorial, my colleague, Pat McCarthy, described the unmet need that all of us confront in treating tricuspid regurgitation, noting, the tricuspid valve was ignored for years, but this has changed. It is the hardest valve to treat successfully, however, with many anatomic and physiologic challenges for evolving therapies. This great unmet treatment challenge was the basis for the TriClip design and the TriLuminate trial. The randomized and single-arm both enrolled patients with severe TR who remained symptomatic despite medical therapy. The differentiation between the two arms was that randomized patients were determined likely to have TR reduction to moderate or less with TriClip, while for single-arm patients was more likely to experience a decrease in TR with TriClip by 1 grade, but not to moderate or less. Patients were randomized 1-to-1, and the endpoint was a hierarchical composite, while for the single arm, the primary endpoint was survival with KCCQ improvement of 10 points at 12 months. There was also an imaging sub-study at select sites, which included subjects from both the randomized and single arm who were willing to undergo additional studies related to imaging. Participants in the trial were required to be symptomatic with severe TR despite being optimally treated with guideline-directed medical therapy for at least 30 days. The cardiac surgeon, along with the site local heart team, had to agree that the patient was at intermediate or greater estimated risk for mortality and morbidity with tricuspid valve surgery. Patients were excluded if there was an indication for left-sided or pulmonary valve correction, severe and uncontrolled hypertension, or left ventricular ejection fraction less than or equal to 20%. Also excluded were patients with tricuspid valve leaflet anatomy that could preclude clip implantation, proper clip positioning on the leaflets, or sufficient reduction in TR. These criteria supported the trial's efforts to enroll a patient population which was believed would receive benefit through reducing TR. They are the same criteria that would be used in clinical practice to determine a patient's eligibility for TriClip. There were multiple independent review committees in our trial. We had both echo and CT MRI core labs to assess TR grade and morphology, leaflet gaps, and chamber measurements. The Anatomic Eligibility Committee determined the feasibility to implant the TriClip device and assigned participants to the randomized or single-arm cohort. The Patient Management Committee was composed of heart failure specialists who reviewed patients' right heart catheterization data and ensured they were appropriately managed. The CEC adjudicated key safety endpoints throughout the trial. The trial used an adaptive design which allowed for sample size re-estimation. Enrollment was quicker than anticipated, emphasizing the unmet medical need for treatment. 17 months from initiation, 150 patients were enrolled, and just 7 months later, that number more than doubled to 350 patients. Due to the limited data available at the time of study design, an interim analysis was designed to assess the first 150 patients at 1-year follow-up and evaluate if 350 patients would appropriately power the endpoint. As you can see, more than 350 patients were enrolled prior to completion of the interim analysis results. Upon confirmation that 350 patients would be adequate for the primary endpoint analysis, the trial was stopped in July of 2022 with a total of 589 patients enrolled. For today's presentation, we'll present both the primary data set, which includes the first 350 patients, and all randomized patients, which further supports the primary endpoint. Based on the interim analysis, the primary analysis for the randomized arm was 350, but a total of 589 were enrolled, with 572 patients ultimately randomized. The single arm enrolled 200 patients with a planned group sequential analysis at the first 100 patients. The imaging sub-study is ongoing, and as of the data cutoff, we had 82 patients enrolled. The primary endpoint of the randomized cohort was a hierarchical composite ordered by clinical importance of all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery, heart failure hospitalizations, and improvement of greater than or equal to 15 points as measured by the KCCQ score. The Kansas City Cardiomyopathy Questionnaire, or KCCQ, was used for health status assessment. The KCCQ is a 23-item self-administered questionnaire developed with input from patients and clinicians to independently measure the patient's perception of their health status, which includes symptom frequency, symptom burden, symptom stability, physical and social limitations, and quality of life. The KCCQ was administered by blinded study personnel using a standardized script and completed by the patient. KCCQ scores range from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating better health status. The minimum clinically important difference has been defined as a 5-point change on the KCCQ, even if a patient remains in the same symptom category. A 15-point change is considered to be of moderate to large clinical benefit in the randomized cohort. The primary endpoint was assessed at 12 months and tested using the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld method, which provides a p-value to assess statistical significance. This is a non-parametric statistical test to combine endpoints in a hierarchical order determined by clinical importance. Patient pairs are given only 1 point if they win their given comparison, negative 1 point if they lose, or given 0 points if both patients fare the same. Additionally, the win ratio was used to estimate the treatment effect. A win ratio summarizes the number of patients who fared better versus worse for each pairing. Let me explain the comparison within pairs visually. The first 2 patients, one on device and one on control, are compared across the primary endpoints in hierarchical order. Here both are alive with no tricuspid surgery, so we go to the next component in the hierarchy to compare heart failure hospitalization, which both patients did not experience. No points are given to either patient in these categories. Next in the hierarchy is a greater than or equal to 15-point change on the KCCQ, which was achieved by the device patient but not the control patient. 1 point is then awarded to TriClip. Device patient 1 is then compared to control patient 2. The next control patient, again, going component by component, and points are determined. In this case, device patient 1 is alive and control patient 2 died. 1 point is awarded to TriClip, and other components are not compared. This method yielded more than 30,000 comparisons. The ratio of the total number of winners for the device group to the total number of winners for the control group yields the win ratio. Our statistical assumptions were based on information available at the time of study design. Based on the limited literature for TR alone, we assumed 12-month mortality or tricuspid valve surgery rates around 20% for control and 15% for device, and an annualized heart failure hospitalization rate of 0.5 for control and 0.35 for device. And while we were still learning about death and heart failure hospitalizations, we understood the importance of the KCCQ from our earlier triluminance study experience. So as you'll see from the data, our assumptions around health status were fairly consistent with outcomes. Let me briefly review the data supporting the mortality and hospitalization assumptions. Our understanding of TR and how it impacts mortality and heart failure hospitalization rates has evolved since trial initiation in August 2019. When designing the study, we had limited literature based on the 4 sources shown here. We made best estimates for mortality based on the wide range of 7 to 52% reported. Contemporary studies that have emerged continue to show a wide mortality range. But as we further look at these patient populations, we see the higher rates are associated with untreated concomitant valve disease, represented by the black dots, whereas lower one-year mortality rates were reported in patients with TR alone, that is, without other untreated valve disease, represented by the blue dots. We also had limited understanding of heart failure hospitalization rates in these patients, as demonstrated by the few studies and the variation in rates reported prior to the trial. As more literature has emerged, as observed with mortality, we see that 1 year heart failure hospitalization rates are indeed quite low in patients with TR alone. Secondary endpoints for the randomized cohort were assessed after the first 350 patients completed their 12-month follow-up visit. They were tested in the pre-specified sequence shown here. TR severity has historically been graded as mild, moderate, or severe. With the recent development of transcatheter treatments, a new grading scheme was published by Dr. Becky Hahn in 2017 and adopted for the trial to better determine efficacy, extending the 3-point scale to a 5-point scale, which now includes grade 4 or massive and grade 5 or torrential TR. Patients with grade 3 or greater were eligible for this trial. The overall patient population was consistent with that of patients with the disease. Patients were elderly with a mean age of 78 years, and just over half were female. Of note, this population on average is about 15 years older than patients undergoing surgery for TR currently in the U.S. according to the literature. These are sick patients with over half with NYH class 3 or 4 and a mean KCCQ overall summary score around 55 out of 100. Renal disease was present in 1/3 of patients. The most common comorbidities included atrial fibrillation and hypertension. As previously mentioned, TR severity was assessed on a 5-grade scale. Importantly, the severity of TR was at the extreme end of that range, or torrential in half of the patients. The etiology was functional in nearly all patients. Overall, there was evidence of right ventricular enlargement, right ventricular dysfunction, and preserved left ventricular ejection fraction. Shown here is the disposition for the randomized cohort. 175 patients were randomized in each of the TriClip and control groups. The primary analysis was conducted once patients were randomized, with days of follow-up starting on date of randomization. 3 patients in the TriClip group withdrew, and 1 patient in the control group died prior to the treatment visit. Subsequently, 1 patient withdrew and 1 patient died in both groups prior to their 30-day visit. Following the 30-day visit, 15 patients in the TriClip group and 12 patients in the control group died prior to 12-month follow-up, resulting in the ability to assess the primary endpoint for 95% of patients with missing data balanced between arms, and 100% of eligible patients in the device group and 98.7% in the control group completed their 12-month follow-up. Primary analysis comparisons were conducted on the common follow-up period between each pair of patients. Implantation was successful in 99% of attempted patients with a mean of 2.2 clips per patient. The first-generation TriClip system with 2 clip sizes was used in 47% of procedures, and the TriClip G4 system was used in 53%. Analysis showed no differences in outcomes between versions of the TriClip device used. Total device time, defined as the time between insertion of the steerable guide catheter and retraction of the TriClip delivery system into the steerable guide catheter, was 90 minutes. After implantation, the median length of hospital stay was 1 day. Nearly all patients were discharged home afterwards. No patients died while at the hospital for the procedure. Let me start our discussion of results with a brief description of the safety data. The safety profile for TriClip was remarkable, especially when compared to surgical treatment in this patient population. Freedom from major adverse events were assessed in 172 patients who underwent an attempted procedure. Components of MAEs were new onset renal failure, cardiovascular mortality, endocarditis requiring surgery, and non-elective cardiovascular surgery for TriClip device-related adverse events post-index procedure. 98.3% of patients were free from MAEs at 30 days post-procedure, with the lower limit of the 95% confidence interval of 96.3%, which was greater than the performance goal of 90%. To further contextualize this safety profile, the combined operative mortality and new onset renal failure represents an over 8-fold lower risk compared to the recent Chen report on surgical outcomes I previously presented. Other adjudicated clinical safety endpoints are shown here through 30-day follow-up. As you can see, the 2 groups have comparable low rates through 30 days, with the exception of major bleeding, which I will further clarify now. Of the 9 major bleeding events, 3 were adjudicated as procedure-related, which were all access site-related and understandable due to the procedural requirement for large bore venous access. The remaining were 4 GI bleeds, 1 urological bleed, and 1 intracranial bleed. None of the 9 events were fatal and all resolved without serious sequelae. All 9 events were in patients on intensive anticoagulation therapy pre-procedure, and none of the events were associated with an escalation of antithrombotic therapy post-procedure. Overall, the major bleeding rates seen in the trial are consistent with the bleeding rates seen in other transcatheter edge-to-edge procedures. Additional adjudicated clinical safety endpoints through 1 year are shown here. As you can see, the two groups are comparable, with low rates reported through 1 year. It is important to note that there was no device embolization or device thrombosis and comparable low rates of new pacemaker requirement. Overall, an extremely safe profile for TriClip. From a surgeon's perspective, it is hard to imagine such a positive safety profile for patients undergoing procedural therapy for severe tricuspid regurgitation. There's never been a single surgical institution series reported that can come close to the safety of the TriClip procedure. We can treat TR effectively with surgery, but we can never duplicate this degree of safety. Additionally, the average length of hospital stay for TriClip is 1 day compared to a typical length of stay of 8 to 10 days following tricuspid surgery, which is a reflection of the safety and truly minimally invasive nature of TriClip therapy. This safety experience very much adds to the benefit-risk considerations for TriClip, and why I feel so strongly that this therapy represents a major advance for the treatment of these patients. I appreciate your attention. Dr. Siraj will now review the clinical efficacy data.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Paul Siraja. Along with Dr. Adams, I've had the distinct pleasure to serve as a co-principal investigator for TriLuminate. I've been involved with this therapy since 2016. And it's been a privilege to witness the real patient benefit in my hometown of Minneapolis. Our site was the top enroller for the trial, and thus I've seen firsthand patients benefit from this therapy. On their behalf and many of other patients in the waiting, I am happy to share my portion of today's presentation. Dr. Adams has already shared with you the excellent safety of the TriClip system, perhaps the safest therapy ever reported for patients with TR. In addition to being very safe, the TriClip system was also highly effective in reducing TR. On the left-hand side, most patients had severe massive or torrential TR, denoted by dark blue at baseline. At 30 days, we see that the TriClip system reduced TR to moderate or less, denoted by lighter blue in 90% of patients. The secondary endpoint of TR reduction at 30 days was met with a highly significant p-value, and that degree of TR reduction was sustained at 1 year. However, most of the control patients, over 90%, continued to have severe, massive, or torrential TR during the course of the study from baseline to 1 year. The primary endpoint was met with a p-value of 0.03 and win ratio of 1.44. Based on the number of wins, this finding translates to device patients being 44% more likely to have better clinical outcomes than the control patients. Occurrence of death or tricuspid valve surgery was balanced between the groups. Heart failure hospitalization was numerically higher in the device group, as demonstrated by the greater number of wins in the controls, but as you will see later, this difference was not statistically significant. The third tier, an improvement in KCCQ score of 15 points or more, showed a substantial treatment benefit for the device group and drove the success of the primary endpoint. Overall, there were 11,246 wins for the device group compared to 7,791 wins for the controls. Now let's look at more details for the individual components of the primary endpoint. Low mortality or tricuspid valve surgery was observed at 1 year, consistent with what we now know from contemporary literature in patients without left-sided disease, but lower than assumed rates based on the early literature. In fact, control patients continue to have massive or torrential TR throughout the study, but they showed remarkably low mortality or surgery with a freedom from these events in 89.4% at 1 year. When looking at the TriClip group, freedom from all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery was 90.6%, and the difference between groups was not significant. For heart failure hospitalization, while there were large differences in TR reductions with device therapy, those highly significant differences did not translate to differences in heart failure hospitalization at 12 months, with 35 events for the TriClip group and 28 events for control. This suggests that TR alone, even when massive or torrential, is not a primary driver of HFH or death in this population at 12 months. Despite the high threshold of 15 points for change from baseline, there was a large difference between TriClip and control, with 50% of TriClip patients and only 26% of control patients having met this threshold. The improvement was consistent with statistical assumptions. With health status being a key driver of the primary endpoint, we took this opportunity to look further into this benefit and the multiple clinical metrics that support this finding. Here we show that TriClip patients were more likely to improve in KCCQ no matter what thresholds were used. The left-hand side shows the primary endpoint component of at least a 15-point improvement and additional 5-point decrements in cutoffs to the right. Looking at the far right, you can see that more control patients had at least a 5-point decrease in the KCCQ compared to TriClip patients. Thus, control patients were more likely to get worse, while device patients were more likely to get better. We also see large, early, and sustained KCCQ improvement over the study with no evidence of waning. TriClip patients had an average sustained increase in KCCQ score of approximately 15 points. While some improvement was noted in control patients, the extent of improvement was much less than in the device patients. Moreover, at 1 year, the difference in KCCQ between the two arms was over 10 points, thus meeting another pre-specified secondary endpoint that was focused on direct comparison of scores between the two groups. As discussed in a recent article by Arnold et al., the observed treatment benefit of 10.4 points in the trial is larger than the expected magnitude of a placebo effect, around 5 to 6 points. For each individual domain of the KCCQ, TriClip also showed significant benefit over medical therapy alone, with the quality of life and social limitation domains showing the largest improvements. When we look at the specific questions of the questionnaire, these were designed to be fairly objective. When comparing treatment and control groups in an open-label trial, responses in PRO domains that are proximal to TriClip's mechanism of action are particularly relevant. Specifically, in the physical and symptom domains, TriClip patients reported improvements in edema, fatigue, and shortness of breath, known symptoms of TR. Overall, there was consistency in TriClip being favored across multiple questions, demonstrating internal consistency for the validity of KCCQ and its ability to assess the burden of TR. We also measured edema and ascites as descriptive endpoints beyond patient-reported outcomes and observed improvements favoring TriClip for both measures. As a demonstration of the validity of the KCCQ, looking at device patients only, we see a clear association between the magnitude of TR change and the degree of health status improvement, with greater improvement in KCCQ corresponding to greater reduction in TR. Consistent with the KCCQ, another health status survey, the SF36, showed clinically meaningful benefit from TriClip. This benefit was evident at 30 days and sustained through 12 months and included a significant difference in the physical component. The changes in health status were corroborated with improvements in NYHA functional class. At 12 months, 40% of control patients remained class 3 or 4, compared to only 16% of TriClip patients, which signifies extensive symptom relief. Finally, this slide summarizes the data on 6-minute walk distance. It is important to note that imputation was used in the pre-specified analysis for the secondary endpoint. For imputation, patients who experienced a heart failure-related cardiovascular death, received tricuspid valve surgery, or who were unable to exercise due to cardiac reasons were imputed to an assigned value of 0 at 1 year. The secondary endpoint was not met. On the right-hand side are paired data without imputation, where you can observe an increase in the TriClip group and a decrease in the control group. Whether using imputed or paired values, the 6-minute walk distance results favor the device. As mentioned earlier, the study continued to enroll patients beyond the 350 patients that comprise the primary randomized cohort until interim sample size re-estimation analysis was completed. This group of 572 randomized patients reinforces the efficacy and safety of TriClip. As you may see in the briefing documents, the additional patients in the full randomized cohort had comparable baseline characteristics and disease compared to the primary randomized cohort. This slide shows the primary endpoint analysis for all 572 randomized patients. In this analysis, we can see that the primary endpoint win ratio increases to 1.53, meaning excluding ties, device patients are 53% more likely to have a better outcome than control patients. Death or tricuspid valve surgery is balanced between groups. There are now about 600 more wins in the device group versus control for heart failure hospitalization compared to the primary 350 patient analysis. And health status, as measured by the KCCQ score improvement of 15 points or more, again showed a substantial benefit for the device group over control. Similar to the primary analysis cohort, event rates remain low for all patients randomized, with similar freedom from all-cause mortality in tricuspid valve surgery, 91% for the device arm and 92% for the control. No differences in heart failure hospitalization between groups were seen when examining the full randomized cohort, as was also seen in the primary analysis cohort. Finally, when examining all randomized patients, there continued to be significant improvement in health status for device compared to control patients. For the 6-minute walk distance, when looking at the full randomized cohort, we see the same positive trends, whether imputed or paired, with even larger and significant differences between the groups. Let's now move to further supportive evidence of clinical benefit or TriClip in patients with TR. First, let's look at the single-arm cohort of TriLuminate. Recall that the single-arm cohort consists of technically complex patients with advanced disease, and in these patients, the TriClip device was not expected to reduce the TR to moderate or less. Here's a comparison of the single-arm patients versus the randomized patients. We can see that patients in the single-arm were slightly older with more comorbidities. As expected, based on the selection criteria, single-arm patients had a higher presence of device leads, worse TR severity, and relatively more dilated right-sided cardiac chambers with larger right atrial volumes and larger right ventricular end diastolic diameters. The tricuspid leaflet coaptation gaps also was significantly larger in the single-arm patients in comparison to the randomized cohort. The primary endpoint of the single-arm cohort was survival with an improvement in KCCQ of 10 points or more at 12 months compared to a performance goal. The performance goal was exceeded, and the primary endpoint for the single-arm cohort was met. Just as in the randomized cohort, patients in the single-arm cohort had an early improvement in KCCQ consistently higher than the pre-specified 10-point change and sustained through 12-month follow-up. Thus, both the randomized and single-arm cohort patients showed a significant improvement in health status compared to patients who had medical therapy alone. Importantly, TriClip far exceeded our expectations, with 80% of single-arm patients having moderate or less residual TR. Just as important, there still were no major adverse events in the single-arm cohort at 30 days. Taken together, these data demonstrate excellent effectiveness, improvement in health status, and remarkable safety for the TriClip system, even in more technically complex patients with more advanced disease. For additional supportive evidence, I'd like to share the data on the physiological impact of TR reduction that shows early clinical benefit. As Dr. Adams noted, TR can have further consequences as the disease progresses. Most patients had abnormal anatomical values at baseline, whether assessed by echo or CT measurements, as shown by the dark blue bars for the baseline distribution. On the left, we are looking at change in anatomical measurements from baseline to 12 months or last available observation for TriClip compared to control. Trends are supportive of TriClip for echo measurements, and even greater improvements were observed for CT chamber remodeling with substantial decrease in right atrial, annular, and right ventricular size. The sample size for CT measurements was small, given it was an imaging sub-study, but despite this smaller sample, we see consistent benefit for TriClip. Moreover, when we examine pulmonary forward flow as forward stroke volume in the left-hand side of this slide and pair it with effective RVEF on the right-hand side, we found improvement in effective RVEF for the device patients, but not in the controls. This was observed via cardiac MRI in the imaging sub-study, which has remarkable precision for function and volume assessments in complex anatomical shapes. This finding supports the notion that TR reduction leads to beneficial changes in RV size and function that physiologically support the health status improvement with TriClip. By design, TriLuminate did not require patients to have end-stage organ disease. With the exception of NT-proBNP, about half of the patients had relatively normal liver and renal function for this population, despite the presence of TR. It was reasonable to expect limited differences between groups with a higher number of patients having normal end organ function. Nevertheless, despite approximately half of the patients having relatively normal liver and renal function at baseline, there were trends in improvement in the function of these organs with the TriClip system. In conclusion, the primary endpoint of the TriLuminate pivotal trial was met, driven by significant and sustained improvements in health status as measured by the KCCQ overall summary score. The device accomplished its main objective of reducing TR severity, which was directly associated with health status improvements, and the degree of improvement in health status was directly associated with the degree of TR reduction. Effectiveness is supported by the totality of data through secondary endpoints, as well as consistent data across a single-arm cohort, the full randomized cohort, and trends and physiological markers, all demonstrating the benefit of TriClip. Importantly, the device was very safe in both the randomized and more complex single-arm cohort. Particularly considering the large unmet need of patients with TR, the safety profile and the effectiveness data strongly support a favorable benefit-risk profile of TriClip. Thank you. Dr. Lurs will now share his clinical perspective.
Thank you. I'm Philip Lurz, Director of Cardiology at University Hospital Mainz, and I'm really happy to provide my perspective on the data supporting TriClip. I've actually been involved in the therapy since 2017, and I started to use TriClip in my patients with severe TR since the early CE marked study, and continue to do so since approval in Europe in 2020. So throughout these last years, the understanding of the importance to treat TR has certainly evolved. Previously, patients with severe symptoms due to their TR have often been misdiagnosed and hardly ever treated at all. We are now in a much different situation. TriClip has finally given us a tool to treat our patients and has filled a needed gap that existed in the field for way too long. Crucial for the success of TriClip therapy is the safety profile. And as both Dr. Adams and Siraja noted, the safety profile for TriClip is remarkable. My personal experience and results of the BRIGHT post-approval study corroborate the triluminate pivotal experience. Across all these studies, the safety profile has been consistently favorable with very few major adverse events. And there's certainly no comparison to the frequent events seen with tricuspid valve surgery. Now, in addition to safety, TriClip consistently showed effective reduction of TR across studies, with more recent studies showing even more improvement for patients. Also, in the BRIGHT real-world registry, there's a high number of patients ending up with moderate or less TR. And this is important because the BRIGHT registry comprises many patients with complex anatomies and the highest degrees of tricuspid regurgitation. So what it means is that BRIGHT confirms the effectiveness of the triluminate studies, and this in a real-world and almost all-comer population. And this reduction in TR is associated with improvements in quality of life, which matters for patients. For KCCQ, we see consistent early and sustained improvements across all studies and cohorts. And this mirrors my personal experience in individual patients. So overall, the TriClip procedure is one of the most rewarding experiences I have as an interventionalist. In my personal experience in clinical practice, but also from being involved in several trials in the field, there's no doubt that TR causes debilitating symptoms and that patients desire and need treatment to feel better. We've learned and now understand that TR is a very heterogeneous disease with different valve etiologies and signs and symptoms of heart failure. And patients also present at different points in the disease spectrum and with different comorbidities. But the common thread is that all patients present with symptoms that impact their daily lives, and that procedure success almost always leads to symptomatic relief. So when I see patients back in clinic after TriClip procedure, patients say that they regain their appetite, feeling less fatigue, can exercise, and resume social activities. So to sum up, the availability of TriClip has changed clinical practice in Europe, and I'm fortunate to have this option to treat severely symptomatic patients and improve their health status. And with that, I would like to conclude, hand over to Dr. Sondergaard, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lutz. Current considerations for ongoing post-approval commitments include following all patients enrolled in the triluminate pivotal trial for 5 years. Upon approval, a real-world post-approval study will be initiated. All patients implanted with the TriClip device will be followed at 30 days and years. Baseline and outcomes at 30 days and 1 year will be collected using the already established TDT registry. We will use this registry to further understand the impact of TriClip on symptoms, health status, and physiological changes, including right side heart tempo, dimension, and biomarkers. Survival and heart failure hospitalization data at 2 through 5 years will be collected using the CMS linkage to the TDT registry. This is an evolving field, and with longer-term follow-up, we will be able to better understand the potential for longer-term clinical benefit of TR treatment beyond early symptom relief. The totality of data presented today show consistent efficacy findings across studies, endpoints, and assessment measures which support the benefit of TriClip and the value it can provide for patients who have no effective treatment options. TriClip demonstrated KCCQ improvements early and over the course of the study. While there's a potential for bias in an overlabel trial, the totality of data support the observed effect is biological mediated. These improvements were observed across all domains of the KCCQ, many of which were objective measures such as reduction in edema and fatigue. Change in KCCQ was associated with TR. These findings were supported by an improvement in additional measures like the SF-36 and the NYHA class. Furthermore, improvements in 6 minutes walk distance, right heart chambers, and biomarkers both for liver and kidney trend favoring TriClip and mechanistically support the importance of significant reduction in TR. As we presented today, TriClip is a minimally invasive therapy specifically designed to access and treat the tricuspid valve to reduce tricuspid regurgitation in patients who are symptomatic. The study met its primary endpoint. Significant TR reduction was demonstrated and sustained through 1 year. And importantly, patients experienced meaningful and significant symptoms relief. In addition to being effective in treating patients with severe TR, the safety profile was excellent, with 98% freedom from major adverse events and low procedural risk as evidenced by no operative mortality, no device embolization, and no device thrombosis. The results support a positive benefit risk for TriClip in a highly symptomatic population with limited treatment options. Thank you. Dr. Ian Spinner will now moderate your questions.
First of all, I'd like to thank the sponsors' representatives for their presentation. And this is the time where individuals on the panel can ask brief clarifying questions to the sponsor that the sponsor can either address now or if they need additional time to gather data after lunch. So with that, I'll open it up for the panel to ask questions. You can either raise your hand physically, and I'll try to record people in the order in which I see them, or if you want to raise your hand on the web, that's fine as well. So let me open it up for questions for the sponsor. I've got Dr. Yu and then Dr. Krukov.
Thank you. I had a question about for the sponsor. This is David Yu. Were there any general criteria or consistent criteria that surgeons use to adjudicate operative risk amongst the considered patients?
Yes, hi. I'm Erin Spinner, Clinical Program Director at Abbott, and I'll be moderating the questions for today. So when the sites assessed the risk for surgery, it was done with a heart team, and they were really looking at frailties and comorbidities. But what we know is that most patients with TR seen in the clinic are high or intermediate risk. And in fact, less than 1% of patients in our trial were rejected due to not meeting this criteria.
Great. And I'll ask in this order. I've got Mitch Krukov, Dr. Hauptmann, Dr. Bart, Dr. Blankenship, Dr. Brindis, Dr. Salzman, and then Dr. Vidovich. So, Dr. Krukov, by the way, David, does that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mitch.
Yeah, thank you, Mitch Krukov. Two quick questions. One, do you all have characterization in the randomized cohort, primary or the larger randomized cohort, of medication increase, stability, or decrease, particularly diuretics, that you could share?
Yes, I can speak to that. And I'll actually have Dr. Benza, who's our heart failure specialist and managed the ECPM committee for us, speak to the diuretics and stability of medication.
Good morning, everyone. Ray Benza. I am a cardiologist at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. I'm a professor of medicine, and my expertise are in advanced heart failure, transplantation, and pulmonary vascular disease. Thank you for that question. As part of the committee to evaluate patients prior to entering the study, we did detailed evaluations of these patients' ongoing medical therapy, particularly if they had evidence of left-sided heart failure, either systolic or diastolic, to make sure that they were on goal-directed medical therapy for these conditions for at least 30 days prior to entry into the study. We critically evaluated their hemodynamics, particularly on their right heart catheterization, to make sure that these patients were adequately decompressed from a right-sided congestion before entering into the study, and made comments to the investigators about particular therapies for decongestion and for control of hypertension.
Sorry, my question was about at 1 year.
Yeah, I can comment on that. No problem. So when we did look at diuretics, and I'll just show this slide here, we didn't see any changes in diuretic dosages when we looked at patients from baseline to 1 year.
So nobody was on less medication.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Aaron, I just want to make sure that the slide that you showed, that was for IV diuretic use?
No, this was just for oral dosages.
Okay. Would you do me a favor? Would you just put it back up for a second just so that the panel members can take a look? And
sure.
We'll go to the next question, but if you just keep it there for just a second. I want to make sure that, Mitch, does this give you the information you're looking for?
Well, the way I'm reading it is that this is not drug doses. This is the pre versus 1 year drug dose per patient. Is that?
That's correct. It's the total daily equivalent dosage per on-drug days.
So, Mitch, would you like the sponsor to provide any additional information besides that regarding medication use?
No, thanks. That answered my question.
Great, thank you. Dr. Hopman?
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate the presentation by the sponsor. I'd like to follow up on the question that Dr. Krukov asked. My understanding is that diuretics included mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists. I wonder if you took those out of the analyses, what would the results look like both at baseline comparing the two groups versus 1 year? And then I'm wondering if you could do a responder analysis based on baseline diuretic use, for example, greater than one diuretic versus one diuretic. Curious about how many patients were on, let's say, a thiazide plus a loop diuretic versus a loop diuretic alone, excluding the MRAs. And then I have one quick follow-up question.
Yeah, so I'll have Dr. Benza speak to that. I think we have data where we can address most of those questions.
Yes, thank you, Ray Benza from Mount Sinai. When we were looking at the baseline diuretic use, virtually all patients were on a loop diuretic, either alone or in combination with a thiazide diuretic or potassium-sparing diuretic. You can see that the penetration, though, of thiazide and potassium-sparing diuretics was very low in this study.
And so this was at baseline, and in terms of follow-up?
Yes, you can see here that the diuretic types over the course of the study remained relatively the same, without a statistically significant difference between those who were treated with the clip and those who were in the control group.
So, Dr. Hopman, does this address your questions?
It does. Certainly helpful to know what happens at 1 year and to compare the two groups. I do have another question, if I can, on a somewhat different topic, and that is that reference is made in the packet to a roll-in cohort, but I didn't hear anything about that roll-in cohort. I wonder if that could be defined. Were these patients who had TriClip at some of the investigative sites before the trial began? It was just confusing. I didn't see data related to that cohort.
Yeah, that's correct. So the roll-ins were allowed. There were up to 3 roll-ins allowed per site prior to randomization at the site for sites with no previous experience in TriClip.
And Aaron, to Paul's question, those roll-in patients were not included in the data presented. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Paul, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Great. I got Dr. Bart, Dr. Blankenship, Dr. Brindis, Dr. Salzman, Dr. Vidovich, and Dr. Shanker. So, Dr. Bart?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering about the treatment goals that you mentioned. There was a safety goal of 90%, and I think there was another goal in the single arm cohort. I'm just curious how those goals were set. Like, how was the 90% threshold selected? How was the 30% threshold selected?
Yes, so I can have Dr. Shu speak to that.
Good morning. I'm Yishu, Global Biometrics at Abbott. We do have different performance goals. In the RCT cohort, we have a secondary endpoint of MAE. The performance goal for the MAE was set as a freedom from MAE rate was set at 90%. It was based on the literatures. We have assumed the rate of 4.3% of freedom from. It's based on the information that we gather from TriClip studies as a co-opt. The importance of that MAE performance freedom from performance goal was based on the literatures about the TB surgeries. As far as your second part of a question is, we also have a performance goal for single arm for the primary endpoint was set as at 30%. It was based on two components. It was based on the KCCQ performance of at least 10 points of improvement. We estimated it based on a co-op information about 42%. On top of that, we have assumed 25% of a mortality rate at 12 months. Altogether, the performance goal was set at 30%.
Brad, does that address your questions adequately?
Thank you. It does.
Great, thanks. In addition to the list that I previously chose, I'm going to add Dr. Zuckerman to the questions as well. But first, Jim Blankenship.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Two questions. One is, why do you think that the improvement in KCCQ scores did not translate into fewer heart failure hospitalizations?
So I'll have Dr. Adams speak to this.
We're still learning about this. David Adams, I'm the professor and chair of heart surgery at Mount Sinai. We're still learning about heart failure hospitalization in this treatment group, and as I showed, we're guessing what our expectation might be for that. I'm not quite sure. I think 1 year was short. I think that in our expanded pool, we started to see a trend toward less heart failure hospitalization, and I will turn that over to David Cohen, I think, to address the relationship between heart failure hospitalization and KCCQ, or Suzanne.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Arnold. I'm a general cardiologist and health services researcher at University of Missouri, Kansas City, and St. Luke's. One of the things that we wanted to look at was that relationship between KCCQ and heart failure hospitalization mortality, because we've seen that in many other disease states, whether that's heart failure that's medically managed, or if that's in other disease processes with left-sided heart disease. Great. We did look at this in the TriLuminate study. So we looked among patients who were treated with the TriClip, and we found that changes in KCCQ at 1 month were significantly associated with reduction in the risk of subsequent death as well as heart failure hospitalization. So among those who were treated with TriClip, those who did improve did have a reduction in heart failure hospitalization and death. And these point estimates were actually very similar to what was seen in other clinical situations in heart failure, so HFrEF as well as severe aortic stenosis.
So thank you. So there's one additional piece of information I'd like to add and echo to what Dr. Adams said earlier. So we did, as he mentioned, maybe 1 year is really too early, especially given the low rate of heart failure hospitalization events in our patient population, not only at baseline, but as we saw at 1 year. But what I'm showing here is we look at the available data we have to date through 2 years. So keeping in mind, what I'm showing here is the TriClip group, as well as the control group and the control pure. The control pure is those patients, we've censored out patients that crossed over, keeping in mind patients were allowed to cross over at 1 year. But what this shows us here is that we can start to see some separation in the curves at longer terms looking at heart failure hospitalization. So this is something we'll continue to look at as more and more of our patients reach their long-term follow-up.
And Aaron, it looks like the confidence interval would be pretty wide on that. And those the numbers at 2 years, 37 patients in one group, 30 is pretty small at this point.
That's correct, yes.
Right. Jim, I'm not sure if that answers your question because I'm not sure that there is an answer yet. But is there anything else you want from the sponsor regarding this issue?
I do appreciate that additional data. Just one other question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I looked at a paper by Spurtis from Journal of American College of Cardiology 2020 about the KCCQ, and that suggested that a 5-point improvement in the KCCQ score generally correlates to something like 112 meter improvement in the 6-minute walk test, and yet the differences in the improvements in the 6-minute walk test that we see here are much, much smaller. And I'm wondering, is that because this is a heterogeneous population or just a very different population than has been applied in other studies of the KCCQ?
Yeah, so that's correct. That's the same belief we have, and given the variability in KCCQ. So it's important to keep in mind that while we didn't show a significant difference in the 350 patient population, we could see the trends going in the correct direction. And then when we look at the full randomized cohort, so I'll show side by side here, we do see that same trend and can appreciate a statistical difference.
So Jim, I think this would be good discussion points this afternoon when we talk about KCCQ and its correlation with biomarkers, walk test, and heart failure hospitalization. So thanks for bringing that up. And thanks for the sponsor for showing the additional data as well.
Yes, thank you.
Great. I've got Dr. Brindis, Dr. Selsman, Dr. Vidovich, Dr. Shanker, and Dr. Zuckerman. So let me first, Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph Brindis. My question is, of all the patients who were screened for clinical appropriate referral for TriClip, how many patients are actually excluded based on anatomic concerns, coaptive leaflets, and so forth? In other words, what percentage of patients are actually suitable for the use of TriClip who meet other criteria?
Yes, so I can answer that question. So I'll show you here's a schematic of our patient and screening failures. So, and really how the patients drop out as we go through assessing them. So first is really looking at after the informed consent, and this is really just due to general study criteria. There's various different categories here. But really once we get down after that, it's the Echo Core Lab and really specifically the anatomical eligibility committee that really assesses the patient's anatomical compatibility with the device. And so what you can see here is we had only 175 patients out of the 1,409 patients that met that initial criteria that were denied. So if we look at the full cohort of patients that were consented, it's only 8% of patients that did not have suitable anatomy.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Selsman, Craig?
Hey, Craig Selsman. Great presentation, you guys. There's only so much that you can cover. And Richard, if I may, I have 3 questions.
Yes, sir.
The first is I'm trying to understand a little bit more about the relationship between the reduction in the TR and the KCCQ. So at 1 year, it appears that about 11% were still in the severe torrential range and about 38% were still moderate. So almost 50% were moderate or worse TR. So did you look at that specific group of patients and their KCCQ scores so that we have an idea if there is a relationship between the severity of the residual TR and their health status? That's my first question.
So since this study was really specifically based on moderate or less TR, that's really where we focused. But what I can share is what we shared in the core is that we saw patients where we had more reduction of TR resulting in more corresponding improvement in KCCQ.
It might be really interesting to know if your results are just, you had a good result, you had a good repair. And of course they felt a little bit better, but it'd be really interesting to see. Well, let's see here. No reductions.
So Craig, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the sponsor over the break and over lunch just to provide the data you asked for.
Perfect.
And I appreciate the fact that they've sliced it differently, but you ask, I think is an important question, is let's show the data, the individuals that have moderate or more TR and what their KCC scores look like compared to the other group.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll give you time to do that. Go ahead, Craig.
The other thing that might need more time to look at deep in the 5 million pages of packet, there's some stuff related to center volumes. And I saw, and I believe your colleague from Minnesota was a very active enroller to the trial. It looks like there's 3 or 4 centers that put in a ton of these things, like 50 or more, and that over 90% of the centers did less than 5 or 10 cases. So I think we need some clarity about that, especially when we think about real world utilization of this device. Who's going to be able to do it? Is there a learning curve? And so it would be good actually to get rid of that 3 or 4, maybe it's only 2 or 3 centers that did more than 50 devices and look at the results of the rest of us has-beens that are only doing a few of them and how that leaks out. And again, that might need some time to prepare, but maybe you already have something.
Yeah, I can talk about that now. So yes, you're correct. And there were approximately 37% of the primary analysis enrolled by our top 5 centers. So 33%. So, but what we do look at when we look at whether they're top enrolling sites or sites that less frequently use the device, we found consistency in their ability to bring the TR down to moderate or less. So in fact, in whether it was our top 5 sites or the other sites, TR reduction to moderate or less was 89% and 88%. And likewise, we had similar low safety findings in both, whether we looked at the top sites or the low sites. So we do believe that those, the use of TriClip and its effectiveness and safety can be replicated.
So if I could follow up on that, because, Dr. Adams nicely references the STS study, the large registry study. But, one of the caveats in the surgical arm is that over 90% of the enrolling patients to that registry were at centers that did less than 2 tricuspid valve surgeries a year. So the way that I look at this, the data that I may actually to see, is that over 40 of your sites, which were much more, did less than 4 procedures. And so I don't know where the cutoff should be. You say 33% of your top 5, but that line can move a little bit. And I think it would be interesting to know on centers that did less than, and I'm arbitrarily picking this, less than 5 procedures, how do they do?
And so, so over the break, if the sponsor will present that data, and if you'll do 2 things, one is look at the reduction in TR, again, 5 sites, and also how the patients did in terms of their death, hospitalization, heart failure, and also with regard to KCCQ as well. That'd be great.
Right. Maybe I can interject, Dr. Seltzman. figures 4 and 5 of the FDA question set get at what you've been asking, and would you like the sponsor to present their data in that format such that you can see the clinical events broken down by volume at site?
That would be nice. I'm looking at your figures, but yeah, that would work. That would work.
Because this will be a key point of discussion after lunch.
Right. Okay,
and Richard,
you got another question? Go ahead.
This is it is probably buried in the demographics, but I didn't see any right heart cath data. There was echo data, and I'm sure you have it because pulmonary hypertension was one of your exclusion things. But it would be nice to see what the right heart cath, their numbers. What were the PA pressures? What were the right atrial pressures? And I don't know if you did right heart caths follow up. I don't think you did. You probably used echo to try to estimate right-sided pressures. But having, you had some sophisticated imaging to look at RV volumes and TAPSE and other things. But looking at the hemodynamics, I was impressed with the lack of hemodynamic data. But I'm sure that you might have some of that to share with us.
Yeah, so we can work to get you that. I will comment that we just use the right heart cath for screening and inclusion into the trial. So we only have that at baseline, but we can look to get you that after the break.
Thank you.
That'd be great. So Dr. Selzman's asking for three things kind of over the break. One is for those individuals with moderate or more TR, what their symptom status was. Secondly is how did sites that did less than five or less procedures do with regard to TR reduction and clinical events? And then finally, right heart cath data. So thanks, sir. Great. I've got Dr. Vinovich, Dr. Zanker, and Dr. Zuckerman.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. And I think this is also my main question. We talked about the operator volume. I would just like, since most questions were asked, I would like to extend this. MitraClip has been approved prior to this, and it is quite likely that sites with lower volume might have had experience with MitraClips, which could have translated in the experience on the right side. So do we have any data on the operator volume on the mitral clip that might have translated in the experience with TriClip? It's, again, this is a same and additional question. And then site volume, while they might have been lower experience sites or lower volume with TriClip, what was their prior volume with MitraClip, which would have translated? So again, if the sponsor potentially has the data, I think it would be helpful for some low volume sites that might adopt this.
I don't have that data at this time, but we'll see if we can get that. But what I can tell you is that all sites that were participated in the trial did have prior MitraClip experience. So you are correct. So we'll see if we can get the MitraClip experience for sites.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Schenker. I've got Dr. Schenker, Zuckerman, Hauptmann, Hirschfeld, and Katz.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that wonderful presentation. I think Dr. Seltzman and Vinovich have touched on a lot of what I was going to ask regarding that operator learning curve. If you look at the MAE with the Triluminate CE, it was 1.3%, but with the post-market registry in the EU, it was 2.5%, which of course does suggest that there is also a safety component that has to be looked into as well, and emphasizing the importance of having a robust training program. So having a little bit more data on that and insight would be helpful. The second, that was just largely a point. A second question I have is, as an electrophysiologist, I do have to ask this. Approximately 5% of patients were enrolled in the single arm cohort that had CID-related tricuspid regurgitation. And out of curiosity, I was wondering, how did those, and granted it is a small sample size, how did they respond to the therapy?
I don't have that broken up at this time, but I'll look to see if we can get that after the break. We can comment and give you more information about our training program. I don't know, Dr. Lang, if you'd like us to do that now.
I tell you what, let's do that after the break, only
Okay.
so that we can get all the questions in. But thanks for that offer.
Okay.
I'll write that down. Great. Thank you. So Dr. Shaker will address both those things, ask the sponsor to address those after the break, if that's okay. Great. Dr. Zuckerman.
Yes, I have two questions. First, thank you very much for a very nice presentation. When Dr. Saraja was talking, he very quickly stated in passing, I think that perhaps Dr. Arnold imputed a placebo effect for the KCCQ change of 5 points, and he also mentioned a recent paper. If you can give more details as to what you really might perceive to be the placebo effect in the KCCQ change, given that this is an unblinded trial, that would be very helpful. Secondly, when discussing the physiological and biochemical parameters that were studied in the imaging and laboratory studies, the presentation really only showed the ones that moved in a positive direction. After lunch, though, it would be helpful to better appreciate the full spectrum of echo, CT, and lab parameters. For example, the longitudinal strain data, if I remember correctly, did not show a favorable effect. The BNP, NT-BNP lab data are confusing. So if you can give us a bigger picture of how the sub-study data either hang together or don't hang together. Thank you.
Yes, we can do that. And if we can, I'd like to address the placebo question now.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Dr. Cohen, I'll ask Dr. Cohen to speak to that.
Good morning. I'm David Cohen. I'm an interventional cardiologist at St. Francis Hospital and the director of clinical research at the Cardiovascular Research Foundation here in New York. Dr. Zuckerman, not surprisingly, asked a very critical question about the data here, which is what is the likely magnitude of a placebo effect, and can we provide any other additional information to inform that question? I would start by saying that in an unblinded trial like this one, it is not possible to, with 100% certainty, exclude a placebo effect. That simply would require a different trial design with a sham arm, which was not done. Nonetheless, I think there are three lines of reasoning that suggest fairly strongly that not all of the benefit we observe is a placebo. The first is the magnitude of benefit, which was Dr. Zuckerman's specific question. So there is a literature on the magnitude of placebo effect on patient-reported outcomes. And these come from trials where a therapeutic placebo was compared directly to no therapy. That's the only way to actually measure how much a placebo does. These are not done all that commonly, but there are a number, especially in the pain literature and some other areas. And the usual magnitude is about 1/4 of a standard deviation on a patient-reported outcome. For the KCCQ overall summary score, that would be about a 5-point change. So if we extrapolate, we can make a reasonable assumption that about a 5-point change would be expected from a placebo. The magnitude of change that was observed in this study was substantially larger than that at all 3 follow-up time points. The second point that's very important is the durability of the benefit. Now, this is harder to provide strong science on, but we generally believe, and there is some evidence to suggest that placebo effects, again, on patient-reported outcomes wane over time. And so that is, again, a very important finding, and that was not seen in this trial. The benefit was sustained without attenuation through the 1-year follow-up period. And then if I could have slide EF 131, that would be the last one I want to show. Great. Let me just bring this up to make my final point. And the last point is about other substantiating information. So as part of the detailed quality of life analysis that Dr. Arnold and I published earlier this year in JACC, we pooled data from across the TriClip groups, not only from the randomized trial, but from the roll-in patients and also from the single-arm trial to understand the relationship specifically between the change in KCCQ and the change in TR grade over follow-up. And this slide summarizes that. The reason we're presenting it this way rather than as a graph is because there are three things that influence the follow-up KCCQ score, and we need regression approaches to handle that. One is the baseline KCCQ. The second is the baseline degree of tricuspid regurgitation. And then the third is the change. And so in order to account for all of those three, in a data set of this size, we need to use regression models. What this shows very convincingly is there is a strong relationship with a highly statistically significant p-value and a relatively narrow confidence interval on the relationship between a 1-grade change in tricuspid regurgitation at 1-year follow-up and the improvement in the KCCQ score, 4.1 points for every grade reduction. So if you think about a patient who starts with torrential tricuspid regurgitation, 50% of the patients in this trial had that, and goes down by 3 grades down to moderate from torrential, they would be expected to achieve about a 12-point improvement compared with baseline in the KCCQ, which is a moderate to large improvement. Thank you.
Dr. Zuckerman, any additional information you'd like? Again, a great question. And again, FDA will present. We'll have some time to discuss them. Is there anything else you'd like from the sponsor at this point?
Not right now. Thank you.
Okay. In addition to Dr. Hauptman, Hirschfeld, Katz, I've also got Dr. Cizik as well. So, Dr. Hauptman.
Yes, thanks. I want to follow up on Dr. Zuckerman's question specifically with regard to the imaging sub-study. How were these patients selected for the imaging sub-study? I'm a little bit concerned that such a study might be biased towards patients who were better and who could tolerate participation in MR and CT studies and so forth. So the data look pretty favorable, obviously not all parameters, but whether or not we're looking at a biased sample. And then I have one follow-up question.
Yes, I'll have Dr. Cavalcante speak to this.
Hi, João Cavalcante from Minneapolis Heart Institute. It's a pleasure to present here. I'm a cardiac imager and director of the imaging core lab that provided quantitative services. That's a very crucial question and actually an opportunity of the visionary wisdom that both FDA and Abbott had for the opportunity to provide objective quantitative analysis for these patients. Upfront decision was actually made to deliberately include all comers. So you would think that patients that would not have defibrillators or ICDs or pacemakers or atrial fibrillation would not have been included. As a matter of fact, the baseline characteristics of the patients included in the imaging sub-studies are exactly the same of the main cohort for us to have then external validity. And what we can see on the imaging sub-study first is that the TriClip was capable of not only reducing TR, that was measured by quantitative analysis by cardiac MRI and regurgitant fraction, but what we could see with this very precise quantitative metric is that the shrinkage of the right ventricle that occur for these patients. You can see in this line of regression that the greater TR reduction that was achieved with the TriClip produced a substantial reverse remodeling in that right ventricle, which was then substantiated. Not only this is at 30 days, but also substantiated at the 1-year reverse remodeling that was achieved in the TriClip, which did not occur in the group treated with the GDMT. Importantly, there was also a change that was favorably seen in the pulmonary forward flow for these patients. Let me just go back to this slide, which translated into shunting the blood from the right atrium into the pulmonary artery that produced this pulmonary forward flow increased, divided by the shrinkage of the RV that produced an effective improvement of RVEF. Dr. Zuckerman had asked about before the unfavorable changes of the strain. I would just comment by saying that whenever we remove volume, there's going to be a decrease in the RV and diastolic volume, and also an unfavorable change in the RVF. What we computed here is actually the forward flow. Because you're pushing the blood now in the right direction, you're going to improve that forward flow and forward stroke volume. Last slide that I would like to conclude by just showing that, so what? whatever that you're showing me, show me that there is some important magnitude of that. This is the slide showing the relationship between the shrinkage of the RV and diastolic volume by the improvement of the KCCQ change. You can see that there are more blue dots into the top left screen, which suggests that obviously not all the change in the RV reverse remodeling would translate into KCCQ, but there is a very positive, favorable change.
Let me call you back to the podium for a second, please, because the question had to deal with how these patients were selected. And so if you're able to answer that, if not, we can go after lunch. How were the 50 patients that were selected to be imaged, how were they selected?
Yes, actually, I would like to correct the number that there was more than 50 patients. There was about 68, if I'm not mistaken, into the randomized control trial, and there are another 14 for the single arm. These patients were selected, and 10 sites across the U.S. were trained. So patients, when consented for the main parent study, they were approached whether they would be actually willing to undergo additional cardiac MRI and CT at baseline, cardiac MRI and CT at 1 month, and then CT at 1 year. And actually, there was an incredible uptake in volunteer, which I would like to also acknowledge by these patients to undergo additional testing. So no upfront selection. The only exclusion criteria that we used that we thought that was not ethical was if they had chronic advanced kidney disease, quite advanced, a GFR below 30, because subjecting them to additional contrast would be favorable to address that question. But that was the only upfront exclusion criteria.
Right. So these patients were selected at baseline prior to knowing the results. Okay, great.
Right.
Does that answer your question, Dr. Haltman?
Dr. Lang, it does. If I can ask one additional question.
Yes, sir.
One of the key exclusion criterion was that pacemaker or defibrillator leads that would prevent appropriate placement of the TriClip. Wonder if I get some clarification about what that actually means, and are we talking mostly about atrial leads in these patients? What would have taken someone out of enrollment or randomization based on the lead?
Yeah, so this was a criteria that was assessed by our anatomical eligibility committee. And typically the patients that were not included due to pacemaker interaction was if the leaflet was pinned or it was in a location that they would want to place the clip, and they wouldn't be able to achieve any TR reduction due to the lead. But in fact, you can see that we randomized about 15% of patients into the RCT cohort that had leads and about 30% of patients into the single arm that had leads. So we did include quite a few patients with RV leads.
Dr. Haltman, does that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Great. I've got Dr. Hirschfeld, Dr. Katz, and Dr. Cizik that will probably take us into our break. So let's see. Dr. Hirschfeld. Thanks for your patience, by the way, John.
The whole focus of this presentation has been on TR reduction, but I think it's worth at least raising the question as to what degree the device is swapping TR for TS. I noticed that, for example, that the mean diastolic gradient in the device patients actually went up after the TR was reduced by the clip. And also I noticed that their mean number of clips is 2.2. So I wonder if you could provide for us more definite data about diastolic function in these patients, particularly what the overall diastolic gradients were, and not just changes from baseline, but what the diastolic gradients are once the patient has been treated, and similarly what the pressure half times are.
Yes, we can provide that now if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Saraja, can you please speak to this?
Yes, Paul Saraja, interventional cardiologist at Minneapolis Heart. And so in terms of the risk of stenosis, it certainly is a balance between trying to reduce TR as well as to avoid creating iatrogenic severe stenosis. So we would expect some gradient to occur, as noted by the person who asked the question. But what we saw is that even in patients who had higher gradients than we had desired, there were 9 patients who had gradients of 5 or more. Among those, the gradients were never more than 7. They were between 5 and 7. And in fact, among those 9 patients with gradients at that level, all were NYHA class 1 or 2. And the final KCCQ OS was actually 81 points. So their quality of life was actually significantly improved, and they were alive and well. And so while certainly it's important as a proceduralist to weigh stenosis versus regurgitation, we did not see any evidence or need for procedures or concern with regards to stenosis that could have been created.
John, would you like additional information, or does that adequately address your question?
I think it's an opportunity at least to find out what this device actually does in terms of what happens to the pressure half times and what happens to the diastolic gradients altogether, because one would expect that if you reduce TR by as much as they are reporting, there should be reductions in diastolic gradients, and we're not seeing that.
Right. And so if over the break they could, if you can present, if the sponsor can present that data, that is diastolic pressure gradients, pressure half times, and what I would say is changes in RA pressure as well between at baseline and after treatment. Right. All right. I've got Dr. Katz, Dr. Cizik, and then Dr. Vidovich. Dr. Katz?
So given the success of the MitraClip and its broad utilization, and especially the COAP data, I would assume that there should be, technical expertise in utilization of the device amongst the centers in the study. But in that brief view we had of the screen fail slide, it looked like 54% of the enrolled consented patients failed screening. And I wonder what percent of that was due to visualization problems. My fear is that visualization of the tricuspid valve is much more difficult echocardiographically than the mitral. And my fear is once this were in the wild without a core lab saying, no, this is not an anatomically correct patient, that the results might fall way off. So again, the question is what percent of the screen failures were due to poor echo visualization of the tricuspid?
So I can re-show that slide if that's helpful, but we didn't specifically call out denials for imaging. So we do provide a robust imaging training. We did for the sites as well as we will commercially to help them identify not only the valve, but assess TR severity. So it's very low. And in cases where the anatomical committee could not adequately assess the valve based on imaging, the patients were asked to undergo additional echoes. And then at that time were represented and typically could be assessed.
Thank you.
Dr. Cizik.
Yes, Amy Cizik. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question about the KCCQ in terms of what we are seeing with the discrepancy in the 6-minute walk. With the KCCQ being a multi-domain covering physical function, social function, symptom, have correlation studies been done in the past or through this trial to look at just how much that it correlates with, say, a physical objective measurement such as the 6-minute walk? I think that data would be interesting and helpful to see. Again, looking at your slide 58 and just seeing there seems to be, more favor in terms of social and quality of life domains and not necessarily a correlative example with the physical function. So I don't know if that's data you can provide or if there's existing literature in that space.
Yes, I can have Dr. Arnold speak to this.
Thank you. I'm Suzanne Arnold. I also would like to reference the question from earlier about the Spertus et al. Paper showing the correlation between the 6-minute walk and the KCCQ, and just to direct that study that looked between those two was actually an exercise study, so it was a rehab type study. So you would expect to see a larger change in 6-minute walk for the same degree of KCCQ change. We actually looked at this in COAPT. So this is a similar related type of patient group who are older and have more comorbidities. This was published by Sneha et al. And in Circ heart failure. And this, we saw that 5-point change was around a 25-meter improvement in 6-meter walk. So it's much smaller than what was seen in the Spertus et al. Paper. And the one thing I also would like to note is that, yes, we did see larger improvements in the social limitations and quality of life domains. But those social limitations domains questions are really about very specific activities. So it's how much does your heart failure affect your ability to do hobbies or work or do chores? So it's not just about how does the patient feel from a mental health perspective, but it's actually asking about very specific activities that the patient's able to do.
And we do have some data that I'd like to show. We did do a comparison looking at patients that had improvements in KCCQ as well as what their corresponding 6-minute walk is. So I'm asking the team to pull that data up now. Just to echo what Dr. Arnold said. So yes, it's been reported in other studies, but we can show it in our own data as well. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see the slide. Can you guys see the slide?
We see it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So what you can see here is in those patients that had KCCQ change greater than or 15 points, whether it was device or control, we were able to see an improvement in their 6-minute walk distance.
Great. And Amy, in the sponsor's executive summary, table 7-8, I think addresses part of your question about the different domains, how they change. And so I'll ask the sponsor to put it up after the break so that you can take a look at it if you want to discuss that. Okay.
I think that was the same table I was referencing. I saw that.
Okay. So we'll ask the sponsor to put it up so you can talk with it. I've got one last question, Dr. Vidovich.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be brief. This is a follow-up to the question that some of the panelists have raised about the safety. Do you have any data after the clip was implanted on the utilization of right heart catheterization or pacemaker placement in addition to the mitral stenosis question that was raised? Did this impact the ability to perform right heart cath or safely place RV leads for pacemaker placement? This might arise once this is approved in a post-marketing surveillance.
So I can't comment directly on the right heart cath as that wasn't a requirement as part of the study. But what I can tell you is we did in fact have 3.4%, 5 patients in the device group that had a TriClip placed that did go on to have a pacemaker successfully placed. So low incidence of pacemaker, but in those that needed it, they were able to receive it.
Thank you.
So sponsor, just to recap, and by the way, thanks again for the excellent presentation and for addressing the questions. But over the break, you all will again look at Dr. Selsman's question about moderate and more severe TR and the outcomes. We'll look at sites that did less than 5 studies about the outcomes and the clinical.
Sorry, Dr. Lang. For the first one, we just wanted some clarification on what groups were being asked to compare. So did you say, was it moderate and greater, and then those with?
And those with less. TR.
And those with less. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Shanker asked about more training program information, which you'll provide, and also if there's any information about how the people with TR do to devices, how did they respond? Dr. Zuckerman asked just to look at the data, sub-study data in totality, those it's favorable, those that's not, so we can discuss a little bit about that. If you have any information about the low volume centers and how active they were in terms of their mitral clip experience. And then Dr. Hirschfeld asked about the information regarding the diastolic gradient, pressure half time, and atrial pressures in the control group and those treated. So I think I've summarized all of the questions that were asked that weren't already answered. Question from any sponsor? Do you understand what the panelists have asked for?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No other questions at this point. Again, I want to thank the sponsor for their presentation and for answering the questions. Let's take a 15-minute break. The panelists that are here, Jim Voley will put up a timer. And so we should reconvene at 9:25 Mountain Time or 11:25 Eastern Time, and anywhere in between or to the west of me. All right. So thank you very much. 15-minute break. I'll ask panelists not to discuss any of the questions or not to communicate with anybody about this. And I'll ask you to turn your video off, your volume off, and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Right. It's now just a little bit before 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I would like to call this meeting back to order. The FDA will now give their presentation. Again, I'd like to remind the public observers at this meeting that while the meeting is open for public observation, public attendees may not participate except at the specific request of the panel chair. The FDA will have 90 minutes to present, and FDA, you may now begin your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. This is FDA's presentation regarding Abbott Medical's pre-market approval, or PMA, application for the TriClip G4 system. My name is Megan Neighbor. I'm an engineer and the lead reviewer for this PMA. You will hear from a few members of the review team during this presentation, but we appreciate the contributions of the entire FDA review team that has worked on this PMA. This is the outline of FDA's presentation. I'll start by providing a summary of relevant clinical, regulatory, and device background information. Tricuspid regurgitation, or TR, occurs when valve leaflets fail to close completely during systole, which results in the regurgitation of blood from the right ventricle into the right atrium. TR can be divided into three etiologies. Primary TR, also called degenerative, organic, or structural TR, is caused by an anatomical abnormality of the tricuspid valve apparatus. Secondary TR, also called functional or non-structural TR, is caused by tricuspid annular dilation secondary to other conditions such as right atrial or right ventricular enlargement. Secondary TR is the most common etiology and occurs in approximately 80% of cases. Cardiac implantable electronic device, or CIED-induced TR, is caused by the interaction of a CIED lead with the valve leaflets. Transthoracic echocardiography, or TTE, is the primary imaging modality used to diagnose TR and assess its severity. The American Society of Echocardiography provides parameters for grading chronic TR as mild, moderate, or severe using qualitative, semi-quantitative, and quantitative elements. To better characterize TR severity in patients treated with transcatheter devices, a modified grading scale which further divides severe TR into severe TR or grade 3, massive TR or grade 4, and torrential TR or grade 5 was proposed in the 2017 publication referenced here. This 5-grade scale, with additional diagnostic variables as shown in this table, was used in the TriLuminate pivotal trial. TR is associated with signs and symptoms including ascites, peripheral edema, liver dysfunction, decreased appetite, jugular vein distension, abdominal fullness, and fatigue. Unfortunately, symptoms may not be seen until TR is significant. By the time symptoms are evident, patients may be at high risk for cardiac surgery due to comorbidities or age. Survival rates are significantly lower in patients with severe or moderate TR compared to patients with mild or no TR. In the Kaplan-Meier survival curve shown on the right, which is from a 2004 study of over 5,000 patients, the 1-year survival rate was 91.7% for patients with no TR and 90.3% for patients with mild TR. However, for patients with moderate TR and severe TR, the 1-year survival rates are 78.9% and 63.9% respectively. The current treatment options for TR are medical therapy and tricuspid valve surgery. Medical therapy mainly consists of diuretics to manage volume overload, but it is often ineffective in alleviating symptoms, preventing hospitalization, or reducing morbidity and mortality, especially if the patient develops diuretic resistance. TV surgery can be more effective than medical therapy, but the majority of TV surgeries are performed in conjunction with other cardiac procedures. The frequency of isolated TV surgeries has increased, but it is still only performed in about 15% of patients due to high operative mortality rates. Most patients with moderate or severe TR are not offered TV surgery. There is therefore an unmet need for an effective treatment option for patients who are refractory to medical therapy but are not offered surgery. The TriClip G4 system was designed to address this unmet need. The device is intended to reduce TR through tissue approximation using a minimally invasive transcatheter procedure. It has the same form and function as the commercial MitraClip system, which is used to treat mitral regurgitation, except that the delivery system was modified for access to the tricuspid valve via a 25 French catheter shaft. The components of the TriClip G4 system are shown on this slide. The first generation TriClip system was also used in the TriLuminate pivotal trial. The G4 system has 2 additional clip sizes and several updated features compared to the first generation TriClip system, but the clip designs are similar. The sponsor has requested the following indications for use statement. The TriClip G4 system is indicated for the improvement of health status in patients with symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation, despite being treated optimally with medical therapy, who are at intermediate or greater risk for surgery, and in whom tricuspid valve edge-to-edge repair is appropriate as determined by a heart team. The panel will be asked to comment on the proposed indications for use, particularly on the phrases improvement of health status and as determined by a heart team. The TriClip G4 system has undergone the non-clinical testing listed here. The non-clinical testing of the TriClip G4 system is complete and acceptable. TriClip was first studied in the U.S. under the TriLuminate Early Feasibility Study, which was approved in June of 2017. Transition to the TriLuminate Pivotal Study was approved in June of 2019. The device received Breakthrough Device designation in November of 2020. Finally, a Continued Access Study, or CAS, was initiated in August of 2022 after enrollment in the TriLuminate Pivotal Study was completed. The CAS was most recently expanded in September of 2023 with a limit of 450 patients and 70 U.S. sites. I would like to provide an overview of FDA's Breakthrough Devices program. Per the FDA guidance, a breakthrough device has the potential to provide more effective treatment or diagnosis of a life-threatening or irreversibly debilitating disease versus current available options. The program is intended to provide patients with timely access to select devices by expediting their development, assessment, and review. TriClip received Breakthrough Device designation for patients with severe symptomatic TR despite OMT. A Breakthrough Device designation allows for increased review team support, enhanced timely interactions with FDA, efficient and flexible clinical study designs, balanced pre- and post-market data collection, and priority review of submissions. It is important to note that the Breakthrough Devices program does not alter or reduce the statutory requirement for pre-market approval. The totality of data must still provide a reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. For breakthrough devices, FDA may be willing to accept greater uncertainty for a pre-market submission along with timely post-market data collection if the uncertainty in the benefit-risk profile can be balanced by other factors, including the probable benefit to patients from earlier access to the device versus the probable risk of harm should additional data reveal the device to be ineffective or unsafe. The TriLuminate pivotal trial primary endpoint included change in the Kansas City Cardiomyopathy Questionnaire Score, or KCCQ score. This score is considered a patient-reported outcome, or PRO. The 2009 FDA guidance document regarding patient-reported outcomes defines a PRO as a status report of a patient's health condition that comes directly from the patient without interpretation of the patient's response by a clinician or anybody else. PROs can be used to measure the effect of a medical intervention in a clinical trial either in absolute terms or as a change from a previous score. When reviewing PROs, FDA considers the reliability and validity of the PRO instruments as well as their ability to detect changes. FDA believes that data captured by reliable PRO instruments in well-designed clinical studies can be used to support product labeling claims if the claim is consistent with the instrument's measurement capability. Partnering with patients is a CDRH strategic priority, and as part of this commitment, the Center has encouraged increased use of PROs in regulatory decision-making. The KCCQ is a self-administered PRO instrument for measuring health status in heart failure patients. It includes 23 items across 7 domains. The Medical Device Development Tools, or MDDT program, was launched in 2017 for the FDA to qualify tools that medical device manufacturers can choose to use in the development and evaluation of medical devices. In 2020, the KCCQ was qualified as part of the MDDT program as a clinical outcome assessment PRO instrument for adults with symptomatic heart failure. While the KCCQ was originally validated for left-sided heart failure, FDA agreed with its use in the TriLuminate study based on the similarity of right and left-sided heart failure symptoms. The 2009 FDA guidance on PROs states that the effect of intentional unblinding is important to consider in interpreting clinical trial results and acknowledges that in certain situations, blinding is not feasible. The TriLuminate trial was an open-label or unblinded trial. In open-label trials, it is believed that PROs may be subject to bias or placebo effect because a patient's knowledge of treatment assignment could impact their symptom perception and symptom severity grading. Additionally, there is limited research available with no definitive conclusions regarding bias and the potential magnitude of bias in open-label studies. There are several ways to address potential PRO bias in trials where blinding is not possible. One potential strategy is to administer the PRO instrument prior to randomization and retest post-randomization, but before the investigational intervention is performed. When interpreting PRO data, several methods can be used to evaluate the degree of the placebo effect. One method is to compare PRO outcomes from similar trials that differ in their design, such as a blinded and an open-label trial. Another consideration is that placebo effects are expected to wane over time, so more durable treatment benefits are less likely to be due to placebo effect. Finally, PRO responses that are closely related to the device's mechanism of action may be more relevant than responses that are less closely related. I will now provide a brief overview of the TriLuminate pivotal trial design. The TriLuminate pivotal trial was a prospective, open-label, multi-center, randomized, controlled clinical trial designed to test the superiority of TriClip plus optimal medical therapy, or OMT, to OMT alone. The study enrolled patients with symptomatic, severe tricuspid regurgitation who were at intermediate or greater risk for surgery. The randomized cohort had an adaptive design. There were 350 patients in the primary analysis cohort and 572 patients in the full randomized cohort. The TriLuminate trial also included a single-arm cohort, which was intended to show that any reduction in TR provides health status benefit, even if TR severity was not reduced to moderate or less. Patients were assigned to the single-arm cohort if they were determined by the eligibility committee to have a high likelihood of achieving at least one grade of TR reduction, but a low likelihood of achieving moderate or less TR. Single-arm cohort patients met the same eligibility criteria as the randomized cohort. Patients were assigned to a cohort after meeting eligibility criteria and completing a baseline visit. Patients who were assigned to the randomized cohort were then randomized 1-to-1 to either the device group, which would be treated with TriClip and OMT, or the control group, which would be treated with OMT alone. All triluminate patients had to have symptomatic severe TR, be NYHA functional class 2, 3, or ambulatory class 4, be adequately treated with optimal medical therapy for TR and medical or device therapy for other cardiac conditions, be at intermediate or greater risk for TV surgery, and be a candidate for femoral vein access with the 25 French catheter. Patients were excluded if they had severe pulmonary hypertension, if they needed other valve interventions in the past 60 days, if they had a prior TV procedure or pacemaker lead that would interfere with TriClip placement. Patients were also excluded if they had a left ventricular ejection fraction of less than 20% or tricuspid anatomy, which would preclude treatment with TriClip. I will now turn FDA's presentation over to Dr. Shern Yi, who will discuss his statistical analysis.
Good morning, my name is Shern Yi. I'm the statistical reviewer for the TriClip G4 System PMA submission. I will discuss the clinical data sources and the related statistical methods. I will first present the study design and analysis methods for the randomized cohort. For this cohort, the primary endpoint was a hierarchical composite assessed at 12 months, consisting of 3 components based on their clinical importance. First, time to all-cause death or tricuspid valve surgery. Second, number of heart failure hospitalizations. And third, the incidence of an improved KCCQ score by at least 15 points versus baseline. The null hypothesis was that none of the components are different between the TriClip and the control group. The alternative hypothesis was that at least one component is different between treatment groups. The hypothesis was tested using the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld method. Trial success would be declared if the primary endpoint for the randomized cohort was met. An adaptive design was pre-specified for the randomized cohort with an originally planned minimum sample size of 350. When the first 150 patients completed 12 months follow-up, an interim analysis was to be conducted to re-estimate the sample size, which could be increased up to the maximum sample size of 1,000 patients. The type 1 error rate would be controlled using the 3-1 method. As it turned out, at the time of the interim analysis, when 150 patients completed 12 months follow-up, 572 patients were already randomized due to the fast study enrollment. No sample size increase was needed based on the conditional power evaluation. Hence, the primary analysis cohort consists of the first 350 randomized patients. Additionally, analysis that includes all 570 available randomized patients are also presented. This slide presents an overview of the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld test method, which is a non-parametric test based on a hierarchical pairwise comparison. That is a modification of the generalized Wilcoxon test. In this approach, each patient is compared to every other patient. In each pair, 2 patients are compared with respect to pre-specified hierarchical components in sequence. The patient who has the better outcome is assigned a score of +1, while the other patient is assigned a score of -1. If it is not possible to determine which patient has the better outcome, a score of 0 is assigned to both patients. When deriving the test statistic, the numerator of the test statistic is the sum of +1, -1, and zeros of all device group patients. Hypotheses are tested at a two-sided alpha equals 0.05. This diagram shows all pairs involve a specific device group patient I right in the middle. This patient is compared to every patient in the control group, labeled 1 through NC. In addition, this patient is compared to other patients in the same device group, labeled 1 through NT. A score of +1, -1, or 0 is assigned to the patient for each paired comparison. The score for each patient within a pair is determined based on hierarchical criteria shown in this flowchart. The patient first observed with better outcome in the order of hierarchy is assigned +1, and the other assigned -1. If neither is observed to have a better outcome, then both are assigned 0. First, we compare the time to all-cause death or tricuspid valve surgery between the two patients. The patient with longer time to event is assigned a score of +1, and the other patient is assigned -1. If the time to event is the same between the two patients, or if it's indeterminable due to censoring, we move down the hierarchy to compare the number of heart failure hospitalizations. The patient with fewer heart failure hospitalizations is assigned a score of +1, and the other assigned -1. If it is indeterminable, we compare KCCQ improvement from baseline. The patient achieves 15 points or more in KCCQ improvement is assigned a score of +1 if the other patient does not achieve 15-point improvement. In this case, the other patient is assigned -1. If +1 or -1 cannot be determined, a score of 0 is assigned to both patients. After we assign a score of +1, -1, or 0 for all pairs being compared, the scores for every patient are summed. For the ith device group, such a sum is UI. Then we sum up these U scores from all device group patients. This summation, denoted as T, is the numerator of the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld test statistic. The denominator is the standard deviation of the score T. There's a closed-form formula to estimate the standard deviation utilizing all UIs. Under the null hypothesis condition, the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld test statistic follow a standard normal distribution. Besides the primary analysis method, Finkelstein-Schoenfeld test, win ratio analysis is also performed as supplementary. The purpose is to provide an estimate of the odds that a better outcome occurs in a treatment group patient. In this analysis, each device group patient is compared to every control group patient in the order of hierarchical endpoint criteria. The patient with the better outcome is the winner. If it is not possible to determine a winner, the tie is declared and the result is not counted in a win ratio calculation. The win ratio calculation is the total number of wins in device group divided by the total number of wins in control group. This diagram shows the pairs to be compared in a win ratio analysis for one device group patient. Each device group patient is compared to each control group patient. A winner or a tie will be determined for each pair. The algorithm to determine win and tie is shown in this flowchart for each pair that consists of one patient in the device group and one in the control group. This is similar to the flowchart for the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld method. The difference is that in the win ratio analysis, one assigns a device win, a control win, or a tie instead of assigning a score of +1, -1, or 0 in Finkelstein-Schoenfeld method. After determining a winner or a tie for all device control patient pairs, total number of device wins and number of control wins can be obtained. And the win ratio is the ratio of the two. The confidence interval or win ratio can be estimated using bootstrap method. Next, I will present the study design and analysis methods for the single-arm cohort trial. This trial is a prospective multi-center trial of patients treated with the TriClip plus optimal medical therapy. The primary endpoint is survival at 12 months and the KCCQ score improvement by at least 10 points at 12 months versus baseline. The null hypothesis was that the proportion of patients who meets the endpoint criteria is less than the performance goal of 30%. This proportion is denoted by P12M on the slide. A group sequential design was pre-specified for the single-arm cohort trial. The pre-specified statistical analysis was the exact test for binomial distribution with a one-sided alpha equals to 0.025. An interim analysis was to be conducted when the first 100 enrolled patients completed 12 months follow-up, and the study's success could be claimed if the test was successful. Half of the alpha would be spent at the interim analysis. If the test was not successful, the sample size for the final analysis would be 200. As it turned out, the hypothesis test was successful at the interim look with a sample size of 100. That concludes my presentation. I will now give the podium to Dr. Moscucci.
Good morning. My name is Mauro Moscucci. I'm an interventional cardiologist and a medical officer in the FDA Office of Cardiovascular Devices. I will be discussing the clinical study results. To be selected for the study, patients had to have symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation and be at intermediate or greater risk of mortality and morbidity with tricuspid valve surgery. Initial screening was followed by confirmation of severe tricuspid regurgitation by the echocardiography core lab, and then by eligibility committee confirmation of anatomic suitability for TriClip implantation and appropriate treatment with optimal medical therapy. 2,170 patients provided informed consent, and a total of 936 patients were approved by the eligibility committee and enrolled between August 21st, 2019 and June 29th, 2022 at 75 sites in the United States, Canada, and Europe. Of these, 901 patients approved by the eligibility committee were randomized or had an attempted procedure, including 141 patients in the roll-in cohort, 572 patients in the randomized cohort, and 188 patients in the single-arm cohort. As planned, the primary endpoint analysis was performed on the first 350 patients in the randomized cohort and the first 100 patients with an attempted procedure in the single-arm cohort. The primary analysis population included 296 patients enrolled in the United States, 38 patients enrolled in Canada, and 16 patients enrolled in Europe. In the primary analysis cohort, 175 patients were randomized to the device and 175 patients were randomized to control. Among patients randomized to the device, 3 patients withdrew consent prior to the procedure. 1 patient withdrew consent and 1 patient died before the 30 days visit. Between 30 days and 1 year follow-up, there were 15 deaths and 3 patients withdrew consent. In the control group, there was 1 death prior to the treatment visit, 1 consent withdrawal, and 1 death before the 30 days visit, and 8 consent withdrawals and 12 deaths before the 1 year follow-up visit. Regarding study blinding, study patients, investigators, sonographers, and members of the clinical event committee were unblinded to treatment groups, while research staff administering the KCCQ, 6-minute walk test, SF36, and New York Heart Association functional class assessment were blinded. However, maintenance of blinding among research staff and study patients' awareness of follow-up echo results were not assessed. The average age in the randomized device, control, and single-arm cohort was respectively 78, 77.8, and 80.4 years. 53 to 56% of patients were women, and more than 80% were Caucasian. With regard to ethnicity, more than 90% of patients were non-Hispanic or Latino. Of note, identification of ethnicity was declined or unknown for up to 7.4% of patients. Atrial fibrillation was the most prevalent comorbidity, affecting up to 93% of patients. 35% of single-arm cohort patients had undergone cardiac resynchronization therapy, had an implantable cardioverter defibrillator, or a pacemaker, when compared with 16% and 13.7% of device and control patients, respectively, in the randomized cohort. The patient population had multiple comorbidities, including but not limited to liver disease, renal disease, peripheral vascular disease, and prior aortic valve or mitral valve interventions. The average KCCQ score ranged from 54 to 56 among the three groups, while the average 6-minute walk distance ranged from 236 meters to 253 meters. Up to 44% of patients were classified as New York Heart Association Functional Class II. As expected, virtually all patients had at least severe grade 3 tricuspid regurgitation, which was further classified as torrential or grade 5 in more than 50% of patients. Functional tricuspid regurgitation was present in 94.8% of patients in the device group and 92.9% of patients in the control group. 5.1% of patients in the single-arm cohort had pacemaker-related or trans-tricuspid lead-related tricuspid regurgitation. On average, 2.2 TriClip devices were implanted per patient both in the randomized and single-arm cohorts. 3 clips were implanted in 24% of randomized cohort patients and in 35% of single-arm cohort patients. The average total procedure time was about 150 minutes. The TriClip was successfully implanted in 170 of 172 randomized cohort patients with an attempted procedure. Technical success was achieved in 98.8% of TriClip patients, device success in 88.9%, and procedure success in 87% of patients. Through 30 days, in the attempted TriClip procedure population, there were 1 death and 2 cases of new-onset renal failure. There were no cases of endocarditis or of non-elective cardiovascular surgery for TriClip device-related adverse events post the index procedure. Shown in this slide are selected adverse events through 12 months adjudicated by the Clinical Event Committee. Rates of all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, heart failure hospitalization, as well as major bleeding and new-onset renal failure were numerically higher in the device group compared with the control group. As shown in the table on the right, there were no cases of endocarditis, myocardial infarction, cardiogenic shock, or unplanned surgery for TriClip complications. The randomized cohort primary endpoint analysis results are shown in this slide. The Finkelstein-Schoenfeld test statistic result was 2.16 with a two-sided p-value of 0.0311, which is less than the pre-specified two-sided significance level of 0.05. The primary endpoint was met, indicating the TriClip group was superior to the control group. Shown in this slide are the win ratio supplemental analysis results. The win ratio is a useful method for analyzing composite endpoints. It recognizes that outcomes differ in clinical importance and places them in a hierarchy. In the current study, death or tricuspid valve surgery are at the highest hierarchical level. Next comes heart failure hospitalizations, followed by KCCQ score. Every patient in the device group is compared with every patient in the control group. Starting with death or tricuspid valve surgery, the device treatment and control patients are labeled winners or losers, depending on who had a death or tricuspid valve surgery first. If neither died or had tricuspid valve surgery, the pairs are labeled as ties, and the analysis moves down to the next outcome in the hierarchy, which in this case is the number of heart failure hospitalization. The ratio of the total number of wins in the device group divided by the total number of wins in the control group is calculated. The win ratio point estimate of the TriClip group versus the control group for the hierarchical composite endpoint of death or tricuspid valve surgery, number of heart failure hospitalization, and a greater or equal 15-point KCCQ improvement was 1.44 with a 95 confidence interval of 1.03 to 2.08 in favor of the device group, which was driven by improvements in KCCQ score. There were slightly more wins in the TriClip group versus the control group for all-cause death and tricuspid valve surgery, but more wins for number of heart failure hospitalization in the control group. This slide shows a histogram of patient enrollment at clinical sites for the randomized cohort intention to treat population. Among the 65 sites, 42 sites enrolled less than 5 patients, 14 sites enrolled 5 to 9 patients, 9 sites enrolled 10 or more patients, and 1 site enrolled 51 patients. Because of the variability in enrollment volume across participating sites, post-hoc analyses were performed to evaluate the primary endpoint outcomes as a function of site enrollment variability for the following groups: sites with less than 10 enrolled patients and sites with 10 or more enrolled patients. The win ratio of the primary endpoint for sites that enrolled 10 or more patients was more than twofold higher than the win ratio for sites that enrolled less than 10 patients. This difference was driven by higher death or tricuspid valve surgery rates, higher heart failure hospitalization rates, and lower rates of KCCQ scores improvements in the lower enrollment volume group. Similar results were obtained when different cutoffs were used to evaluate low enrollment versus high enrollment volume sites, such as, for example, less than 5 patients per site versus 5 or more patients per site. Shown in this slide are the powered secondary endpoints in the primary analysis randomized cohort. For the secondary endpoints of freedom from major adverse events at 30 days post-procedure, change in KCCQ score at 12 months versus baseline, and TR reduction to moderate or less at 30 days, the endpoint was met. However, for 6-minute walk distance versus baseline at 12 months, the endpoint was not met. As shown in this survival curve, freedom from all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery through 12 months was comparable between the device and control groups. The survival curve shown in this slide illustrates freedom from heart failure hospitalization through 12 months, which was numerically higher in the control group when compared with the device group. Turning now to the KCCQ score improvement in the TriClip group, which, as you recall, drove the win ratio result. The left panel, with device in blue and control in red, shows the higher proportion of TriClip patients with greater or equal 15 points KCCQ scores improvement versus the control group. In addition, the right panel shows a median improvement from baseline in KCCQ scores of 14.8 in the device group and 3.1 in the control group. This slide shows the cumulative distribution function of KCCQ score changes at 12 months from baseline. This type of function illustrates the proportion of patients who experience different KCCQ score change levels in each treatment group, or, as an alternative, the proportion of patients who experience the same level of KCCQ score change. The device is shown in blue and control in red. For example, the proportion of patients experiencing a KCCQ improvement greater or equal 15 was 49.7% in the TriClip group and 26.4% in the control group. A greater proportion of patients experiencing a specific KCCQ score improvement was observed consistently in the TriClip group compared with the control group. Of note, the KCCQ includes 4 different domains: physical limitations, total symptoms, quality of life, and social limitations domains. As shown in this slide, the differences between TriClip and control were less pronounced in the domains more proximal to TR reduction, the physical limitation and total symptom domain, compared to the more general health status domains, the quality of life and the social limitation domain. Shown in this slide are KCCQ scores at baseline, 30 days, 6 months, and 12 months for device in blue and control in red. KCCQ scores improvements in favor of the TriClip group observed at 1 month were sustained at 6 months and at 1 year. Shown here are the data on TR severity changes during follow-up. In the device group, the proportion of patients with greater than moderate TR was 97% at baseline, and it decreased to 13% at 30 days and 12% at 12 months. In the control group, TR severity was greater than moderate in 99% of patients at baseline and remained greater than moderate in 95% at 30 days and 92% at 12 months. Lower TR severity at 12 months was associated with greater KCCQ scores improvements, as shown in the left panel. In addition, greater TR severity reduction was associated with greater KCCQ scores improvements, as shown in the right panel. However, there were wide standard deviation in KCCQ score changes at each TR severity level and at each TR severity change category. SF36 scores through 12 months are shown in this slide. The mean physical component score increased by about 5 points through 12 months compared to baseline in the device group, while remaining mostly unchanged from baseline through 12 months in the control group. A similar trend was seen in the mental component score. While there is no standardized definition of a minimal clinically important difference in SF36 scores, a 3 to 5 points change has been interpreted in some studies as clinically significant. New York Heart Association functional class at baseline, 30 days, and 12 months is shown in this slide. At baseline, 59% of patients in the device group and 55% in the control group were in functional class 3 or 4. At 12 months, 16% of device patients were in functional class 3 or 4, compared to 41% of patients in the control group. The proportion of subjects in functional class 1 or 2 at 12 months in the device group exceeded the control group, 84% versus 60%. Unpaired and paired data for 6 minutes walk distance are shown in these figures for the randomized cohort intention to treat population. The 6 months and 12 months data include only patients for whom the data were available without missing data imputation. As shown in the left panel, the average 6 minutes walk distance at baseline was numerically lower by 13.1 meters in the device group versus the control group. At 12 months, based on complete case analysis, the 6 minutes walk distance increased by 11.5 meters from baseline in the device group versus 8.7 meters decrease in the control group. However, there were wide standard deviation around the point estimates. As shown in this slide, rates of peripheral edema requiring hospitalizations, ascites, and IV diuretic administration, including at outpatient clinics through 12 months, were generally low in both treatment groups. The annualized rates of peripheral edema requiring hospitalization and of ascites requiring hospitalization were numerically lower in the device group versus the control group, while the annualized rate of IV diuretics use was numerically higher in the device group. At 12 months, the mean gamma-glutamyl transpeptidase or GGT level decreased by 13.2 units per liter from baseline in the device group versus 0.0 units per liter in the control group, and the average model for end-stage liver disease or MEL score decreased by 0.6 in the device group versus a 0.7 increase in the control group. The absolute difference between the device and control group might be considered clinically significant based on studies in chronic liver disease patients. There were only minor changes in GFR. The mean BNP levels decreased by 7.3 picogram per milliliter in the device group versus an increase of 16.4 picogram per milliliter in the control group, while conversely, NT-proBNP levels increased on average by 209.3 picograms per milliliter in the device group versus an average decrease of 402.7 picograms per milliliter in the control group. There was a substantial amount of missing data, which limits the interpretation of the observed changes in biomarkers. Quantitative or semi-quantitative measurements of TR, including proximal isovelocity surface area, effective regurgitant orifice area, regurgitant volume, and vena contracta, were consistent with a marked TR reduction in the device group, with minimal or no changes in the control group. In the device group, there was also a small increase in tricuspid valve diastolic gradient compared to baseline. This table shows additional echocardiographic measurements. There was a small reduction in right ventricular end diastolic diameters in the device group, which was accompanied by a small increase in right atrial volume. There were minor decreases in percent right ventricular fractional area shortening and tricuspid annual plane systolic excursion, or TAPSE. During FDA PMA review, an additional 222 patients reached 12 months follow-up, resulting in a total of 572 randomized patients in the full randomized cohort. Shown in this slide is the win ratio analysis of the full randomized cohort, including the 572 randomized patients who reached the 1-year follow-up. The win ratio was 1.53, with a 95% confidence interval of 1.14 to 2.06, favoring the TriClip group. Like the result in the primary analysis cohort, the favorable difference between the device and the control group in the full randomized cohort was driven by KCCQ score changes. For the numbers of heart failure hospitalization, which favored the control group in the primary analysis cohort, in the full randomized cohort, there was a small numerical difference in favor of the device group. Technical, device, and procedure success for the 172 patients treated with the TriClip in the primary analysis cohort and the 281 patients treated with the TriClip in the full randomized cohort are shown in the slide. The high technical, device, and procedure success rates observed in the primary analysis cohort were also observed in the larger full randomized cohort. Shown in these figures are selected adverse events through 12 months adjudicated by the Clinical Event Committee. Rates of all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, major bleeding, and new onset renal failure were numerically higher in the device group compared with the control group. Rate of heart failure hospitalization and tricuspid valve surgery were numerically lower in the device group, while rates of tricuspid valve intervention were numerically higher in the device group. As shown in the table on the right, there were no cases of endocarditis, myocardial infarction, or implant surgery for TriClip complications. As shown in this slide, for the full randomized cohort, the Kaplan-Meier estimates of freedom from all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery at 1 year were similar between the device and control group. Crossover from the control group to TriClip treatment was allowed if a patient had completed the 12-month follow-up visit, the patient had severe TR, and the patient's anatomy was suitable for treatment with TriClip. Of the 205 control patients who completed 1-year follow-up, 102 patients crossed over to TriClip. Among 572 randomized patients, 106 completed the 2-year follow-up visit, 58 in the TriClip group and 48 in the control group, including 35 crossovers and 13 non-crossovers. The baseline characteristic for crossover and non-crossover control patients were generally similar. Freedom from all-cause mortality at 2 years for all groups is also shown in this slide. However, interpretation of 2-year data is limited by the small sample size and crossover of control patients to TriClip treatment. For the full randomized cohort, the Kaplan-Meier estimates of freedom from heart failure hospitalization at 1 year were similar between the device and control group. At 2 years, freedom from heart failure hospitalization was 79.2%, 69.4%, and 63% for the device, control, and control sensor groups, respectively. The chart on the right shows annualized rates of heart failure hospitalization of 0.18, 0.26, and 0.24 events per patient year for the 3 groups, respectively. Although the device group had a numerically higher freedom from heart failure hospitalization rate and lower annualized heart failure hospitalization rate than the control and control sensor groups at 2 years, interpretation of 2-year data is limited by the small sample size and crossover of control patients to TriClip treatment. KCCQ score changes through 2 years are shown in this slide. As shown by the blue line, the KCCQ score improvement observed in the device group at 30 days was sustained at 12 months and at 2 years. Control, non-crossover controls, and crossover control patients are shown by the continuous and dotted red line. There was a mean improvement of 7.3 points in KCCQ scores at 1 year in control patients who did not crossover. The mean KCCQ score changes at 1 year was a negative 0.1 in control patients who subsequently crossover to TriClip treatment after 1 year. At 2 years, their mean KCCQ score had increased by 7.6 points. Turning now to the single-arm cohort, there were 100 patients with an attempted TriClip procedure. The primary analysis was performed on 91 patients, which excluded patients who withdrew, died, or were hospitalized due to COVID-19, or missed the 12-month visit or did not complete the 12-month KCCQ assessment. The primary endpoint was survival with 10 or more points improvement versus baseline in KCCQ score at 12 months. 15 patients died prior to 12 months, 34 had a KCCQ score improvement of less than 10 points, and 42 survived with a KCCQ score improvement of 10 or more points at 12 months. The proportion of patients who survived and experienced at least a 10-point improvement in KCCQ score at 12 months from baseline was 46.2%, with a lower confidence limit of 34.3%, which exceeded the performance goal of 30%. Thus, the primary endpoint for the single-arm cohort was met. Select Clinical Event Committee adjudicated adverse event rates through 12 months in the device randomized cohort shown in red, and in the device single-arm cohort in light blue are shown on this slide. The rates of all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, and heart failure hospitalization were approximately twofold higher in the single-arm cohort than in the device group of a randomized cohort. Other event rates were generally comparable between the two groups. Health status endpoints result in the single-arm cohort are shown in this table. Improvement at 12 months were observed in the KCCQ score, SF36 physical and mental component score, and the proportion of patients that improved from New York Heart Association functional class 3 or 4 at baseline to functional class 1 or 2. Annualized rates of peripheral edema requiring hospitalization, ascites, and IV diuretic use at 12 months for the primary analysis randomized cohort and single-arm cohort are shown in this slide. The dark blue bars represent randomized TriClip patients, the red bars represent randomized control patients, and the light blue bars represent single-arm cohort TriClip patients. Interpretation of annualized rates in the single-arm cohort is limited by different baseline characteristics and suitability for TriClip when compared with a randomized cohort. A pre-planned exploratory imaging substudy was conducted on a subset of patients to further investigate changes in TR, right ventricular size, right ventricular function, and to gain additional insights into cardiac reverse remodeling. 10 sites participated, and site selection was based on MRI CT imaging expertise, adequate imaging equipment, and study enrollment. The imaging substudy was to enroll 100 patients. A total of 82 patients enrolled and completed baseline imaging as of July 3, 2023, with 44 patients enrolled at a single site. Shown in this table are right heart chamber volumetric changes and other physiologic changes in the device and control groups assessed by MRI imaging at 30 days follow-up. There were favorable changes in right atrial and diastolic volume, right ventricular mass, corrected right ventricular ejection fraction, and pulmonary forward flow. There were also small changes in right ventricular free wall strain and right ventricular ejection fraction of unclear significance. Shown in this table are right heart chamber volumetric changes and other physiologic changes assessed by CT imaging at 12 months follow-up. There were favorable changes in right atrial and diastolic volume, right ventricular and diastolic volume, and right ventricular mass. There were changes in right ventricular ejection fraction and right ventricular free wall strain of unclear significance. In summary, in the primary analysis cohort, technical success was achieved in greater than 98% of patients. Echocardiographic endpoints were consistent with significant TR reduction through 12 months. The primary effectiveness endpoint was met, driven by changes in KCCQ scores, which were sustained at 12 months. KCCQ improvement correlated with TR reduction. All-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery was comparable among the two groups, and freedom from heart failure hospitalization was numerically higher in the control group. There were favorable changes in the TriClip group for SF-36 scores, New York Heart Association functional class, and liver function test. The open-label trial design introduces uncertainty into the strength of device benefit. For the full randomized cohort, the win ratio analysis favored the TriClip group, also driven by improved KCCQ scores. The Kaplan-Meier estimates of all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery at 1 year were similar between the device and control group. The Kaplan-Meier estimates of freedom from heart failure hospitalization were also similar between the device and control group. Interpretation of 2-year data is limited by the small sample size and crossover of control patient to TriClip treatment. In the single-arm cohort, the primary endpoint of the proportion of patients who survived and had a greater or equal 10-point improvement in KCCQ score at 12 months was met. The MRI and CT imaging sub-studies data showed favorable right atrial and right ventricular volumetric changes, supporting favorable remodeling in the device group. There were favorable changes in corrected or effective right ventricular ejection fraction and in pulmonary forward flow in the device group. There were also small changes in other parameters of right ventricular systolic performance, including RV ejection fraction and RV free wall strain of unclear significance. Study limitations include the small sample size. In addition, the long-term prognostic implications are unknown. That concludes my presentation. I will now give the podium to Megan Neighbor, the lead reviewer of this pre-market application.
Thank you, Dr. Miscucci. I will now summarize the proposed post-approval study and FDA conclusions. The proposed post-approval study for TriClip will include long-term follow-up of randomized and single-arm triluminate study patients and continued access study patients through 5 years. Additionally, Abbott has proposed a 5-year registry-based post-approval study. The TVT registry will provide patient demographics, baseline characteristics, and 1-year outcomes. Linkage to the CMS database will provide outcomes for years 2 through 5. This paradigm has been used extensively for other heart valve repair and replacement devices. Some of the goals of the registry-based study are to provide real-world procedural success and adverse event rates, expand data to additional patients, sites, and operators, show generalizability of the premarket data to the heterogeneous U.S. population, and evaluate the procedure learning curves and the training program. The majority of patients enrolled in the TriLuminate trial were Caucasian and not Hispanic or Latino. The trial underrepresented patients of non-white ethnicities and races in comparison to the U.S. population. FDA is in initial discussions with the company to develop a post-market strategy to collect representative data when considering the United States population. As discussed earlier in this presentation, the trial demonstrated a difference in outcomes for high enrolling versus low enrolling sites. This difference in outcomes warrants a rigorous training program. The post-approval study also offers an opportunity to see how this will translate to the real world. In conclusion, in the TriLuminate study randomized cohort primary analysis, the primary endpoint driven by KCCQ improvement and the safety endpoint were met. Mortality or TV surgery rates were similar between the device and control groups at 12 months. Heart failure hospitalization was numerically higher in the device group. In the full randomized cohort population, the supplementary win ratio results continued to favor the device group, again driven by KCCQ improvement. Mortality or TV surgery and heart failure hospitalization rates were comparable between the device and control groups at 12 months. The 2-year data for the full randomized cohort is limited, so it is challenging to draw conclusions regarding 2-year outcomes. Finally, the single-arm cohort also met its primary endpoint and safety endpoint. Some strengths of the TriLuminate pivotal trial include the low major adverse event rate at 30 days, the high technical device and procedural success rates at 30 days, and the durability of TR reduction and KCCQ improvement for TriClip patients. One limitation of the study is the open-label design, which raises concerns about potential placebo effect. Another limitation is that the randomized cohort primary endpoint success was driven by KCCQ score improvement without significant reductions in mortality or heart failure hospitalization rates. Finally, there was a difference in win ratio results between high enrolling and low enrolling sites, which raises questions about the generalizability of the results and learning curves. The panel will be asked to discuss the trial's strengths and limitations, as well as the post-approval study and proposed labeling. This concludes FDA's presentation. We appreciate the panel's time and review of this PMA, and we look forward to your discussion regarding this novel device.
Thank you, Megan, and also for the other FDA speakers, again, for an excellent presentation. This affords the panel opportunity to ask the FDA any clarifying questions at this time. And if I could see Dr. Krukov. David, why don't you lead off?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. With respect to the crossover patients, I know it was a limited number at about 35, but I noticed that at the 1-year mark, there was an inflection of improvement in KCCQ scores by about, I think, 7 or 8 points. Given that we're led to think that perhaps that 5 points is maybe due to placebo effect, do you have any descriptive statistics about heart failure admissions or mortality in that crossover group? try to tease out placebo effect in the crossover amongst the crossover patients to the device.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kevitt. I am the team lead in the heart valve devices team, and I'll be helping to moderate the FDA question session. I will have this first question directed to Dr. Mascucci.
The data that we showed related to a patient who ended up crossing over at 1 year, and based on the outcome that we were observed in the patient group, that group of patient was a group of patient that was not doing well, and that's the reason why I ended up crossing over. After crossing over to device, the KCCQ improved by 7 points. It's difficult to determine whether that was a placebo effect or a real effect secondary to reduction in TR in that patient population.
Okay, but I think Dr. Yu is looking for more detailed information. Dr. Lang, is your point, perhaps the sponsor can provide that during the lunchtime break.
I think it's a great question. Thank you, Bram. To the sponsor is to look at the outcomes with regard, not just the KCCQ score, but I'm going to say the harder outcomes, that is mortality and heart failure hospitalizations in that crossover group after year one. David, I think that's what you're asking for. Is that right?
It is. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll ask the sponsor to provide that information. Great. I've got Dr. Krukoff, Dr. Bart, and Dr. Blankenship in that order. So, Mitch?
Yeah, thanks, Mitch Krukoff. And equally great presentation, I think, from FDA team, as always, as well as the sponsor this morning. And as you went back through your slides, which I was waiting for on the guidance around PROs and qualification of tests, the KCCQ, which we're wrestling with so much today, just brings to mind my question of whether we're confusing LV symptoms and RV symptoms in trying to understand this population, because there is a significantly low threshold at 20% for excluding left ventricular dysfunction. And one thing that I think a lot of the KCCQ, in my opinion, is driven by for LV failure, which is how it was born, relates to dyspnea and hypoxia and air hunger. Whereas in the tricuspid universe, I think we're wrestling more with excess weight, swelling, bogginess of other organs like liver, et cetera, and seeing the different domains move differently. It also occurs to me that what we call heart failure hospitalizations, patients may sit around at home and just call their doctor to move water out of their legs, but if they can't breathe, they go to a hospital. So I wonder if FDA, or maybe we could ask the sponsor later, has actually stratified any of these results relative to the baseline LV function or dysfunction to understand whether the CLIP's impact either on the KCCQ or on heart failure hospitalizations. That's not necessarily a randomized feature.
So, Mitch, I just want to make sure, I think it's your point's very well taken. What we'd like for the sponsor to do is to look at LV function more than 50%, 40 to 50, 30 to 40, 20, 30, and look at outcomes with regard to hospitalizations. Is that what you're asking, Mitch?
Yeah, Rich, my only question to the FDA team is, have you guys already done that? Have you looked at that? Have you thought about confounding factors of over a year of what's going on with the left ventricle in this randomized tricuspid trial? And if not, maybe we could ask the sponsor, Rich, to.
Okay, your point's well taken. So has the FDA parsed the data out like that? If not, we'll ask the sponsor to do that.
I think that's a question best for the sponsor to address.
Okay.
Hey, Dr. Lang, may I interject here? I think Dr. Krukoff's question refers to doing this important analysis for just this trial. But as Dr. Cohen mentioned, there was a larger heart valve collaboratory two-sponsor effort where the validity of the KCCQ for right-sided heart failure was extensively examined. It may be worthwhile to ask the same question for that study also, if the sponsor and Dr. Cohen could also address that.
Okay. And by the way, sponsor, when we finish here with the FDA questions, I'll ask you to come up and pose these to you and see if there are any questions, but we'll ask David to talk about that, Brown. Okay, good. I've got Dr. Bart, Blankenship, Stelzman, and Vidovich. Okay, Dr. Bart.
Hi, Brand Bart here. My question relates to the proposed labeling language. I believe the language includes the expression to improve health status. And I'm wondering if the FDA can comment on a specific definition of health status and whether the various domains in the KCCQ reflect health status in the opinion of the FDA.
I'll direct that question to Dr. Farb.
Thank you, Andy Farb. As the KCCQ is an instrument of general health status, I think the question is a good one to try to look at the granularity of the individual domains to try to perhaps tease out where this device has its best use in terms of patient benefit. That may be quite a challenge. And this is a question we're actually asking panel input about how they interpret these data. What they see are the advantages of this device and its limitations. So this is something that we're proposing back to the panel to get their help to help us.
Great. I've got next Dr. Blankenship.
Well, my question was exactly the same as Dr. Bart's, so I'm interested in your answer, and I'm wondering maybe it might more accurately be changed to patient perception of health status, but perhaps we'll have a discussion on that separately later on. But thank you for answering that.
Great. I've got Dr. Selsman, Dr. Vidovich, Dr. Hauptmann, and then Dr. Cizik.
So Craig Selsman here. This might be more for the sponsor, but looking at the exclusion criteria, it states that there had to be a 2-month wait between treating left-sided disease. This is kind of building off a little bit of Dr. Krakow's question. There was this 2-month wait. So if somebody had a mitral valve operation done and they have severe TR, if they waited 2 months, they could theoretically be a part of this trial. And so I'm curious to know, of the randomized cohort patients, how many actually had the left-sided disease? Because sometimes left-sided disease takes a little while to manifest its correction on the right side. And so of the numbers that met exclusion, i.e. within the first 60 days, but that's not the question. The question is how many people actually waited the 2 months, had interventions, or had prior left-sided disease that were then kept into this, that were brought into this trial. Because almost all of these are functional, right? They're 94% or whatever the number was, were all functional TR. And is that because somebody has bad lungs and then their RV dilated? Or did they have treated left-sided disease and we're still in a window of them getting better? Yeah. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to ask? So
it
how
does,
many
Craig.
patients? Yeah.
And so just to make it help the sponsor out, when we say left-sided disease, and I understand what you're saying, remember the average EF, left-sided EF is above 50. Do you want to define left-sided disease as mitral valve disease, either regurg or stenosis, or how do you want to define left-sided for the sponsor? How do you want them to push it out?
So I would say anybody that had an intervention on a left-sided valve, aortic valve, mitral valve, or perhaps they had bypass surgery or a percutaneous intervention, something that enabled the left side to get a little bit better. before and as they enter into the clinical trial?
Okay.
And what percentage of your enrollees met that kind of group?
Okay, so we want Abbott, not right now, but we want them to provide information about what percentage had this prior to their enrollment in the study. Aortic valve.
Yeah, we have that information.
Yeah, super. Great. Okay, thank you, Greg, for that. Dr. Vidovich.
Yeah, Mladen Vidovich, thank you for the opportunity. So there's a two-pronged question. One is, which confuses me a little bit, is that there is somewhat discrepant data between the BNP and pro-BNP and MELD scores and the estimated GFR. So this is a question probably for both the FDA and the sponsors. How much data are we missing there? And could we make some more sense out of this? Because this is an interesting, maybe like a secondary measure of function of the RV. And then the second question I have is, I just noticed on the FDA presentation, which was absolutely terrific, this is an AFib study as well. I mean, 90% of patients were in AFib. And is this also confounding our ability to interpret the findings? Because it is quite plausible that, again, as some of the previous discussant mentioned, you're struggling with the right-sided failure, left-sided failure. How much did AFib contribute to any of the observed outcomes? Again, I don't know if this is a comment or question, or could we maybe be more granular about that?
Okay. I'll let the FDA answer the question about the discrepancies, and then Aaron, I'll ask you to come back as well and direct. Does the FDA have an explanation for the disparities in BNP versus pro-NT-BNP?
Perhaps Dr. Mascucci can address this question.
Yes. The trial allowed the collection of BNP or NT-proBNP. So when you look at the total numbers, based on the data that we have, about 50% of patients had a BNP CES, and about 50% of patients had an NT-proBNP. So based on the incomplete ascertainment in terms of all BNP or all NT-BNP, it's difficult to draw any specific conclusion regarding to this biomarker.
Okay. So they're not paired samples in the same patient population.
Exactly. There are subset of patients that have pair sample.
Okay. It's just luck of the draw. Aaron, do you want to add anything else to that?
No, that's correct. Sites had the option to either collect BNP or NT pro BNP, so not for the same patients.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Dr. Hauptmann, Dr. Cizik, and then Dr. Schenker.
Thank you, Dr. Lange. Question for Dr. Mascucci and then a follow-up. On slide 67, you demonstrated that IV diuretic usage was greater in the device arm, but incidence of peripheral edema and ascites was lower. I mean, is there a relationship there of patients in the device arm perhaps getting more IV diuretic therapy and responding to it? So that's question number one. I think Dr. Krukov made some reference to this as well. Do we know anything about predictors of response, let's say, of an improvement in KCCQ above and beyond what's already been discussed, or conversely non-response to this therapy, and so no increase? And that this could apply to the randomized cohort or the open label cohort as well. And then finally, just the issue of AFib came up. I'm just curious whether we have data on the numbers of patients who may have received an ablation after TriClip, and whether that could have contributed to improvement in KCCQ.
All right. So if you'll put slide 67 back up, let's see. And if the FDA would like to address the question of diuretic use and the treatment and whether that affected, and if not, we'll turn it over to, and we'll have the sponsor also address that.
Mascucci, do you want to address the question?
I'm not sure that we can, at this stage, based on the data, provide any additional analysis of differences between annualized rates of hospitalization for ascites of peripheral edema versus administration of IV diuretics. I don't know if the sponsor would like to comment on that also.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Yes, we'll have Dr. Benza speak about the IV diuretic usage.
Okay.
Ray Benza, Mount Sinai. There are no statistical differences in the use of IV diuretics between the control group and the TriClip group. In addition, if you look at the amount of diuretic changes that occurred between the groups, numerically there was a greater number of diuretic changes in the control group as compared to the device group. But again, this was statistically not significant.
Dr. Hoffman, does that adequately address your question? I'm not sure that it does.
Yeah, it's not sure that it does either. I mean, you have a number of days of IV diuretic usage. Might be helpful to also see the number of patients who received IV diuretics. It could be that some patients received it a lot, most didn't receive it at all. But it just strikes me that if you're getting more IV diuretic usage, you may have less ascites and less peripheral edema. Or more. I mean, obviously, the fact that IV diuretic therapy is being used could be in response to decline in clinical condition. On the other hand, it could be that this cohort is just, the device cohort is being treated more aggressively.
So over lunch, why don't you see what you can find out if the patients that got IV diuretic use. When you say it's not statistically any different, it looks like certainly the numbers of patients are different. So you would expect, I'm not sure what statistic you're throwing out when you say it's not statistically different. You talk about IV diuretic use per patient or the total amount over the population.
If we can show some slides, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, as you can see in this slide, that the use of IV diuretics is relatively equivalent, both in the device and the control group, and thus the significant changes that we've seen, both in peripheral edema and ascites, that were demonstrated clinically, are likely from the decongestive ability of the device on right-sided heart failure that is independent of the IV diuretic use.
It's an unusual way to express IV diuretic use as annualized rate for a patient population. And I think that's what Dr. Hauptman may be, and others may be having difficulty with. It's just an unusual way to express diuretic use in here. Paul, am I reading that right?
I think so, but actually just looking back at slide 67, I think we do have the numbers of patients who received IV diuretic. Oh, there you go.
There you go. That's more meaningful. Can you put that back up?
Yeah, we have that back up there. There we go.
Hey, Paul, does that address your question? Or at least give you enough to talk about during the discussion?
I believe so, yes. Thank you for that.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank
responder.
you for that. Dr. Cizik.
Dr. Hauptman, did you have another question?
Well, it was the issue of whether there were predictors of response to or non-response, whether it's baseline biomarker or some other parameters. Maybe more specifically non-response, whether it was anatomical, or how can we parse out who's going to get the greatest benefit from an intervention?
Thank you, Paul. Go ahead, FDA. Jennifer, who would like to address this?
This is Mauro Moscucci, medical officer from FDA. There was an additional analysis that was performed in order to identify responders and compare responders with non-responders. Basically, the request was to evaluate patients who had a TR reduction to moderate or less but had no improvement in KCCQ scores at follow-up. And there were a total of 23 non-responders in the device group and 3 in the control group. The baseline KCCQ score in the non-responders, meaning patients who had a TR reduction to moderate or less, was 71.3% in 71.3 in the non-responder compared to 55 in all other patients. The baseline KCCQ score, which was defined as good to very good, meaning a KCCQ score ranging from 75 to 100, was 42.3 percent in the non-responders compared to 26% in all the other patient group. And finally, non-responders, quote unquote, had a lower percentage of the patient with baseline New York Heart Association functional as 3 or 4. The take-home message about this is that non-responders were less symptomatic at baseline and with good quality of life, possibly explaining why they were non-responders and less likely to have improvement in KCCQ score of that magnitude.
Paul, is that the information you're looking for?
That's helpful. I think we can discuss this more on the other side of lunch.
Okay.
And with putting at risk your generosity of giving me time, just curious about the whether there's data on interventions such as AFib ablation after TriClip and whether there are differences between the groups.
Absolutely. Aaron, does the sponsor have any information regarding patients that may have had AFib ablation after the TriClip?
We don't have that information at this time.
Okay. Is that something that you can get over the break, or you just won't have access to that?
We'll look to see if we can get that after the break.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Paul, thanks. Dr. Cizik.
Yes, Amy Cizik. Dr. Farb, could kind of a clarifying question. You mentioned that the FDA considers KCCQ a general health status questionnaire. Did I hear that correctly?
No, not. I think it had to do with the terminology in the indications of health status, that language that is now part of the proposed indication of use, and that the KCCQ, when applied to this patient population, is an acceptable instrument to assess that.
Okay, thank you.
So it's specific for this population.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Dr. Schenker and Dr. Friedman. Amit?
Oh, yeah, thank you very much, and an excellent presentation. Less of a question, more of a commentary, piggybacking on what Dr. Vidovich and Hauptmann had alluded to. Do we have that slide on the baseline characteristics in the primary analysis cohort for NYHA class?
Give us one moment to try to pull that up.
Well, while you pull that up, at least from my interpretation, more than, and I think we also saw this in the summary, approximately 97% of the patients had NYHA 2 or 3
Slide 47? 45, I'm sorry. Go ahead. This slide right here?
Yes, perfect. Yeah. They about 95 to 97%, 94 to 97% of patients had class 2 or class 3 symptomatology. That in combination with the high incidence of AF, I'm hoping that that's something that we will take into account as the FDA will take into account as they come up with a labeling indication. As an electrophysiologist, maintenance of sinus rhythm does really result, I've seen, and we've all seen, result in significant symptomatic improvement. And my question is, would this therapy be appropriate in patients who are in sinus rhythm because the KCCN scores might not be as dramatic, you might not see as much dramatic of an improvement in those patients who are already in sinus rhythm. So that's just one commentary I wanted to make.
Right. Let's talk about that after lunch as well. Let's make sure that you bring that up again. Good. Dr. Friedman.
I just wanted to play off one of the previous commentators about the BNP and the potential confounding of that. Was there any kind of I guess, further breakdown of the medication use in the control arm, number one, and number two, as it relates to the BNP, N-terminal BNP, I guess it was a site-specific choice of pro-BNP or the N-terminal. I believe the N-terminal is a longer-acting inert molecule, and that's going to be the longer window as to an earlier heart failure decompensation event, as opposed to the more acute pro-BNP, the acute BNP check. So I was just wondering if there was a breakdown in the medication use in that regard. And then my second follow-up question is, why was there no sham arm in this? And I know some trials are kind of leaning away from sham because it's maybe considered unethical in some places. But in this regard, since there's no direct relationship with like a surgical intervention in the tricuspid situation, to compare a deployment of a clip, TriClip, versus optimal medical therapy, I'm not sure if that's the best way to look at this.
Right. So, David, I'd like information about medication use, not just on the device groups, but the control groups, and both groups at baseline and at study completion. So let's see, is the sponsor able to present that information?
We can show baseline medication usage. We have diuretics, beta blockers, ACE, ARBs, and vasodilators, both for device and control. I'm showing that here.
So there's baseline. And are we able to show it at 12 months as well?
We can see if we can get the specifics, but I can comment that there was little to no change in any of these medications shown here.
Terrific, which implies the analysis has been done. So we'll take a look at that after lunch.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Would you like us to address the sham control at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll have Dr. Adams speak to this.
Okay.
Well, in retrospect, your question is obviously an important one. We did not consider a sham control trial at the time. Perhaps we should have, knowing what we know today. But at the time, we really thought we had a trial that was going to show us more in terms of the harder endpoints. At 1 year, again, we probably didn't wait long enough to see the hard endpoints. We also had a measurable effect, which was reduction of TR, that we were going to be very confident in. And we set up secondary analyses to look at anatomic and physiologic consequences of reducing the TR. So we felt very good about the trial design and honestly never considered a sham control.
Appreciate that explanation. Easy through the retrospectoscope. Yeah. And I'm sure that will be a discussion again after lunch about the softer versus the harder endpoints and how to reconcile the two. Let me summarize. Aaron, if you'll get back on for a second. There are several things that the panelists had asked for. I just want to make sure we present those to you and see if there are any questions. One is for the crossover patients to provide information about the heart outcomes. Dr. Yu asked for that. Dr. Krukoff asked about left-sided heart failure and, left-sided failure and heart failure hospitalizations, and how much of this was due to LV issues and a relationship of LV dysfunction and KCCQ scores. And then Brandon mentioned the fact that this has been looked at in 2 studies. We'll ask David to come up and talk a little bit about those and try to put it in perspective for us, if that's okay. Dr. Selzman had wanted again to know how many had left-sided heart disease prior to entrance in the study, aortic valve disease, mitral valve disease, CABG, or PCI. We've talked a little bit about the discrepancies between BNP and pro-BNP. It's a little disconcerting if it's randomized, even though some group had picked one over the other, you wouldn't expect them to move in different directions. And so I'm wondering if there's a little bit better explanation, if you guys have thought about that, other than just saying they're not paired, and that's helpful. But I'm wondering if we can explain that. Dr. Hopland had asked how many patients had had ablation after the clip had been placed. And then finally, the issue regarding medication use at 12 months and whether there's any difference between the groups.
Okay.
So is all that pretty clear, Aaron?
Yes, I believe so.
Super. Any other questions? And the people that ask questions, did I summarize it appropriately? If not, now's the time to give that to the sponsor. Okay, great. Okay. We are about 15 minutes ahead. So let me ask, I want to make sure the sponsor has adequate time. We can either make it a 1 hour lunch, in which case we'll be on time, it'll give you a little bit more time, or perhaps have lunch for 45 minutes, which is what we're planning on. I want to make sure that sponsor has adequate time to address these last issues. You have that, and by the way, we have another hour time where we have public speakers as well. So if there's if the sponsor feels like they have adequate time, I'll keep the 45-minute lunch. It'll give us a little bit more time to discuss this afternoon. Are you okay with that, Aaron?
Yeah, I think that's fine. If you wouldn't mind, we could address the crossover now, which would give us a little more time later to answer the other questions.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll have Dr. Saraja speak to this.
Okay.
Yeah, so in terms of the crossovers, it's Paul Saraja here again. So the request for crossovers was made by the physician and patients in the context of persistent severe symptomatic TR. We did have, as mentioned, 102 patients, about half of the control population crossover. And if we look at some of the data that we have out to 2 years, these are some of the data on some of the events. This is heart failure hospitalization through 2 years for the patients who we have some of that data. So the control pure, as mentioned previously, these are the patients in whom there was no crossover, and then in the control, that does include patients who did crossover. And the trends are there for differences in HFH for device versus control due to the follow-up that we have with the context, also knowing how many patients that we had too. Getting out to 2 years, the numbers get a little smaller, but one can see at 540 days that the number at risk for the control pure arm still is 47. So still not the whole cohort, but hopefully it gives you a glimpse of where they were through 2 years. Oh, and so I've been asked to also share the mortality one too. This is the 2-year data for the full randomized cohort. Similar trends, again, the number at risk is a little bit higher at 540 days and at 730. But with this limited sample here, we can see that the trends, at least numerically, are in the right direction for device versus control.
David, does that address the question you asked?
That was actually very helpful. Thank you.
Great. Super. All right, it's 11:05. Excuse me, it's 11:05 here in El Paso, but it's 1:05 there. We're on the East Coast. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch. I'll ask Jim to set the timer. Again, I'll remind the panel members not to discuss any of the products, the discussion we've had. Please enjoy a good lunch, and I'll see you back here promptly in 45 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's just before 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I would like to resume this panel meeting. We'll now proceed with the open public hearing portion of the meeting. This is where public attendees are given an opportunity to address the panel to present data, information, or views relevant to the meeting agenda. Dr. Akinola Awajobi will read the open public hearing disclosure process statement at this time.
Both the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and the public believe in the transparency process for information gathering and decision making. To make sure such transparency at the open public hearing section of the advisory committee meeting, FDA believed that it is important to understand the context of individual presentation. For this reason, FDA encouraged you, the open public hearing speakers, at the beginning of your written or oral statement to advise the committee of any financial relationship that you may have with any company or group that may have been affected by the topic of this meeting. For example, this financial information may include companies or groups' payment of your travel, lodging, or other expenses in connection with your attendance at the meeting. Likewise, the FDA encourages you at the beginning of your presentation to advise the committee if you do not have any such financial relationship. If you choose not to address these issues of financial relationship at the beginning of your statement, it will not preclude you from speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Awajobi. The FDA has received 15 requests to speak prior to the final date published in the Federal Register. These are pre-recorded, so we'll begin with speaker number 1 and then progress from there. The first speaker is Dr. Stefan van Bardeleben.
Hello, my name is Ralph Stefan van Bardeleben. I'm a professor of medicine, cardiology, and specialist for interventional heart valve therapies from the University of Medicine in Mainz, Germany. My personal experience is for about 15 years TIA therapy with the TriClip and other devices, with a total volume of about 2,000 human procedures, many first in world or early in world trials in repair and replacement, and a personal experience in tricuspid therapy of about 400 cases in total. What is key to the patients is their quality of life for their residual 5 to 10 years. That is their main perspective of life expectancy. So while we see in single-arm trials and also in subsets of patients that have excellent results in the TR reductions, a possible indicator for mortality reduction, the main benefit is quality of life and functional benefit. And this may be benefit in this very heterogeneous population. This population is driven by a number of at least 7 different disease entities, which is left heart myocardial, which is left heart diastolic, which is rhythm associated, which is left-sided valvular disease, but also other causes to the right ventricle in itself. And the evidence base of transcatheter methods has reached a range, especially in isolated disease, more than in concomitant mitral to tricuspid disease, that now even exceeds surgical experience over the last 4 decades. We have to see that the risk benefits favor TIA therapy, the results favor TIA therapy. We know that we can achieve results like moderate TR, mild, or no TR nowadays in the range of 85 to 93%. So we should open our field that we know for long term that right-sided heart failure is more important than the guidelines depicted. We know from both congenital and acquired valvular disease that the reduction of pulmonary or tricuspid regurgitation increases cardiac output. We treat more than 800 valves per year, And these adds an additional reduction in the burden of an impairment of quality of life to our patients. It improves the congestion of these patients. It improves the cardiorenal and cardiohepatic interaction for these patients. So fatigue, the inability to eat, and cachexia is being addressed in those patients. And I think it's a beneficial therapy where we will still learn over the upcoming years in further randomized trials. But I think that we already have enough evidence to treat those patients, to improve their lives. And I think for most patients, we have similar or better data on transcatheter methods than we have on a lot of surgical techniques to treat the same disease. Thank you very much for your attention.
My name is Asma Husseini. I'm a physician assistant. I have been working with transcatheter valve therapies for over 20 years now. And I have been involved with the TriLuminate pivotal study since its inception and have still been working with this patient population day in and day out. We are currently enrolling in the Continued Access Registry, which is ongoing. And I can honestly say that I have seen a far more profound clinical improvement in patients that are treated with TriClip. And this affects their daily lives. I recall one patient of mine, Marcella, who randomized actually to the control arm of the TriLuminate study. And she had already received the MitraClip procedure about a year prior. And during that control arm period where she was just on medical therapy, she continued to have heart failure admissions. She could not sleep comfortably because of symptoms of orthopnea. Finally, when that year was up and she got the TriClip procedure, she felt so much better. And in fact, she came into the office saying, I want to be the poster child for this procedure. This is amazing. She, was staying on her medications, but she no longer had the swelling. She was able to sleep better and did so much better. And that's what I see all the time, having seen both the mitral valve repair patients with MitraClip and then the TriClip patients. The TriClip patients have symptoms that affect their daily lives, and this is due to right heart failure symptoms. Most of them sleep in a recliner chair because they're not able to sleep in bed because of orthopnea. They often can't eat a normal meal because of hepatic congestion. They can't wear normal shoes, usually because they have so much leg edema. They oftentimes will wear compression stockings, and then they sometimes require wound care because of open ulcerations due to all the swelling in their legs. So a huge change occurs once the procedure is performed. And, a lot of these patients, because they're high risk, they have poor kidney function. And the only treatment we have for these patients right now is diuretic therapy. And that oftentimes is limited due to poor renal function. Surgeons I've seen have done tricuspid valve repairs when they repair other valves, such as when they go for mitral valve repair or aortic valve replacement or repair procedures. They don't leave behind tricuspid regurg because they know it's a bad thing. So just as surgeons have an option, I think the interventional cardiologist should have an option, a treatment plan that they can offer their patients. If they have this therapy approved, then patients will have a complete package for their valve disease. Currently, they have no other options other than diuretic therapy. So I would love to see the TriClip procedure get FDA approval.
So hi, my name is Anita Asger. I'm an interventional cardiologist at the Montreal Heart Institute. I'm primarily specialized in structural heart disease intervention, and I've been practicing here for about 15 years. I am a member of SCI, and I'm a fellow of the American College of Cardiology, and in fact, the governor for Quebec for the American College of Cardiology. I want to talk to you today about my experience with tricuspid edge-to-edge repair, in particular with the TriClip device. And I want to take you back to a time in 2020. So I've had extensive experience over the past 15 years with both aortic and mitral interventions, and so felt very experienced with dealing with valvular heart disease. But you don't always understand the magnitude of a problem until you're in the middle of it, and that's how I feel about my experience with tricuspid valve disease. And so in 2020, in April, is when we started participating in the TriLuminate trial. And as all you remember, in March of 2020 is when COVID hit. In Canada, the public healthcare system, we were bracing for COVID, but we also had to deal with a system where we had hospital bed limitations and trying to manage the inflow and outflow of patients. And so unfortunately for us, because of the COVID crisis that we had going on, all our research trials were stopped, and research trial procedures were also stopped. We had already started recruiting for TriLuminate, so we had a large population of tricuspid regurgitation patients that suddenly were coming to hospital with decompensated heart failure, but we weren't able to treat because the procedures were put on hold. This continued for months until the hospital administration realized we could no longer function with the number of tricuspid regurgitation patients that were coming into hospital with right-sided heart failure, and so they eventually allowed us to participate in the trial and start the procedures in October of 2020. Due to the massive impact of these patients blocking hospital beds, we also got permission from the government of Quebec at the time to do these procedures for the same reason. These patients were essentially occupying beds in the hospital during a time when the public healthcare system was overrun. Since 2020, I've had 3 years of experience with tricuspid edge-to-edge repair, almost 100 patients that I've treated personally, and I've learned so much about the disease. I've learned about the natural history of the disease, but most importantly, I've seen how these very sick patients can improve their quality of life, how safe the procedure is. They come in the morning of the procedure, they leave the following day without really any kind of inconvenience, but importantly, how they've seen their quality of life improve. These patients are back to doing the things they want to do. And from a public health care perspective, they're no longer coming back to hospital with right-sided heart failure. They're not blocking our beds, which are limited in our healthcare system, and they're able to get back to a quality of life that's important to them. And so this experience has taught me a lot about tricuspid valve disease and things I didn't understand about the condition, but importantly, how we can contribute, how we can treat these patients, improve their lives, and improve bed utilization for the hospital. So that's just my experience that I wanted to share with you today, and I hope it becomes helpful for you in your deliberations. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Matthew Price, Director of the Cardiac Catheterization Laboratory and Interventional Cardiologist at Scripps Clinic in La Jolla, California. I've been involved in structural interventions for many years. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I have been involved in tricuspid TEER for many years now and enrolled patients in the TriLuminate pivotal trial. And I have learned so much about tricuspid regurgitation and what is meaningful for patients with this disease through my experience in the trial, because I've seen patients come to me with severe MTR and really horrific symptoms of fatigue, satiety, legs like tree trunks, needing paracenteses, and just feeling miserable. And in my anecdotal experience dealing with these patients, that addressing their tricuspid regurgitation in a safe and relatively easy fashion has really been a eye-opener for me when I follow these patients over time. For example, I had a patient early on in the trial with chronic non-healing ulcers of her legs because of her just almost elephantitis of lower extremity edema. And she hadn't had a prior heart failure hospitalization, but her life was miserable. We addressed her tricuspid regurgitation in the TriLuminate trial. She was randomized to device. And her lower extremity edema went away, and her ulcers went away as well. And these are little things that are so hard to capture. I had another patient who stopped needing paracenteses, having to go to the GI doctor every couple of months to be addressed. I had another patient who I saw 2 years later after doing a tricuspid clip procedure. I was doing an angiogram on he had coronary heart disease. And he reminded me, I had forgotten that I had treated him. He said, "Hey, Dr. Price, I just wanted to thank you again. It was like a light switch went off in my body after you addressed this." And this is 2 years later. And what's really just big picture is, what should we care about when we treat patients? And it's their day-to-day lives, how they interact with their families, if they can go shopping, if they can put on their socks. I mean, these are things that we saw in this trial, and I actually didn't know much about really the day-to-day life of patients with tricuspid regurgitation before enrolling patients in these trials. I'm an interventional cardiologist, and I really learned what TR means to patients and what resolving their TR means. And I've been really impressed in the trial, in patients who are randomized to device, in follow-up. The joy of the families and the patients afterwards, it can't be measured and has really meant a lot to me. And that's why I have been so enthusiastic about this therapy. And I want to thank the panel to look at this data and to remember the patients that are behind the numbers, who can now put on socks, who can go gardening, who can shop, and who can play with their grandchildren. I think that's really important. So thank you very much.
My name is Geneva Gail Franks. I will be 80 years old in March, and I currently live in Franklin, Tennessee with my husband, Will. Thank you for allowing me this time to share my experience as a participant in the TriLuminate study. In approximately 2014, while my husband and I were training to walk a half marathon, I began experiencing debilitating periods of arrhythmia and extreme exhaustion. My internist referred me to a cardiologist that specialized in arrhythmias. An extensive cardiac MRI showed that I had severe tricuspid regurgitation and right-sided cardiac hypertrophy. Following a cardiac cath to rule out pulmonary hypertension, my cardiologist discussed treatment options, open heart surgery for a valve replacement, or trying to control my symptoms with medication. I opted for the medication route. In 2019, while hiking in Exmoor, England, I realized I had to rethink this treatment path. Exertion was triggering severe arrhythmias, shortness of breath, and again, that unrelenting exhaustion. The exhaustion was to the point that I had to prioritize activities. Hiking in the morning meant my day was done. Dinner out at night meant I couldn't do much during the day. While discussing my worsening symptoms with my cardiologist, he shared with me that Centennial Heart would be participating in a new clinical trial in 2020 involving a clip repair of the tricuspid valve. He arranged an appointment with the cardiologist in charge of the trial for me to learn about the new procedure and possible participation. In January of 2020, Dr. Hoare called to advise me I had been accepted into the clinical trial. In February of that year, I had the procedure done. After an overnight stay in the hospital, I was released home with almost no limitations. The results of the procedure were noticeable almost immediately. Within the week, I was able to climb stairs with minimal shortness of breath, and this has continued to improve to the point that shortness of breath is the exception rather than the rule. There was also an immense improvement in my atrial fibrillation. I have not had a major AFib event since the procedure. This has been particularly true at altitude. Prior to the procedure, I could not be at an altitude over 5,000 feet without prolonged periods of arrhythmia. It was to the point that I feared I would no longer be able to visit our daughter and granddaughter in Santa Fe, which happens to be over 7,000 feet. Over the last 3 years, I have had several extended visits in Santa Fe with no AFib episodes, and the most striking improvement has been a life without exhaustion. I no longer have to prioritize my activities during the day. Hiking in the morning and going out in the evening is no longer a challenge. This procedure offers the opportunity to experience an improved quality of life and possible improvement of medical situations without the inherent risk of undergoing open heart surgery. As you proceed with your decision making, I hope you will remember my story and the benefits I have shared after undergoing this procedure. I will always be grateful that I had the opportunity to take part in the clinical trial and hope that this procedure will become readily available to all patients who can benefit. Again, thank you for your time today, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share my story with you.
Hello, my name is Eugene Chung. I am a heart failure LVAD transplant specialist And in addition, I serve as the heart failure part of our research team, assessing these patients prior to intervention and to try to make sure that their guideline-directed medical therapies are optimized. Furthermore, I'm also one of the imagers for these transcatheter procedures for edge-to-edge repair. My thinking on tricuspid regurgitation has evolved to a more, I think, optimistic place with the potential development of all these options. The importance of TR has been under-recognized over the years, and as a result, these patients have been undertreated. There was a time when the tricuspid valve was felt not to even be necessary in many patients. The surgical data for repair and replacement are mixed. In addition, importantly, the disease process is quite insidious and not as acute and rapid as many of the other diseases that we see on the left side. The recognition that the coexistence of severe TR is associated with very poor outcomes when you have other heart diseases has brought more attention appropriately to trying to figure out what to do with these patients with severe TR. Now, these patients' clinical phenotype is a little different than the left side. Because the TR itself doesn't cause pulmonary congestion, they don't typically develop acute shortness of breath the way mitral regurgitation patients might. These patients show up with just progressive decline in their functional status, low output, poor nutrition, abdominal congestion, nausea, just weakness and dizziness, a lot of swelling. And so these patients come to clinical attention in ways that are a little bit different. We've also noted that with optimizing guideline-directed medical therapies, particularly aimed at right ventricular preload and afterload, that many of these patients do improve their symptoms significantly, so often with modest decline in their severity of TR. It's possible that with acute closure of the TR, meaning going from severe to zero, that you create this sudden increase in afterload of the right ventricle, which is much thinner with much less reserve. And these patients then develop perhaps worsening of RV failure because of that process. And perhaps you don't need to decrease these patients' TRs from severe to zero, because that could actually lead to a problem. In the TriLuminate trial in specific, the procedure does what it's set out to do. It reduces the severity of TR in the vast majority of patients, sometimes by more than 1 grade or 2 grades. And it does it in a very safe way with excellent safety profile. The hospitalization for heart failure and mortality data are not different compared to control. So I would point out that the availability of this tool to reduce TR in patients with severe TR is an incredibly potentially helpful tool in our armamentarium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Lambert, and I am married to my wonderful husband, Brody Lambert. We have been married for 21 and a half years. We have 4 amazing kids whose age ranged from 19 to 10, 3 girls and 1 boy. We live in Spanish Fork, Utah. We have a small farm where we raise livestock along with our kids. Currently, our kids show livestock. We are involved with our local 4-H club and different boards associated with the livestock shows. Brody was diagnosed with cardiomyopathy in May 2005 at the young age of 24 years old. I remember the day he was diagnosed and wondering if he would get better, the quality of life he would have, and the longevity of his life. We had just started our family, and our first child was only 6 months old. Would he be around to watch her grow, to teach her, to chase the boys up when she started dating, to take her camping and hunting, all those dad things? Brody's heart health did improve, thanks to modern medicine and a great team of doctors. He was able to go to work, enjoy the outdoors, and live life. 9 years later, his heart weakened to an ejection fracture below 10%. With much consideration on the medical team and our side, An LVAD was implanted and sustained his life until a donor heart became available for him in March 2016. About a year after his transplant, Brody started having low energy and retaining some fluid. After some testing was completed, the medical team found his tricuspid valve was regurgitating and slowing the blood flow. This in turn made it physically hard for Brody to do things he enjoyed doing, from working on the farm, helping the kids with their activities, hunting, camping, and just going to work and providing for his family. The family had to rally together and help pitch in to get things done that Brody would normally do himself. The medical and team informed us that there was a trial being conducted and he would be a good candidate for it if he chose to be a part of the trial. The trial was for a tricuspid clip to anchor down the valve and stop regurgitation. With much consideration, we decided to take part in the trial. The placement of the clip took a few hours. Brody spent one night in the hospital for observation and was back to work and feeling better within a few days. Brody has been able to get back to the things he enjoys, such as spending time with his family, building barns and fences on our farm, hunting, camping, and starting his own construction company. Modern medicine and all the advances have truly blessed my husband and our family's lives. He wouldn't be here without it. Thank you, each and every one of you, for dedicating your lives. Your sacrifices have not gone unnoticed. Our family has truly been blessed for it. Thank you for taking the time and consideration for the tricuspid clip approval.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pat McCarthy. I'm Executive Director of the Bloom Cardiovascular Institute here at Northwestern Medicine. I'm also the inventor of the MC3 ring, which is the most commonly used tricuspid repair ring in the world. And formerly, I was an unpaid member of the Triluminate board. I'm here because I believe in this new therapy. Tricuspid regurgitation is a serious but insidious disease that slowly disables, then kills patients. The tricuspid valve leaflets are pulled apart, so it becomes a mechanical problem. In a sense, the valve is broken. The valve doesn't close, and therefore medications are of little help. There is no good medical therapy when the leak becomes severe. In this condition, there's a catch-22. The risk of open heart surgery to repair or replace the tricuspid valve and stop the leak is one of the highest risk elective operations that we perform in all of heart surgery. Since it is high risk, then the cardiologists don't refer patients until their symptoms are very advanced. It's not uncommon for me to see patients who are developing kidney, liver, and heart failure. Since patients have developed these side effects before surgery, the operation is high risk. A bad surgical outcome with complications and a significant risk of death confirms the cardiologist's belief that surgery is too high risk and should be reserved for only the most advanced cases, so that the cycle repeats. In the US, we only do 1,000 or 2,000 isolated tricuspid valve operations a year. The vast majority of patients go untreated, or so-called medical management, as per the control group in the study that you just saw. Dr. Adams already told you about the debilitating symptoms, which eventually cause severe heart failure and death. Quality of life for these medically managed patients is poor. I'm here because we have an opportunity to break the cycle. When we can offer a safe, effective transcatheter therapy, more patients can be treated. Hopefully, we will see them earlier in the course of the disease before they have developed irreversible heart failure. Most patients who go through isolated tricuspid surgery have a long hospitalization, a long time recovering at home, and it's not uncommon to survive but have serious limitations, such as the need for dialysis. A less invasive procedure can lead to a quicker and safer recovery and a much improved quality of life, as you saw in the data. I'm glad that my repair ring has been used worldwide in almost 100,000 patients, and it works well. But I know that a significant number of those patients faced a difficult and slow recovery. The data that you heard today shows that we have a new and better option. Since patients are rarely referred for surgery, almost all are maintained on ineffective drug and medical therapy. In the control group, there was no significant improvement in the medically treated group. There is no effective medical therapy. However, the patients treated with transcatheter edge-to-edge repair showed many improvements with a very significant reduction in the valve leak. Since the valve isn't leaking as much, the patient feels better, and there are significant improvements of quality of life after TEER. The trial was a success for both safety and efficacy. I'm here because I hope that this treatment will be approved so we can help these patients who are suffering with little hope. Thank you.
I'm Gregory Jordan, 76-year-old man living in Sacramento with my wife. We've been married 52 years next month. We have 4 adult children and 11 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. I was a financial consultant, real estate broker, and mortgage loan agent all at the same time. My journey to the TriClip trial began when I started experiencing shortness of breath, lack of energy, and a forced restraint from my normal activities. Previously, I've had a triple bypass surgery, 3 additional heart stents placed, kidney failure, which led to 6.5 years on dialysis, and blessedly a kidney transplant. Being my best advocate for my health, I contacted my cardiologist and went to speak with him. After prescribing several tests, he gave me my diagnosis and explained my medical options. Dr. Sabin indicated that the normal corrective surgery for a leaking tricuspid valve would be extremely risky for me due to my age and various health concerns. He told me about a clinical trial that another cardiologist, Dr. Singh, a friend of his, was going to become involved in, and said that he thought I might be a good candidate for the trial. I was referred to Dr. Singh, who explained the procedure, risk of the surgery, devices to be used, and gave the details of the trial and had me sign the consent forms. Then I started the comprehensive testing process. I was qualified, and the surgery was successful in minimizing the tricuspid valve leakages. Recovering from the surgery has been very easy for me, and there's been no adverse reactions. Of course, I've had to make some moderations in some of my more strenuous activities, but my quality of life has improved significantly. I golf twice a week, ride a kart. When I'm playing 8 holes, I walk. I walk 2 miles 6 times a week. I participate as a Tai Chi student. I row on my rowing machine. I swim on occasion, and I enjoy my wife, family, and friends. Sometimes I've been invited to teach high school students and church congregants the principles of money management. Within our residential community, I plan and organize jazz concerts, Black History celebrations, and Veterans Appreciation lunches. The reason I decided to share my testimony is because there has to be many people who are experiencing the illness and risk that threaten my health and further existence. We must share our experiences of the good and cherish the gift of health, for it is the foundation of all dreams. Our health is our wealth. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Aguilar. I am 71 years old and have lived in Woodland, California all my life. I was a 4th grade teacher for 27 years, working with low-income children who showed me humility, giving, and respect. It is a job I cherished very much. I was awarded a plaque for education from the Mexican-American Concilio of Woodland, California. I was diagnosed with AFib in November 2008 when an echocardiogram showed I had a leaky mitral valve. My surgeon, Dr. Niles Smith, told me if I didn't get open heart surgery, I would get congestive heart failure and could die. I loved life so much, I made the decision to have this surgery. Although it took 3 months of recovery, my surgery was successful, and I have a beautiful scar to prove it. I continued living with AFib for many years after the surgery, going in and out of the ER for AFib. I feel like I should have had my own room there as I was there every weekend. My life was like a yo-yo. It was extremely frustrating, especially because apart from my heart condition, I didn't get sick. I was an athlete, but I was too scared to do anything fun for fear that AFib could kill me. As the years passed, I continued to feel ill, gaining weight, even though I wasn't eating much. Especially in my legs and ankles, they were very, very swollen. I felt as though I was dying. My family encouraged me to see a specialist. And I met with Dr. Singh, who put me on bumetanide to reduce the water retention and admitted me to the hospital for 8 days. I lost a total of 105 pounds of water weight. My cardiologist recommended I speak with Dr. Singh for my leaky tricuspid valve. I couldn't continue to live the way I was living, as this procedure would not require open heart surgery. I decided to participate, of course. I feel so lucky to have been chosen after all I had been through. The recovery period was short and I felt good. I don't struggle to breathe anymore and live a normal life. My plans for 2024 are to volunteer for the care car in the Yolo County Grand Jury. I served on the Yolo County Grand Jury for 2 years, and I look forward to continuing to serve my community as a juror, a tutor for schools, and acting on the stage of the Woodland Opera House, which I enjoy very much. I love life so much, and I'm lucky to be alive, thanks to Dr. Singh and the device you are reviewing today. There are so many other people like me out there in this same dilemma, or just surviving and suffering because of this condition. People who love life and want options that give them back their lives. I ask you to think of my story and those people today as you make your decision. Thank you.
My name is Rich Ayers. I am 67 years of age and I live in San Diego, California. I have been married for 38 years and have 2 adult children. I am a retired naval officer after 20 years in the Navy and permanently retired after working for the city of San Diego as a safety and training manager. At the age of 50, I was diagnosed with atrial fibrillation. I have been on medication to control the AFib, and it hasn't impacted my lifestyle. In May of 2020, my cardiologist noticed regurgitation in my tricuspid valve. At that time, it was very minor, and my doctor said to monitor it. Then in November 2020, I started gaining weight. My doctor then put me on different diuretics for a few months to try to keep the water weight off. However, the medications were not working. My weight would plateau, but then I would start gaining weight again and would need higher dose of medication. During this time frame, it really affected my lifestyle. I had a hard time sleeping at night. I would be awake until 2 a.m., then go to sleep, and then wake up again at 7. I had to take naps during the day to try to catch up on sleep. I would try to do my usual walking every day. However, I had a hard time catching my breath when I walked more than 15 minutes. During this time frame, I had gained over 40 pounds in water weight. None of my clothes would fit. My wife had to buy me workout clothes that were loose fitting. In April 2021, my doctor admitted me into the intensive care unit. I spent 19 days in ICU using stronger medication to get my weight back down to normal. After getting out of the hospital, my doctor said that my tricuspid valve needed to be fixed. My options were to have surgery going through the rib cage to repair the valve, or being a candidate for the tricuspid clips. After meeting with various doctors, evaluating the risk of each procedure, I decided to go with the clips. It was the least risky of the surgeries, and I was told it could be reversed if it didn't work. Before the clips were installed, the doctor informed me that my tricuspid regurgitation rate on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the max, I was at a 7. After the clips were installed, my regurgitation rate decreased to a moderate level. The procedure required me to be in the hospital overnight, and I was released the next day. Recovery was very easy. I was able to do my usual day-to-day functions, but nothing too strenuous right away. I still have to take some diuretics every day, but my weight is being controlled. I walk every day 30 to 45 minutes and lift weights 3 times a week. My wife and I have a trailer and go camping a lot. I'm able to go on hikes and bike rides. I do whatever physical activity I want to do and don't feel limited. The clips have made a big difference in my life. I personally feel that anyone else that has tricuspid issues should be offered the choice of having the tricuspid clip surgery made available to them. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Vidanieks, and I serve as the Executive Director for Heart Valve Voice US. Heart Valve Voice US receives indirect funding from the sponsor for a policy task force that convenes organizations who care about access and equity issues affecting people living with or at risk of heart valve disease. I'm here today to ask all of you to consider the perspectives of the estimated 1.6 million people living with tricuspid heart valve disease and those who care for them, as you discuss and vote on recommendations regarding the pre-market approval application for Abbott's tricuspid valve edge-to-edge repair device. It goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, severe tricuspid regurgitation, or TR, by itself, is a progressive and fatal disease. As you discuss the risks and benefits of this less invasive treatment option for symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation, please recognize this. Although highly prevalent, TR is often left untreated. A substantial number of patients with TR and congestive heart failure are prescribed medications to manage their underlying heart failure, both to relieve symptoms and prolong survival. However, a 2019 study from the Cleveland Clinic found that 65% of TR patients on medical therapy alone died within approximately 3 years. Options for surgery include tricuspid valve repair or replacement, but estimates reveal less than 10,000 patients undergo tricuspid surgery per year in the U.S. Healthcare disparities have been well documented, with approximately 60% of patients undergoing tricuspid valve surgery being white, compared with only 10% being Black patients and 6% being Hispanic patients. The in-hospital mortality after tricuspid valve surgery remains high, at approximately 7 to 9%, but there are no available data to compare outcomes across race and ethnicity groups. Tricuspid surgery may significantly alleviate symptoms, enhance one's quality of life, and prolong survival. As with all operations, there are risks of bleeding, infection, formation of blood clots, prolonged hospital stays, and pain following the operation, and of course, the possibility of reoperation. Heart valve disease patients often confront unique and complex healthcare needs, necessitating specialized treatments to address their conditions effectively. Advanced medical technologies designed for heart valve repair and replacement are crucial to ensuring that patients have more options in treating their heart valve disease symptoms. Innovative interventions, such as the one being discussed today, are a part of that equation. And that is truly the crux of benefit risk, isn't it? Individuals living with heart valve disease meet with their healthcare providers, often alongside family caregivers, to discuss the benefits and risks of treatment. Understanding what matters most to people living with heart valve disease, including alleviation of symptoms, should be of the utmost importance. We therefore urge this advisory committee and the FDA to consider the unmet patient need in the tricuspid valve disease space as you help determine approval for new heart valve disease technologies. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
My name is Aaron Horn Jr. I'm a structural and interventional cardiologist practicing in Northern New Jersey. I'm here representing the Association of Black Cardiologists, where I am a member of the Interventional Cardiology Committee. I'm also a co-chair of the Structural Heart Committee. As far as my disclosures are concerned, I have speaker honoraria from Zoe LifeVest and Pfizer. As far as the Association of Black Cardiologists, we have, in fact, received minimal contributions from Abbott in the past. The Association of Black Cardiologists was founded in 1974 with the goal of addressing the disparate impact of cardiovascular disease on diverse racial and ethnic population. ABC's mission focuses on prioritizing equity by advocating for and continuing the relentless work toward the prevention and treatment of cardiovascular disease in Blacks, other minorities, and underserved populations, and the elimination of disparities through an inclusive framework. As it pertains to the committee's decision looking into the approval of TriClip, I'd like to bring 5 items to the committee's attention. 1, we think it's incredibly important to advocate for increased diversity in clinical research, including clinical trials. Secondarily, we believe it's incredibly important that we emphasize the need for minimally invasive treatment for patients living with severe tricuspid valve regurgitation. We also think it's incredibly important that we represent the cardiovascular health concerns of the African American population and advocate for tailored solutions. The 4th point I'd like to make is to stress the importance of ensuring equitable access for African Americans to cutting-edge medical devices. The 5th point I'd like to make is that we apply lessons learned from historical challenges in accessing transcatheter therapies and prevent replication of access decreases. I'd like to take one last moment to bring to the committee's attention as we talk about tricuspid valve disease, understanding the morbidity and mortality associated with that particular disease state, also understanding that the current modalities available, be it surgical repair or replacement, do not actually bear out acceptable outcomes, that tricuspid valve therapies actually might be, in fact, the best option for a diverse patient population. I'd like to reference a November 6, 2023 abstract that was published in Circulation. The title of the article is Racial Disparities in Long-Term Survival Among Patients with Moderate and Moderate to Severe Tricuspid Valve Regurgitation. The conclusion, actually, of the abstract notes that Black race is a potential disease modifier leading to excess mortality. So I'd like to make sure that the committee is aware that with this particular disease state already having a high morbidity and mortality and already having, in fact, what we don't deem to be acceptable treatment modalities that exist, this would grant an opportunity to make sure that we decrease the disparities and the health inequities that particularly exist in this tricuspid valve space. So the Association of Black Cardiologists appreciates the opportunity to share our thoughts with you, and we look forward to maintaining open lines of communication moving forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Allison DiBattista with the Partnership to Advance Cardiovascular Health, or PATCH for short. PATCH does not receive funding from Abbott. PATCH is a nonprofit coalition of patient and provider organizations working together to educate and advocate for the millions of Americans suffering from heart disease. We work to advance public policies and practices that result in accelerated innovation and improved cardiovascular health for cardiovascular disease patients. An important part of our mission is to ensure patients have access to the most innovative therapies and treatments available. In the ever-changing landscape of cardiovascular care, we want to bring attention to the significance of groundbreaking interventions, particularly for those grappling with challenges arising from cardiovascular conditions. Individuals navigating the complexities of cardiovascular disease often face unique and intricate healthcare needs, requiring tailored treatments for effective intervention. Innovative treatments offer patients a diverse array of options for managing their disease. Innovative solutions are critical to achieving better outcomes. We ask the FDA to include the patient perspective in its advisory role when assessing the approval of novel technologies. By doing so, the FDA can enhance the quality of life for those contending with cardiovascular disease, addressing unmet needs, and fostering a healthcare environment that prioritizes cardiovascular patients' distinctive requirements. In the evaluation of medical technologies related to cardiovascular conditions, we advocate for the FDA's recognition of specific challenges confronting this unique patient demographic. Embracing innovation in cardiovascular disease care not only serves the individual patient's well-being, but also propels advancements in cardiovascular healthcare on a broader scale. We hope the FDA will embrace these advancements to positively influence the lives of patients living with cardiovascular disease and contribute to a healthcare landscape that places paramount importance on their distinctive healthcare needs. Thank you for your dedication to this vital issue.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to address today's Circulatory System Devices panel of the Medical Device Advisory Committee. My name is Josie Cooper, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Alliance for Patient Access. AFPA does not receive support from the manufacturer of the device being discussed today. The Alliance for Patient Access is a national network of policy-minded healthcare providers who advocate for patient-centered care. We support health policies that reinforce clinical decision-making, promote personalized care, and protect the clinician-patient relationship. AFPA hosts a cardiovascular disease working group that convenes cardiologists to ensure that clinicians' perspectives are heard as decisions are made impacting patients with cardiovascular diseases such as severe tricuspid regurgitation. The working group represents physicians, nurse practitioners, and other clinicians treating cardiovascular patients. More than 1.5 million Americans are living with tricuspid heart valve disease. This progressive and often fatal disease has limited treatment options. Currently, many patients who undergo surgical intervention may have to opt for open heart surgery, which comes with its own risks and potential complications. However, a new option would allow for patients to consider an alternative, minimally invasive surgical approach. While we at AFPA do not offer comment on the clinical effectiveness of this device, we urge you to consider the unmet need for this patient population, as well as the value of a less invasive treatment option for those patients. As mentioned, treatments for the 1.5 million Americans with tricuspid regurgitation are limited. There are medications that can treat symptoms, yet this does not address the underlying issue. The only curative option is surgical intervention, and yet few patients are able to benefit from the current surgical options. A new option would allow for more patient-centered care for patients with tricuspid regurgitation, as well as offer a new tool for the providers who are treating those patients. Patients and providers could work together to identify the optimal treatment method to alleviate symptoms, treat the underlying disease, and ultimately lead to a higher quality of life. AFPA urges the FDA and this advisory committee to consider the value that a new, minimally invasive treatment would offer patients living with tricuspid regurgitation. We would ask you to consider the unmet need for this patient population. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That concludes the open public hearing. I pronounce that part of the FDA meeting officially closed. We'll proceed with today's agenda, but first I want to thank all of the speakers. I know that they were taped or pre-recorded. Your messages are both important and insightful for the panel, so I want to thank you for being a part of the process. We'll now begin the panel deliberations. Although this portion is open to public observers, public attendees may not participate except at the specific request of the panel chair. Additionally, we request that throughout the rest of the afternoon, all persons who are asked to speak identify themselves each time. This will help the transcriptionists identify the speakers. During the next hour, this will give us an opportunity for the sponsor to address the questions that we had posed beforehand. And if there are any other questions directed towards them or towards the FDA. So with that, Aaron, shall I run down the list and then let you present or call on someone to present on behalf of the sponsor? Is that okay?
We can do that. I also have the list, so whichever you prefer.
Let me run down just so I don't miss anything. And if I do, Aaron, chime in. This isn't going to be terribly disruptive to you. The data, we looked at the data, the FDA provided data for sites doing less than or more than 10 procedures. And one of the Dr. Salzman had asked that we look at it, either that or Vidovich, I can't remember which, asked we look at it with respect to those that did fewer than 5 or more than 5. Can you present that data?
Yes, we can show that data.
Right.
So if you'll just give us a moment here. First, in combination with that, we wanted to also talk about, there was a question about the MitraClip experience for our sites. We think it's relevant to discuss that in this context.
Okay.
So I'll show that first. So I'm bringing up a slide. I'm showing a slide here that shows on the x-axis the total TriClip enrollment per site. So you can see sites that enrolled less patients on the left, those sites that enrolled more patients on the right. And then what you can see here on the y-axis is the average number of MitraClip cases performed before 2019. So it's important to understand that all centers that were allowed in the trial had to perform at least 50 MitraClip cases prior to allowing access into the trial. But what you can see here from this distribution is whether the sites enrolled low numbers in TriClip as to those that were high enrollers, they all had a very similar experience with MitraClip. So I just wanted to start with that before we get into talking about the cutoff of the 5 enrollments.
Great. And Dr. Vidovich, I think you had that question. Does this address the question?
Well, this is terrific data. Thank you very much for providing this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron. Thank you.
So next, when we look at sites, the question was specifically around sites that had 5 enrollments or less. So really, when we cut this data, sites that only had 5 enrollments, there was only 2 sites that had 5 enrollments. And so while there was a comment regarding the importance of imaging, we do appreciate that. There was extensive imaging training prior to enrollment into the study for all sites, and this will be something we'll continue to do as we commercialize for our sites. But so when we look at the cutoff of the 5 enrollments, it's really difficult to do that given there's few sites that have that. And so really first we want to talk about and highlight the sites and their ability to effectively use TriClip and the safety that they were able to deliver. So first I'll show you here on the left. These are sites with less than or equal to 5 enrollments in the trial. And then on the right is sites that had greater than 5 enrollments. And what you can appreciate here is regardless of the number of enrollments they had, they were both able to successfully use TriClip to reduce the patient's TR to moderate or less in approximately 87% of the patients.
So Aaron, let me ask you a question because the slide from the FDA suggests there were 42 sites that did less than 5 patients. Not 2, there were 42. Am I mistaken about that? There was one site that had 51, 9 sites that had more than 10, 14 that did 5 to 9, and 42 that had less than 5 patients?
So maybe we had an error here. Oh, there was 2 sites with exactly 5, sorry. Okay. So I might have misspoke. Their data is correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so that's...
So Aaron, just like a quick question. That's the TR data. Are you able to see the outcome data as well with regard to death, mortality, hospitalizations, and KCCQ? I know we have it for less than 10. Do you all have that as well?
So we did look into that. I think the first thing I'd highlight is the baseline characteristics. So what happens when we choose these different cutoffs is we lose really our randomization. So what we see is the baseline characteristics of these groups are slightly different. So here you can appreciate sites on the left, sites with less than or equal to 5 enrollments and sites with greater than 5 enrollments. While some factors are similar between these, there are differences. So we can appreciate one of the important factors which we saw to impact patients' heart failure hospitalization is their prior rate of heart failure hospitalization. So we can first appreciate a difference there. We also see that there's a different distribution of males and females between this different break. So it's difficult for us to really do a direct comparison between heart failure hospitalization and mortality, especially because in the primary endpoint, we were able to see no difference. I can comment on KCCQ though.
No, I'm sorry. So do you don't have the mortality data or you have is unadjusted? Yeah.
We didn't run the 5.
Okay.
But I'd like to show the
Can
KCCQ.
the FDA respond here? Andy or Dr. Miscucci, do we have the data for the 5? We did some additional analyses. Do we have a backup slide?
Yes, we do have a backup slide. Let us give us a moment.
Would you like me to show the KCCQ data while we wait, or Dr. Farr? Just wait.
Okay, if you want to show that, Aaron, then we'll come back to Dr. Favre.
So when we broke it up by that enrollment, so here we're showing KCCQ. And so what we can appreciate first is that the baseline KCCQ is slightly different between these two different groups. But we can, despite that, see a very similar change in KCCQ in the device group. 14 points for those with less than 5 enrollments and 15 in those with more. And then, as I mentioned, a very similar TR reduction.
Okay. Dr. Vidovich, does this, I can't remember whether it was Dr. Vidovich or Dr. Salzman that asked about this.
I think we both did in a certain way. I was mainly interested about the volume operator MitraClips and stuff, but I mean, this is actually very good data as well.
Okay. Andy, can you pull up the other data the FDA has?
Yes, we'll pull up the our backup slide on slide 122 and 123. Can you share? So this is the full randomized cohort.
And this expresses a win ratio of all, basically hierarchical win ratio. Andy?
Yeah, I think we're showing this now. Do you want, Mauro, can you walk us through this?
Yes, if you can. We also have a win ratio for center less than 5 and more than 5. We just need to retrieve that. This is
So first I'll show a slide here. Okay, are you guys able to see this slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So here you can see on the left, this is our primary analysis patient population, device patients only. And then we actually included on the right all device patients, whether randomized, single arm, or roll-in, just to provide as much context as possible. So what you can appreciate on the left and on the right as well as patients with moderate TR and even those that are left with more TR, keeping in mind that typically all patients, even if they didn't get to moderate or less TR, did have some reduction in TR. So you can appreciate that as there's an increased improvement in the resulting TR grade, there's an increased benefit in KCCQ.
Dr. Salzman, does this address the question that you asked?
Ooh, okay, well, it kind of does. I just ask a question because I'm not very fluent with some of this stuff. So if somebody has a change of 10 and we're saying that the placebo effect is 5, are we going to say that the net effect is really just 5 on the KCCQ? Maybe there's a KCCQ expert out there that can explain that, because if I look at that, then I'm saying, okay, if we're going to call placebo, subtract 5, then the net increase was 5, which is, I've heard, maybe questionable as to whether or not that's considered a benefit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can have Dr. Cohen speak to this.
And then, Scott, I'm going to direct the same thing to you. I'm going to call this fuzzy statistics, or statistics for the non-statistician. So,
my best.
so David, after you address it, I'm going to ask Scott to do the same thing.
Rich, just before can I just ask, were the denominators on that slide really 17?
Go ahead and put the slide back up, Aaron, if you don't mind. And so David, Dr. Cohen, hold on for just a sec.
Yes, that's correct. This was showing, I believe, yes. So keep in mind that patients in the device group, we had 89, 87% that reduced to moderate or less. So we had very few patients where we in fact had severe or worse TR, which is why we included the chart on the right to help see more of the severe or worse, because those included some more of the complex patients and single arm as well as roll-ins. But you're correct. There's only 17 patients that had severe or worse.
Okay, so the denominator here, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm following this because it's important. The denominator here is from the randomized arm of the 350.
That's correct, on the left side. For device patients only.
So we're missing some numbers.
The 500, okay. This is not the whole cohort. This is
72.
That's correct, device only.
Right, and so how many?
175 in the device group.
Right. I'm just adding 72 and 54 and 17.
Yeah, so all patients had to have, to look at this, there's a few things they had to have. Basically, they had to have TR that was evaluable at 1 year, right? And we had to have a KCCQ for them at both baseline and 1 year. So it won't be all 175 patients. And of course, they had to be alive.
But it's the 350, it's taken from the 350 cohort, not the 500.
That's correct. That's correct.
So, so there are, if I'm reading this correctly, at the end of 1 year of the device patients, there are only 143 that we could evaluate the TR and had symptoms in. All right, Aaron?
Yes, that we could evaluate the change in KCCQ. Yes, all three of those factors.
All right, so we're missing data on about 30 patients or so. We don't have the TR data and the KCCQ data.
Rick, about 20 of the patients are died before 1 year. So you're missing data on about 10.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, David. Appreciate that.
Let me get back to the question that I was asked to comment on before, and if I could get the slides. There we go. Let me show that one. So this is tricky, and I think, Rick, your description of, fuzzy statistics or trying to sort out a very complex set of interactions is really what we're talking about, because no single factor really determines the quality of life or the KCCQ for these patients. We know, as I mentioned in the morning session, that where the KCCQ ends up is a function of where it started, how much reduction in TR they got, and then some other factors. And that's really what's being shown here. And that's why, again, these singular plots where we're looking at just a single dimension of that relationship are misleading, because, again, there are multiple factors that all kind of come together to tell that whole picture. And that's really what we're trying to display here. In addition, I think the idea that we can say with certainty that there's a 5-point or so placebo effect, frankly, is unknown. And I think that it's a bit naive to try to just simply subtract that from whatever the benefit is and say, well, that's what's left over after the placebo. You have to recall, again, if you look at a group of patients, the control group, they didn't get a placebo effect because, again, they know what they received, but they're getting better. And they're getting better because of several different factors, including what we call the Hawthorne effect, which is because they're in a trial and they're being observed and treated more rigorously, perhaps. And in addition, there's something which is ubiquitous in these trials, which is called regression to the mean, which means that we usually start patients in trials when they're at their worst. And actually, I think the patient testimonies kind of spoke to that, is these patients, when they came to attention here, were at a point in their disease where they really were at the worst. And that means that even just with random variation, they're going to get better. So again, it is a very complex set of relationships. What we're looking at here in this, in this regression model that Dr. Arnold and I put together, and again, this is based specifically on patients from the trial, both randomized and single arm, all of whom got the device, so that they get the same amount of placebo effect in a sense, because again, all of them know they got treated. So we're taking the control patients out of the picture. And now we are looking again at the relationship between the change in TR, they came in with a certain degree, where did they end up, and the baseline KCCQ. And I already highlighted the fact that it's about a 4-point improvement in the KCCQ for every grade change in TR on the 5-level scale. But in addition, the second line on this table, the baseline KCCQ per 10 points, what that's telling us is that that's really kind of this regression to the mean and the Hawthorne effect. That is what happens to these patients, again, just by, just as a basis of where they start out. And so this really gives us the framework to interpret the results. But I think it is, it's oversimplification to think that we can know 5 points placebo effect for everybody. It could be 0, could be 5, could be 2. It's really hard to know. But this is our best effort to really tease that out by taking the placebo effect largely off the table by focusing on a specific group of patients, all of whom received the device. I hope that is helpful. It was tricky for us to work on this and to get this all worked out in our own heads. And so hopefully I've been able to explain it reasonably well to you.
So I'm going to call on Dr. Cizik in just a second. But David, how can you claim, so I'm asking you as a non-statistician, so I'm not meant to be confrontational, Dave. How can you claim that you've taken the placebo effect out by just analyzing the device arm? I mean, there's still a placebo. We may not be able to measure it.
No,
everybody in the group's received a placebo effect.
Correct. So so everybody starts with that. So that's in there. It's baked in. So we're looking at, again, in this case, what is the additional effect of the change in TR on top of everybody having gotten the placebo effect? It would have been much more problematic had we included the control patients who knew they didn't get anything. That was my main point there, is the control patients knew they didn't get something. These patients all knew they got a treatment, which they came to seek. And so we're kind of we're leveling the playing field with respect to the placebo effect. And then we're looking about what is happening on top of that.
Okay. Dr. Cizik and then Dr. Zuckerman. Go ahead, Amy.
So I must confess, I spend a lot of time with promise measures where we talk about MCID, and I haven't heard that today, and I wish I would have brought it up sooner. And looking at anchor versus distribution-based methods to understand differences. So again, using an external question on a Likert scale, sometimes we use global impression of change. And so this placebo effect is new to me in terms of, and I did my fair share of research prior to being on this panel of the KCCQ and understanding that 5 points was considered clinically meaningful. But now we keep talking about a placebo effect of 5 points. So kind of back to Dr. Saltzman's question a little, like, is there a placebo effect of 5 and then we need another 5 of change? And this is, I'm probably the only person on this panel that's a little bit of an outsider from a statistics and do a lot of orthopedic devices. But I think some of the conversation around just prom measurement hasn't been typical to what I hear in our proms world about minimally clinically important differences and using anchor distribution-based methods. So maybe someone in the room at Abbott could comment. I'm also curious to hear what the FDA has to say about this as well. Again, I spend a lot more time on the orthopedics device side, so maybe things are a little different here.
Dr. Cizik, thanks. And so for that, I'm going to go to the FDA first, to Dr. Zuckerman, and I'm going to come back to Abbott. The sponsor should have the last word on this during this time. So Dr. Zuckerman?
Okay, so Dr. Lang, if we can pause, this interesting discussion started with the so-called training effect difference between small sites and large sites that Dr. Saltzman was interested in. Can FDA put up the slide where we do the cut point at 5, please?
So we have this slide of the gradient of change of the win ratio as a function of enrollment size. And if we could pull up slide 124. On 123. And then there you go.
Okay, so this slide shows that regardless of what cut point you use, the low volume sites have a different result than the high volume sites. And Andy, do you have a more specific flow chart for the N equals 5 sites cut point?
We have a slide. We'll pull this up. Do you have a slide, Tron?
I have slides here. All right.
That's the one we've seen.
Yeah. While we're pulling it up, as the data showed in the prior slide, the gradient is consistent where the lower enrolling sites had a smaller difference in the win ratio versus the higher enrolling sites.
Okay. Dr. Seltman, I know you had asked about that. Does that answer, do you feel like if you leave that up there for just a second?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this. It's all intuitive.
Yeah.
If you do a lot, you're going to have better. I mean, I guess the question for FDA is there a cut point? You know, I mean, when this goes out, are you going to demand that you get mentored for 10 more than 5? You know, there was this roll-in of 3, I guess. But, you know, do you want to, you know, how you message coming out of this, what the learning curve is, and how you're going to supervise when this goes out commercial, because this is going to go out like wildfire, right?
Yeah.
So
I guess we'll talk about that when we get to the questions, if that's okay.
Right. That's the question for you, Dr. Seltzman. And Andy and Schwan, do you have the other slide?
We don't have the other slide available right now, Graham. There are two issues. One is the issue of the lower rolling sites seeming, per the sponsor, having equal ability to reduce tricuspid regurgitation. However, what we see here is a gradient in the win ratio results between the lower enrolling sites and the higher enrolling sites, with the higher enrolling sites showing a greater difference in the win ratio in favor of the device and less so in the lower enrolling sites.
And in fact, there's a couple of hands up before I make a comment. Dr. Vidovich and then Dr. Schenker. Questions?
I just want to make a comment. I'm trying to put these two slides together, one from the sponsor and one for the FDA. It appears that even the lower enrolling sites in the tricuspid clip had extensive MitraClip experience. So if I could, again, I would have to superimpose those two slides, but it seems that prior MitraClip experience, which was in 500s, did not appear to help the lower and lowering sites get a better win ratio. Is that a safe way to say this?
If the sponsor if we can comment?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think it's important. While MitraClip experience does play an important role, it really puts them at a threshold. But we need to keep in mind that even imaging and understanding of the valve and new therapy in general, there's always a new learning curve. So yes, while they all had comparable MitraClip experience, you know, there is learning that is gained. We can talk about our robust training plan that will roll out. But this is something that with any new technology, there's always training. And I'd like to actually, if we can, have our PI from our post-market study from Europe, where we've had the device approved for almost 4 years now, talk about how we went from clinical trials and the success that we've had in the real world experience, because I think that's really what ultimately this gets down to. I mean, win ratio is one way of looking at this, but it's ultimately about the outcomes that the sites can provide, both TR and improvement to the patients.
And Aaron, I'm going to put that on hold. Just I want to make sure we get all the questions first. Not that if we have time, we can do that. Okay.
Okay.
So Dr. Schenker and then Dr. Kukal. Amit?
Yeah, thank you. I'm having a little difficulty trying to interpret these numbers. You'll have to excuse me if these sound like stupid questions. My understanding was that the procedural and device success rate was very high in the actual study in the primary randomized cohort. If that is the case, and there was a significant reduction intracuspid regurgitation, which appears to be the case, why was there such a change in the KCCQ, which is a patient-reported outcome metric? I mean, that should be completely agnostic, right? I mean, the win ratio was driven by the KCCQ. So why is the PRO linked to low volume sites? I don't understand that.
I can comment on that from the sponsor.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that's an excellent observation. And so one thing we found as well, so we had consistent TR, consistent reduction in KCCQ. You can't appreciate that here in the win ratio, because what we saw happens is there's a difference in heart failure hospitalizations. And what we noted, as I mentioned prior, is that the baseline heart failure hospitalization rate of these patients was different in the centers. So it's complex. There's multiple layers that can affect this win ratio. But just as you mentioned, the PRO was consistently improved in the device group as compared to the control in any of these sites.
Okay, but unfortunately, what it implies, Dr. Schenker, is that there's a more adverse scenario going on with heart failure hospitalizations, as you saw on the detailed N=10 flow chart. And you're absolutely right. This remains unexplained for FDA as to what's going on here.
But Amit, you summarized it well. The success rate appears to be the same for both groups, but obviously the outcomes appear very different. So Dr. Krukoff and then Dr. Yu.
Yeah, well, related, Amit actually got to part of what I was going to dive into here, but I think just to separate the volume from the previous MitraClip experience, I think it is quite possible that we're not going to document it, but the level of MitraClip experience that the sponsor showed from these centers, which is still going to be relevant if this device rolls out nationally, may actually be very protective of safety events that we're not seeing across the board in just the handling of this device in a human heart. So that's not even part of the calculus of the win ratio. So I just want to try and get a couple degrees of separation. What's going on here with I'll call it the experience level of tricuspid clipping, and how it affects probably the KCCQ or not, and that or something else that counterbalances it in the win calculations that are on the slide we're looking at, to me is a different question than the role of previous MitraClip experience across these centers, which may actually have helped avoid other more major complications just by understanding the control of the instrument structure in general as you then turn it from mitral valve to tricuspid.
Thank you, Mitch. Dr. Yu, I know you had your hand up at one time. Question, David?
Yeah, thank you. David Yu. Yeah, I'm still trying to reconcile and make sense of the difference in win ratios between the smaller and larger centers. And if indeed the difference is driven by differences in hospitalizations and the KCCQ changes, in spite of relatively comparable technical success rates, does it imply does the sponsor think that the populations are disparate? Is that the major driver of the differences, that the patients in the smaller centers started off behind in terms of their clinical status? Or is there somehow some difference between the two categories of centers in terms of optimal medical therapy, whereby to help explain those differences in outcomes? I'm just still having trouble understanding or trying to get a better handle on the differences between the volumes, the outcomes in the different volume classifications.
Go ahead, sponsor. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, so first, I want to have Dr. Shu come up and really just talk a little bit about the win ratio, just from a statistical point of view. And then I'll have Dr. Saraja speak to really answering that question and the difference in the potential difference in the baseline characteristics, as well as other factors that could be contributing here. Dr. Shu?
Hello, I'm Mishu. So I would like to provide a little bit of statistical perspective by looking at the win ratio as a function of some center size. So as we know, in the overall studies, we have seen a comparable death or TV surgery rate and heart failure hospitalization rate, and both of the rate are lower. So when you do a cutoff like that, you will get a disproportionate difference rate, and then maybe the difference is really driven by one or two event because the overall rate is low. Also that we have been seeing previously that when we cut the sample size like that, the baseline characteristics for the small centers or large centers will be different. And we have done some exploratory analysis that, for example, the predictors for heart failure hospitalizations, one of the significant predictors is the heart failure hospitalizations 1 year prior to procedure. And this is showing in the slides that we have seen that small sites may have a different baseline characteristics with respect to the history of the heart failure hospitalizations.
Come back up. So granted that heart failure hospitalizations in the previous year predict who will be hospitalized next year, but we're not seeing a treatment effect. That is, that one would expect that a treatment would reduce that rate regardless, even if the rate's higher.
I think it does, but it's so I would say that the analysis by looking at the cutoff is one dimension analysis, which cannot really adjust for the other baseline characteristics. Okay. As far as my knowledge goes, that we have not have statistical models that allowed to adjusting for win ratios with respect to other baseline characteristics.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And Paul's going to come up, and then I'll get to you, Dr. Hauptmann.
Thanks. So we learned this morning that patients who scored at baseline high on KCCQ generally did not have an improvement. I wonder if that baseline characteristic is relevant. Perhaps the lower volume centers had patients who scored lower on the KCCQ, or that could be a variable that we're forgetting about. It's really interesting too, because it's possible that there's a plateau effect. These patients often have comorbidities, and if you start out feeling relatively well, the benefit you're going to get from TriClip may be muted because there are other contributors to limit the fact. I mean, patients are not going to go from 70 to 100. They might go to 70 to 72 or 75.
Thank you, Dr. Hauptmann. Dr. Siraji.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. If I may respond, Paul Sirajik, Minneapolis. So I'd like to share with you this slide here. And so just looking at this slide again, this looks at a comparison of patients less than 5 in terms of the number of patients being enrolled. Sorry, that should be coming up just a moment. There it is, sites with 5 or less versus more than 5. And as was just alluded to, there are some differences in the baseline KCCQ. I mean, they're not numerically very large, but certainly they could be enough. And as Dr. Cohen did describe to you earlier, that there is a response relation in terms of the baseline limitation as to how they do in follow-up. And as Aaron also mentioned earlier, there are also some important baseline differences in HFH at baseline. And all of these things, in terms of how they affect that win ratio, it's a multifactorial process.
Thank you. Jennifer Sportsauto, I see your hand up.
I was wondering if there's additional data coming from Canada or the European Union that we could look at that would kind of back up the figures here since it's already been passed there?
Yes, I can have Dr. Lurs speak to this. He's the PI of our post-market study in Europe.
So Philip Lutz, Director of Cardiology in Mainz, Germany. And if you may, then I can share some of our European experience, especially after 2020, after the device got approval. And it's actually quite encouraging to see that after approval and after application of the therapy in a more real world setting, and also with many centers starting the device who had no experience before, we see very similar outcomes as we see in a triluminate pivotal study. In the B right, we see a slightly higher rate of MACE with 2.5%. However, I still think that this is excellent, considering that, and that's probably to be expected in a less controlled environment, that in that registry, certainly sicker patients, more fragile patients, more complex anatomies, and also patients with a much higher baseline TR were treated. So almost 90% had massive or torrential TR at baseline. And also effectiveness was very much comparable to what's seen in triluminate pivotal. And I think the reason for that is also, it's fair to assume that the procedure we do today is not quite the same it was at the beginning of triluminate pivotal. We have a newer device iteration, which certainly is better. We continue to learn and have learned already. We have improved our strategy during the procedure. Imaging got better. So altogether, I think it's fair to assume that the learning curve is steeper now, and that we can also expect better outcomes in the future. And this is sort of a group learning, and the training program, which is put in place by Abbott, should make sure that this group learning is also passed on to those who will start with the procedure.
Thank you. Now, there was a question about the training program. And so, Aaron, I mean, in the interest of time, if someone could just spend no more than 2 or 3 minutes talking about that, if that okay?
Yes, we can do that quickly. We'll have Dr. Sondergaard speak to that.
Terrific.
Yeah, thank you, Lars Sondergaard. I'm a Chief Medical Officer at Abbott. So first of all, I would say Abbott is very dedicated to provide training and procedural support in order to ensure a safe and effective outcome for all our products. For TriClip specifically, we're going to build the training program on the extensive experience we have from the MitraClip. So first of all, when we select the sites, it's going to be sites which have previously in experience with the MitraClip. You can see here they have to done at least 50 cases in the past and 5 cases within the last 6 months. And also, when the site is selected, it's mandatory to attend an in-person course, both for the implanter and for the imager, including hands-on experience. And it's highly recommended to go for case observations and also during the procedure to have support for the procedure, either by clinical field specialist or physician proctoring. So again, this is all to try to have a safe rollout. The rollout is expected to be 5 to 10 sites per month, so it's going to be a slow, controlled rollout, once again, to have a safe and effective procedure.
Great explanation. I appreciate the clarity and the brevity. Amit, does this answer the question you had posed about describing the...
Yes, it does. It does certainly in the U.S., and hopefully have a more robust program outside the U.S. For training. I do have one question, though, regarding going back, like Dr. Siraja had put up that slide about looking at the sites and the number of hospitalizations and KCCQ. So is it fair to say then that the lower enrolling sites have a lower win ratio, which is largely driven by higher heart failure hospitalizations?
Again,
yes. Yes, at least in the ones we investigated, we didn't do an exhaustive list as the FDA showed, but in the ones we looked at.
And that appears to be independent of procedural or device success.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bram, if your hand's still up, I don't know if you have a question or a comment or if it's just residual.
Yes, I just had a quick question for Dr. Sondergaard. He's shown a very nice training program, but a key component of this is to be able to measure KCCQ, especially at 6 months and 1 year. We know from the TAVR experience that that's been very, very, very difficult to get good KCCQ follow-up. What specific incentives will Abbott be thinking about to really measure KCCQ so that we don't have a problem with missing data at extended time periods?
First of all, as already been mentioned, we're going to follow all arms in the Triluminate out to 5 years. We're going to work with you and FDA on the design of the post-approval study. We're going to use the TVT registry up to 1 year and the linkage to CMS out to 5 years. So we will be limited to the quality of the data in these registries.
But that's the point. Those mechanisms in the past have provided very disappointing data regarding KCCQ follow-up. We need new ideas here.
Only that we can encourage sites to actually to capture these important variables, like including KCCQ. But again, it's not a sponsored, it's a real world setting. It is finally out of our control what's actually captured, unfortunately.
Well, I don't want to belabor this, but our regulatory oversight is for pre and post-market spaces, and this becomes critically important. And I do think Abbott has more of a responsibility here than you're enumerating right now, but let's table that.
Yeah. Dr. Brendis.
Yeah, I'll just add something.
I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry, Dr. Brent. I'm sorry. Aaron, you should go ahead and speak. I'm sorry to interrupt you. And then we'll get to Dr. Brendis. My apologies.
Okay, I was just going to add something to that. So I think what's unique here too is that these patients, the driving benefit that we were able to provide is KCCQ. So really the clinical community will be driven to continue to understand that benefit, improve that benefit. But Abbott will, if necessary, if we do delve deeper and find that the TVT registry does not meet that need and our ability to assess that, we are dedicated to doing what is needed to be done with FDA. For example, we have history with running post-market studies, just as we've done with TriClip with our Expand and our Expand G4 study. So we are definitely open to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, for that. What I think you're hearing is what we've done so far isn't working. And if this is going to be, if it is a suggestion of a post-approval study, we're going to want something that does work. And
we would do that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. Dr. Brendis and Dr. Yu.
Ram, I appreciate you bringing up the point about our 1 year follow-up, for example, in the TVT registry being for KCCQ being in the 50 to 60% range. We are totally dedicated at the NCDR to change that paradigm, particularly with the importance related to KCCQ and TriClip as presented today. We're looking at a number of different mechanisms that we can try to help centers in doing better, whether it be patient apps, utilization of vendors and others. But certainly we would take any of the help that Abbott would want to help us in getting this past the goal line. I agree totally with you, and people at the NCDR are committed to try to move the needle much further down the road in 1 year collection.
Maybe if they don't fill out the questionnaire, we'd take the clip back. Dr. Yu?
Thank you, David Yu. Yes, this is for the sponsor. It's my understanding that the amount of diuretics remained relatively consistent throughout the 1 year period. Was there any signal, or do you see any signal that there's a possibility that diuretic requirement may be reduced over time, particularly important in terms of durability of the positive effects of this device and the diuretic resistance over the long term? Is there anything in your data that might suggest that the diuretic requirement may decline with device patients?
So not at this time, but that is something we're particularly interested in as we continue to follow these patients and learn more about these patients and how TriClip can affect not only KCCQ, heart failure, hospitalization, mortality, but as you mentioned, their need for IV diuretics and other diuretics.
So the static amount of diuretics over that study period was by design, or it was primarily by design though?
I'll have Dr. Saraja speak to that.
And then I'll get Dr. Bart, Dr. Cizik, and Dr. Salzman. Go ahead, Paul.
Hi, Paul Saraja here. So, no, there was no prescribed changes in diuretics that were part of the protocol, either at the time of the procedure or in the follow-up. So all changes in diuretics were at the discretion of the local heart team. I share with you the desire to offer something to patients besides just loop diuretics for the treatment of these patients with TR. Hopefully we'll be able to figure it out somehow in the future. I mean, anecdotally, I would say that in my experience, and you know my numbers as an enroller in this study, that I feel patients respond better to their current doses than they did before the therapy. So I can offer that. Whether that can change in follow-up, I think that remains to be studied.
Thank you. Dr. Bart, Dr. Sizek, Dr. Salzman.
Thank you, Brad Bart. I was hoping the sponsor could provide more details on their perspective on optimal medical therapy. If I remember the consort diagram, fewer than 1% of patients were eliminated because they were not on optimal therapy, which means 99% were felt to be optimized. And earlier, there was some discussion of GDMT and right heart catheterizations. But I'm wondering if the sponsor could provide more information. Did everyone have a right heart catheterization? What kind of numbers were felt to represent optimal therapy? And as far as GDMT goes, really we have some class 1 recommendations for those with low ejection fraction. But for those who have an EF of more than 40%, really the only class 1 indication is diuretics. And was just being on a diuretic felt to be optimal therapy, or was there more of an attempt to titrate therapies? If you could provide more clarity on that, that would be great.
So Aaron, this is a great segue because you're going to share the right heart hemodynamics and also the medication. So thank you, Dr. Bart, for that segue.
Perfect. Yes. Totally agree with you. And we're going to have Dr. Benza comment on that. And as you mentioned, we can share the right heart cath data and the medication. I think it's important to answer this question.
Right. And then after we do that, we'll segue into Dr. Hirschfeld's question about the diastolic numbers after the procedure. So those would be the 3 great things to catch up on.
Hi, Ray Benza, Mount Sinai Heart, cardiologist. Here's some information regarding the use of medications during the study. If I could maybe have access to the here we go. Okay, well, we have the right heart catheterization data here first. We can start with that. As you can see, as part of the adjudication committee for patients entering the trial, we did want to make sure that people were at an adequate level so that a procedure can move through safely. And you can see here at the right heart catheterizations, particularly focusing at the central venous pressure, that we're around 11 in the treated group and 12 in the control group. And as many people know, really the magic number for the right ventricle falling off its curve is the CVP of 15. So we were well underneath that and felt very good about this type of number going into the procedure. Our pulmonary vascular resistance was around 2.5. Again, the critical value for the right ventricle is a pulmonary vascular resistance of 5. So again, well under this. And as far as our systolic blood pressures were controlled, we made sure that people who had significant elevations in systolic or diastolic pressure were adequately controlled before entering the trial. The only standard medical care for tricuspid insufficiency, as you know, is diuretics. But in response to other comorbidities that coexisted in these patients, as someone mentioned, there was a number of patients who had heart failure with reduced ejection fraction. In these patients, we made sure that they're on 3-pillar therapy, including adequate doses of ACE, ARBs, and ARNIs, beta blockers, and mineralocorticoid antagonists if they were tolerated in the past. Remember, this study is kind of at the advent of SGLT2 inhibitors, and so the penetration of this particular drug was not particularly prevalent at the time because they had yet to get the approval for either heart failure reduced ejection fraction or heart failure preserved ejection fraction. As far as gold,
so I'm sorry, can we show the data for, we looked at baseline medications in 12 months?
Yes.
Terrific. By the way, thanks for that hemodynamic data. That's terrific.
And so here again, you can see the pillars of therapy, including ACE inhibitors, ARBs, and beta blockers and other vasodilators. These remain stable over the course of the therapy in the majority of the patients, both in the device and in the control group.
Maybe that there for just a second. Let everybody peruse it for just a second. This is very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Cizik and Dr. Selzman, questions about this? Hemodynamic or this?
I have a comment that I'll make when it's all done. Thank you.
Okay, that'd be fine. Amy, a question about this?
You could let Dr. Seltzman go first. I bet it's more pertinent to these slides.
Okay, we'll wait till the sponsor finishes with the questions, then we'll come back to you both, Craig and Amy. Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
And Dr. Hirschfeld had asked about both the gradient, RA pressure, right heart cath done afterwards.
Yes, we'll have Dr. Hahn speak to this.
Thank you.
Rebecca Hahn at Columbia University, Chief Scientific Officer for the CRF Core Lab. As you can see here, this is the increasing gradient as we had shown after the TriClip device. And the mean gradient increase was only up to about, the mean gradient increase was only was less than 3 millimeters of mercury. This is really lower than the expected mean gradients after, for instance, a bioprosthetic valve replacement, where the gradients tend to be anywhere from 5 to 6 millimeters of mercury, and the guidelines now state the stenosis would be a gradient of greater than 9 millimeters of mercury. So we believe that this increase does not represent significant tricuspid stenosis. The pressure half-time, which we were asked to deliver, was not and could not be measured in this patient population. 90% of these patients were in atrial fibrillation, and the pressure half-time is inaccurate in that setting, even if you average 5 to 10 beats, which core labs tend to do. But it is just not accurate, and we know it's not accurate after valve replacements or devices go in part because the peak velocity in diastole, the E wave, is artificially increased because of the slight reduction in the valve area, and so it's no longer just dependent upon the actual gradient across from the atrium to the ventricle. And similarly, for those reasons of the exaggerated E wave, the initial diastolic velocity that goes across the valve, the estimated right atrial pressures are also not accurate and therefore could not be estimated by echocardiography. But the implication of the improved forward flow that we've seen, as you've already seen in the sub-study of imaging that was presented by Dr. Calvacante, do imply that there is enough forward flow that the diastolic higher gradients in the right atrium did not impair forward systolic filling.
Okay. Now, I'm going to turn over to Selzman in just a second, but he had asked a question about what percentage of people had left-sided heart disease, and after that's answered, I'm going to turn it over to him for any question or comment. So, Aaron, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I believe this is the question around LVEF, or is this the question around para-aortic, mitral, CABG, PCI?
They're two independent questions, so if you can answer both of them, that'd be great.
Okay, so perfect. I will first address those with prior aortic and mitral intervention. So as we showed in our baseline characteristics, there was just under 40% of patients that had prior aortic or mitral valve intervention. So when we looked at this as a contributing factor to outcomes, we conducted a subgroup analysis, which I'm pulling up here. And really what we can see is whether patients had a previous mitral or aortic intervention or not, the results were similar, and that there's really no difference or impact in all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery, as well as heart failure hospitalization, but there was an improvement in KCCQ. So this really mimicked what we found in the primary analysis of the cohort.
Dr. Salzman, you've had your hand up. Then I'm going to turn to Dr. Seisig, Dr. Schenker.
Oh, that's good stuff. Thank you for providing this. I have a little MitraClip PTSD on the panel that I was on at that time, where we talked about whether or not this procedure was a palliative procedure. And this is a question that goes back right to the beginning. And perhaps Dr. Adams could address this. You know, we have two mega leaders in our specialty, Dr. Adams and Dr. McCarthy, not pushing this, but advocating for it. And Dr. Yu asked the question about the turn down, the surgical turn downs. And, you know, it goes to this amorphous heart team. And what I worry about, and FDA is going to ask us about this, is indication creep, which is natural. It always happens. So here we have all these patients, these basically octogenarian, 79, 80-year-old folks that are getting these, and I could see how a heart team would say, hey, probably don't want to operate on this. But I wonder if there's a more granular way, much like Partner did, where we had an STS score. We acknowledge that STS has a lot of deficiencies when it comes to tricuspid valve disease because of the lack of information related to liver disease, for example. But we know that really not everybody getting tricuspid valve surgery has an 8% mortality rate. It's patient selection, how you do it. And what you just showed us with that hemodynamic data is unlike any patient that I ever operate on for tricuspid valve disease with a CVP of 12. I'm usually at 22 or 25 by the time I see these patients. So I wonder if there is the possibility or an attempt, or when the study was designed, Dr. Adams, that we could be a little bit more quantitative about how we approach surgical versus medical versus clip management of these patients. Right now with MitraClip, it's still this kind of amorphous thing. It wasn't as amorphous with transaortic valve, transcatheter aortic valves. So I wonder if the sponsor could comment on that, or the FDA if they would like.
Yeah, I'll have Dr. Adams speak to this.
And then Dr. Seisig, Dr. Schenker will come to you. And then I'll need to wrap it up before 2. I have a couple more questions that need to be answered. But go ahead, Dr. Abbott.
Craig, thank you very much for that very insightful question and observation. And this is interesting to me. This is the one technology I think you will see rampant surgeon support for. There's not going to be a lot of creep. Most creep is toward patients we haven't studied or patients that are lower risk. If there's going to be any creep in this population, I think it's going to be even toward more higher risk patients as it gets out into the community and we have this chance to offer this to patients. Because like you said, Craig, that's the patient I typically get too, or the sicker, more patients that have already had ascites and are really at the end of the trail. And I do hope in the long term, this will usher in an era of earlier treatment for massive, particularly for massive or torrential TR, where the sequelae honestly is almost a fait accompli. We cannot eliminate heart failure involvement in these patients because many still will respond to heart failure medication, and we don't want to intervene too early. I plead to keep surgeons involved in this space. Most tricuspid valve patients actually come to surgeons first right now. That will take a while to change, and I think that the lower risk patients, there will be a few. There are some patients that will benefit from concomitant treatment of other valvular heart disease or other disease, even if it's on the moderate side, depending on their age and other risk factors. So there will still be a role for surgery. However, I think we will see I think we will see transcatheter intervention take over in this space for a majority of patients based on risk. We do need to develop new ways to adjust risk. TriScore was tested out honestly in healthier ventricles and healthier patients as well. I'm not sure that's the answer. I think we need to think about it. And I just want to take the floor and say I could not agree more with Dr. Bendis and what Bram said about KCCQ. Having spent my last 35 years living in the left atrium, I believe that this is a new era. I've gotten so educated in this trial about the importance of quality of life in this question. And we all need to think about how we intervene responsibly in this elderly population of outpatients we face every day. And I hope that, and certainly you have the commitment of me as a leader in the field, and I think all of us in this room, that we are going to continue to push the evolution of the adoption of KCCQ as a metric that's important to try and decipher which patients we should be offering any intervention to, whether that's surgery or transcatheter therapy.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Quickly, Dr. Sizek, then Dr. Shanker.
Maybe to that point, I wonder if there's a role to think more about symptom-related measures for post-surveillance. And we heard a lot about in the public panel about shortness of breath, edema specific. I wonder if there is a thought to do more of that. Again, when the KCCQ is so multi-dimensional and it's hard to understand the score itself, what's actually changing, right? You can't intervene on a score, but you can intervene on an item. And then my other question was about provider type and the role of the cardiac surgeon versus the interventionalist. And I think that got answered in the previous, but just some food for thought as someone who comes from more generic measurement and thinking about that more broadly.
And so I'd say save that thought when we come out of our discussion. The FDA is going to be helpful insight. Ahmet, Dr. Shanker?
Yeah, actually, I don't want to really discuss this, but I want to get, of course, I'm an electrophysiologist. I want to get back to AF. Is this appropriate time to do that, or should I wait?
What I want to do is get the sponsor to answer the last couple questions.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, unless it's something that needs to be directed toward the sponsor, Ahmet?
Yeah, actually, I do have, 87 to 93% of patients had AFib. And during the public hearing, the patient stories were very inspiring, but 3 patients said they had AFib. One probably had persistent, the hiker who didn't have AFib after the procedure. The other patient who was a teacher had AFib and coming to the hospital, I guess didn't have AFib after the procedure. There's someone in San Diego as well, AFib. So, it gets back to how much of this is atrial transport with, preserved with presumably seen with sinus versus those patients in AFib who don't have preserved atrial transport, and how might that physiologically benefit the patient? So my question is, have you broken down those 87 or 93% of patients between paroxysmal, persistent, long persistent, or permanent to see if there's a treatment effect? Because I suspect there's a very strong, intimate correlation between the arrhythmia and possibly symptomatic relief. And I'm not sure if you'd see that same symptomatic relief in a patient who's in sinus who has preserved atrial transport.
And apropos, somebody had asked how many patients had an AFib ablation afterwards. So let's just talk about AFib for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So I can comment on first the AFib ablation after TriClip implant. So we had 4 device subjects that had an ablation within 12 months, so 2%. Okay. And then I'll have Dr. Adams talk about the patient population, as we didn't do a specific breakout of those types of patients.
And then Mitch, I see your hand up.
Thank you for that suggestion. I think you should help us look at it in one of our sub-studies. I think you're absolutely right. We're going to have to get smarter now about atrial fibrillation in this population. And I think I, for one, will put my hand up and assume that a lot of these patients just had atrial functional or AFib that was atrial functional TR and MR. And I think that as we move forward in this field right now, that will certainly be one of the questions that we need to ask. And I'll add electrophysiology to my heart team for every single one of these patients. And I actually have spoken recently to one of my electrophysiologists about this very question in a patient that had sort of moderate to severe everywhere. And we're trying to decide whether to do an AFib ablation person or not. But I think you're making another really important point about future management of these patients. Unfortunately, don't have that information in this study population right now.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Mitch? Dr. Krukoff, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mitch Krukoff. So just to extend that, the question of AV synchrony and atrial fibrillation, sinus rhythm differences, it actually gets amplified by what I hope, Rich, is a soon to come to question, which is with poorer ventricles, it's even more amplified. If you lose AV synchrony, you'll get more symptomatic.
What a great segue, Mitch. What a great segue, because Aaron needs to present that data.
The only thing I want to add that's not in the question that I hope Abbott will help us answer here in a second is that the other side of that is that with preserved ejection fraction but stiff ventricles, the same equation plays. So if you lose AV synchrony, you may feel worse. If you are in AFib, get your tricuspid valve clipped, and then are put back into sinus rhythm with a stiff but systolically competent ventricle, you're also going to feel better. So these are the caveats, but I would love to segue if it's time to what do we know about just bad ventricle.
Yeah, so let's do what ventricular function looks like versus outcomes. And Ahmed, I'm sorry we don't have the information about either the type of AFib or post AFib and how many are sinus rhythm. I'm sorry we don't have that.
But I'm with you 100% on it.
So I'll comment on the LVEF. We do have that data available. So we really broke it down on patients with baseline LVEF less than or equal to 50. We had a very small number of patients with less than. I think the comment earlier was that our cutoff was very low at 20. But what you can see here is we only in fact had 44 patients with a LVEF of less than 50. But that being said, the findings in these groups, regardless of this subgroup, are very similar. In fact, same to what we saw in the primary analysis cohort, with no difference in mortality or tricuspid valve surgery. So really not favoring TriClip or control, as well as heart failure hospitalization rate. But we can appreciate an improvement in KCCQ favoring device.
Right. Mitch, does that have the data you're looking for?
Let's just say yes. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Aaron, as far as I can tell, I think we've addressed every question that was posed.
I have a few. If you, we can just call them all answered, or we can address.
We got 5 minutes, so go run with it. Aaron.
5 minutes. Okay, so I'll be brief. There was a question earlier about the patients that had CID-induced TR.
Sorry, I missed that.
It's okay. And how did they respond to the therapy? So there were 5% of those patients. And in fact, in the single arm cohort with PACER related, and I'll just show this slide briefly, but what we found is that patients did, in fact, 100% of those patients, it's only 5, had their TR reduced to moderate or less, and their KCCQ change from baseline to 12 months, in fact, was high with 24-point improvement and no MAEs.
And Mitch, you had asked for this, and I'm sorry I missed it. Actually, I'm sorry. Dr. Schenker, Ahmed had asked for this. My apologies.
Oh, no. I'm an electrophysiologist. Of course I asked for it.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm just a plumber.
So there's one additional question. It's quite extensive because it was asking about looking at the full spectrum of echo, CT, and lab parameters. And a few other factors. So if you'll allow me, I'd really like to have Dr. Hahn speak to that, and then Dr. Benza. So we'll try and keep it brief, but we just, as the FDA requested that we show all of them, not just in the core, I'd like to take this opportunity to do that.
Please do so.
Hi, Dr. Hahn, back again. We'll bring up the slide with much of the data on the echo parameters through 12 months. I think the key here is to see the difference column and all the obviously metrics that we have of TR severity show an improvement with the device. The other trends, or at least going in the right direction, are some of the remodeling of the RV. So RV mid and basal dimensions did indeed go down, but were not statistically statistically significantly different. And then, obviously, as you already know, the function of the ventricle appears to go down, but that is just an artifact really of a reduction in the amount of volume, which Dr. Calvacantia had reviewed before.
Dr. Hahn, these is the core lab that looked at these and averaging 5 or 10 beats?
This is all core lab assessed, and the algorithm for us is to measure as many beats as they've given us. Okay. In general, it was on average 3 to 5, but if we were able to measure more than that, then we did.
Okay.
Hi, João Cavalcanti, just to expand also what was discussed earlier in regards to the imaging sub-study. As you can see, the precision of the 3D measurements, despite the smaller number of patients enrolled, can clearly demonstrate that at the end of the 12 months, there is reverse remodeling of not only the right atrium, the tricuspid annulus, the right ventricle, and also a decrement of the RV function, which is expected since you're removing volume. And that is also translating to the decrease in the RV ejection fraction, but an improvement of the contractility by the free wall strain. Negative numbers are actually favorable.
Yes, Ray Benza, Mount Sinai. Just to answer some of the queries about the natriuretic peptide levels, I just wanted to bring the panel's attention to this first slide, again showing the relevant changes in BNP and NT-proB, BNP, and stress that these clearly cross the unity line. So in essence, there are really no significant changes in natriuretic peptides between these two groups. In addition, if you're looking at the baseline level of natriuretic peptides for the BNP around 300 and NT-proBNP around 2500, these are really very modest changes in these levels. In fact, for the NT-proBNP, remember this is independently affected by age, female gender, and the presence of atrial fibrillation. And so if you're looking at an 80-year-old female, the upper quartile of normal for the range for that NT-proBNP is around 2500. So I think these were very modest changes in the NT-proBNP and not a very significant concern. In fact, if you look at the changes that the FDA mentioned for both NT-proB and BNP, these changes were very, very trivial in the order of 200 picograms per deciliter.
Now, we're not going to allege that people age differently over the year, or they change their gender, or they change their AFib.
No, that's a good point. But as we do get older, and I'm feeling that myself right now, I know my NT-proBNP levels are going up as I stand here.
Great. So lastly, we've come to the end of this panel deliberation. I want to thank the sponsor. Again, I think you've been very responsive to the questions. I want to thank the FDA as well. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 2:15. Again, I'll ask the panel members not to discuss any of the meeting with anybody on the panel or anybody else, and we'll come back at 2:15. At that time, we'll deliberate upon the FDA questions, and that will frame our discussion. So thank you very much again to the sponsor and to the FDA, and I'll see the panel members in 15 minutes. It's now just after 4:15 Eastern Time, and it's time to focus our discussion on the FDA questions. Now, panel members, electronic copies of the questions have been emailed to you, and they're posted on the FDA website. As we go through this, a couple things. One is the FDA has cleverly disguised 12 questions as 8. So there'll be a lot of stuff to go through, and my job is to facilitate the discussion. The FDA would like a robust discussion, especially centered around certain questions that help them. And my job is to help facilitate. So when we're all in agreement, what I'm going to ask is that we not have 12 people say the same thing. But when we're focused on certain things where there are differences of opinion, I want to make sure we get those out. I feel a little bit like Mark Twain, who said, I didn't have time to write a short story, so I wrote a long one. And so we'll try to keep our comments both clear and brief at the same time. And by the way, I also want to encourage our non-voting members, our consumer, our patient, and our industry rep to participate in this discussion as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the FDA to read question number 1.
All right. Hi, everybody. This is Megan Neighbor. I'm the lead reviewer for this PMA, and I will read in the questions.
Megan, we see your slides. Yep.
Yep. Let me see if I can get rid of this. Here we go. Okay. So question number 1 is about safety. The Kaplan-Meier estimates of freedom from MAEs, or major adverse events, including cardiovascular mortality, new onset renal failure, endocarditis requiring surgery, and non-elective cardiovascular surgery for TriClip device-related adverse events post-index procedure at 30 days post-procedure were 98.3% for the randomized cohort and 100% for the single-arm cohort. The individual MAE components at 30 days are shown in Table 1, which is reproduced here on this slide. The CEC adjudicated adverse event rates at 12 months for the full randomized cohort are shown in Table 2 on this slide. And Table 2 is continued here. Please discuss the clinical significance of the TriClip versus control group major adverse event outcomes at 30 days and 12 months.
So if it's okay, I'm going to ask a couple individuals, ask a couple of our interventional cardiologists. So Mitch, I'm going to ask you to comment on this, and then Jim as well, Jim Blankenship.
Well, I think, frankly, this is I see this as very reassuring on these MAEs on the safety side for a structural heart intervention. So that's my thought. So I will add what's not on here was discussed, and maybe later we can get to, but re-instrumenting once the tricuspid valve is clipped, re-instrumentation with pacemakers and defibrillator coils and swans and such, I think is a future issue, but maybe more of a post-market.
Okay, great. Mladen, I see your hand up.
Yeah, this is Mladen Vidovic. Just a quick comment. I mean, we talked about AFib. I assume all these patients were anticoagulated. So I think given that they were probably either on DOAC or on warfarin, this is probably not so bad, with a 25 French sheet. So, I mean, I'm actually very encouraged about this.
Right. Is there anybody on the panel that has any concerns about the MAEs? Seeing none, Bram, let me ask you, it seems that the panel seems to think that these results are actually fairly good, especially in the high-risk population, and I don't see any concerns about these MAEs. Does this adequately address question 1 for the FDA?
Yes, it adequately addresses the safety issue. Thank you. We can go on to question 2.
Great. Well, a lot of discussion. I think this question 2 has 4 parts. So, Megan, let me hand it over to you.
Okay, great. Okay, so question 2 is about the primary endpoint results. The primary endpoint of the Triluminate pivotal trial was a hierarchical composite of time to all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery, number of heart failure hospitalizations, and a greater or equal to 15-point improvement in KCCQ score from baseline at 12 months, tested using the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld method at a 5% two-sided significance level. The primary analysis population was the ITT population. The Finkelstein-Schoenfeld test statistic result was 2.14. The two-sided p-value was 0.0311. The primary endpoint was met, indicating the TriClip group was superior to the control group. A supplementary win ratio analysis was used to evaluate the treatment effect of the primary endpoint. For the primary analysis, which included 350 randomized patients, the number of wins, losses, and ties for the TriClip group and the control group for each component of the primary endpoint are shown in Figure 1. The win ratio point estimate was 1.44 in favor of the TriClip group, with a 95% confidence interval of 1.03 to 2.08. So question 2A is, please discuss the clinical significance of the primary endpoint results.
And I'll look for a hand. If not, I'll start calling on a couple of people. I'm interested in your opinion. Again, we're looking at the clinical significance of the primary endpoint results. Ralph, I saw Jim and Mitch and Mark. Dr. Blankenship, Dr. Krukoff, and Dr. Katz.
Yeah, well, it is statistically significantly better. I was troubled by the lack of correlation between KCCQ and the heart failure hospitalization, but I was somewhat, mollified by the possible explanation that you get more hospitalizations for left-sided failure and less for right-sided failure. So that somewhat reassures me. But I think that the 15-point difference in KCCQ represents a moderate to large difference in quality of life, and I think that is an important difference.
Okay. Dr. Krukoff.
Yeah, I will also say I think that it is clinically significant. I think this is as a right-sided intervention. The way the trial was designed to include heart failure and death was probably inevitable at the time, but we may learn the lesson that this is more about quality of life than, or maybe long-term death, but not within 1 year. I was also reassured on the heart failure side. I do think we have unknowns about both rhythm and LV function, dysfunction, or LV stiffness that are not transparent in these data. But I think we also have the expanded, 700 patient denominator that is not just the usual add-on ad hoc late data, but is actually randomized data in which the heart failure numbers actually look better. So all in all, I am in agreement that I think this is clinically significant.
And specifically clinically significant with regard to symptoms, KCCQ.
Well, beyond, to me, the placebo issue, understanding that it's unblinded, et cetera, I would not have supported doing a sham procedure. I think this level of significance and the durability of the impact of this is clinical.
Okay. I've got Dr. Katz, Dr. Vlitovich, Dr. Brindis, and Dr. Hirschfeld.
So while we all agree that this is a safe procedure, I still have some questions about its overall effectiveness. It did decrease TR some, and obviously had an increase in KCCQ, but the other two hard metrics really were not changed. Additionally, the patient's overall medications didn't didn't change much. I guess they may or may not have had a better response to their diuretics, but it didn't decrease their overall level of medications. And then, looking forward, I, as I mentioned previously, have real concerns about the creep that's going to occur, and that there will be sicker patients who are going to be addressed. And, that is not going to help the results overall, especially as less experienced teams get involved. And then one last point is that, given that there is now an approved tricuspid valve replacement, once the tricuspid is clipped, you take that off the table in the future. So those are my concerns about effectiveness.
Thank you, Dr. Katz. Dr. Vidovich.
So I concur with everybody said. It is safe and patients feel better. Mortality is not changed. So I think that's fine. There's a question actually for the FDA. And since I'm not a statistician, but I'm sure FDA could help us. If I were to review this paper for a manuscript, I would have said, could you please provide, good old-fashioned analysis, statistical analysis, just as a supplementary material, throw it on as an online supplement, just to maybe assuage some people who are not comfortable with the win ratio.
Okay. Dr. Lang, would you like me to respond here?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Vidovich, we're in a new age of clinical trial analysis. The win ratio was actually the primary statistical analysis and used for the primary effectiveness endpoint in the first partner trial with the Finkelstein-Schoenfeld. I would urge you to go back to that New England Journal paper. The point is that over the last decade, this type of win ratio analysis in the device world and even in the drug world has gained a lot of traction for a number of reasons. But what you're getting at is that a win ratio can appear statistically significant, but it's very important to look at the individual components, just like in any composite endpoint. So in the future, please be prepared to see more win ratio FDA panel presentations, and to remember that it's just not statistics. We need to look at how the individual components of the composite endpoint actually fared. Does that help?
Point well taken.
Thank you, Brent. Dr. Brindis and then Dr. Hirschfeld.
Yeah, Ralph Brindis. I'd like to make a couple comments. First, we learned that the hospitalization rates with these patients was much lower than that the sponsors originally thought. And so to be able to come up with some answers related to device wins with heart failure hospitalizations, clearly, or even death, is clearly going to require more than 1 year. So the study wasn't powered enough to be able to, I think, for these hard endpoints to determine benefit, if you will, in a 1 year point. So that means that we are basically relying on patient-reported outcomes, in this case, KCCQ, in making our decision. And I am a big fan of KCCQ. It has face and construct validity. It's reproducible. It's sensitive to change. And baseline and serial measures correlate overall with health and prognosis in previous studies. So I'm comfortable with utilizing KCCQ and making the decisions on this being a positive study. In terms of the issue of not having a true blinded patient population for the KCCQ, I'm comforted by a number of things. One, the fact that if you had a placebo effect, the fact that the benefit has continued for a year, I think mollifies the concern of a placebo effect. The fact that we see a relationship between the degree of residual tricuspid regurgitation and KCCQ, I think is reassuring. The fact that we see that the benefit of the improvement of tricuspid regurgitation in KCCQ is also, in my mind, reassuring. And we have the indirect evidence, if you will, of the reverse remodeling from the subgroup imaging analysis that I also think is reassuring. So I think it's a positive study, and I'm comfortable with that, with these results.
Thank you, Ralph. Dr. Hirschfeld. You're on mute, John, just a second.
There you go. It's Hirschfeld. So the more I look at this, the more I think of what we're really looking at is a real heterogeneity of the patient population. We have some patients, and we heard some of their stories in the open public hearing, who clearly had spectacular clinical responses to the treatment. And when we looked at the group data, I was right on the same page with Dr. Saltzman about looking at the hemodynamics and saying, this isn't kind of TR that I think ordinarily requires intervention in most people. The right atrial pressures were like 7 or 8. The right ventricular end diastolic pressures were 8. That's not big time TR that's really seriously threatening. And I think that may be in part why they failed to show a benefit in terms of death or heart failure episodes. But the other thing, and I need to check with the people who are more statistically sophisticated than I am, but why was the win ratio, why were there only 21% wins in the device group over the control group? Why were 80% of the patients did not satisfy the win criteria? And I would think that if this was this consistent across the whole patient population, we should have seen a larger fraction of wins in the KCQ data than we do. So the way I take this, what I take away from this is that inside this patient population, there was a subset of patients who had really spectacular responses, and another subset, probably considerably larger than the responding subset, who really didn't respond in terms of symptomatic responsiveness.
Hey, John, excellent comments, but just for the record, the total of number of wins in the device column is the sum of all three. So it's 36.7% versus the 25.4 in the control. And then, as you point out, ties were 37.8. But your points still are quite relevant.
Thank you.
Dr. Cizik and Dr. Hopman.
Just to clarify with Dr. Hirschfeld and Dr. Zuckerman, this was hierarchical though, correct? So correct. The 21% is of the hierarchy. It's not, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think some of the responder data we saw was very helpful too.
Mm-hmm. And any comments, Amy, about the clinical significance?
I would agree with what Dr. Krushkoff, and also Dr. Brindis. In terms of a PROM, the moderate to large, I think they went above and beyond in terms of a significance and an effect size, which we typically I don't see in other trials. So.
Amy, we just lost you. I'm going to go to Dr. Hopman.
I want to turn off your video, Amy, and just talk.
Dr. Hopman, I'll come back to you, Amy, in just a second.
Right, so I think John is onto something, though, that it's clear there are some patients that are going to respond very well to this. We learned that if you score high on the KCCQ, you may be less likely to respond. We also don't know much about patients who have severe TR leading to a marked impact on the liver and the kidney, and whether there's a period of being too late, if you will, to intervene. So I don't know what the sweet spot is for this. It would be great to know, because I think there will be patients who benefit, but it's to my mind right now, it's not particularly well defined. And I think the one safety issue that someone else mentioned that I'm concerned about is how much do we know about the safety of placing a new defibrillator or pacemaker post TriClip?
Okay. By the way, Dr. Cizik had just chatted me to say that her comments, she had finished with the comments and didn't have any more to add. Bram, let me summarize what I've heard, and then if you need some additional clarification. There were individuals that felt like the KCCQ was a valid measure, and there was a change in the scores that was positive, that was unlikely due just to placebo effect. But there's still some uncertainty about why that hasn't translated into hard endpoints. Several options or several things to consider. One is it may take a longer period of time to do that. So possibly. Secondly, this patient population wasn't as sick as what we see historically, what we see hemodynamically, and that may account for it. There's still some uncertainty among the group about who would respond to this therapy. We didn't have very many people in class 4 heart failure. There are clearly people that don't respond, and you've shown data. And I would even go back again. The sites that did more than 10 and less than 10, they have the same outcome with regard to reduction in TR, but still the changes with regard to heart failure and death were very discrepant. And so I'm not sure you're going to get a clear answer on this other than the fact that people believe that the KCCQ is valid, but it's not measuring up with hard endpoints at this particular time.
Yes, it was a very good discussion, and that's a very good summary, Dr. Lang. We can go on.
Okay. Megan, let's go to 2B.
Okay. Here we go. The primary endpoint of the Triluminate pivotal trial was met, driven by KCCQ score improvement in the device group. Mortality or tricuspid valve surgery rates were similar between treatment groups, and the heart failure hospitalization rate was numerically higher in the TriClip group versus the control group. The results of the individual components of the primary endpoint were as follows. Kaplan-Meier estimates for freedom from all-cause mortality or tricuspid valve surgery were 90.6% and 89.4% at 12 months for the TriClip group and the control group, respectively. Kaplan-Meier estimates for freedom from heart failure hospitalization at 12 months were 84.5% for the TriClip group and 88.0% for the control group. Annualized heart failure hospitalization rates were 0.22 and 0.17 for the TriClip group and the control group, respectively. And a significantly higher proportion of TriClip patients had a KCCQ score improvement of greater than 15 points from baseline to 12 months compared to control patients, 49.7% versus 26.4%, respectively. The win ratio analysis was repeated for the full randomized cohort, which included 572 patients. The number of wins, losses, and ties for the TriClip group and the control group for each component of the primary endpoint analysis are shown in Figure 2. The win ratio point estimate was 1.53 in favor of the TriClip group, with a 95% confidence interval of 1.14 to 2.06. The win ratio point estimate for the full randomized cohort was similar to the primary analysis cohort, The primary endpoint success continued to be driven by KCCQ improvement. In the full randomized cohort, the number of device wins and control wins for heart failure hospitalization were comparable, with very small numerical differences favoring the device group. The Triluminate pivotal trial was an unblinded or open-label randomized controlled trial. Patient-reported outcomes, such as the KCCQ score, could be subject to the placebo effect in an unblinded trial. So for question 2B, please discuss the strengths and limitations of the primary endpoint results, considering KCCQ score improvement favoring the device group and potential placebo effects, and the lack of reduced mortality and heart failure hospitalization rates through 12 months in the TriClip group versus the control group.
I'm going to call on a couple of people that haven't spoken up yet, just to get your opinion. There has been an opinion that the KCCQ is validated. Here we have it, though, validated in an unblinded trial. And we really can't assess the placebo effect. We've tried, so I'm interested in hearing your opinions. Brad, you mind if I call on you? I'm interested in you, David, and David Friedman, what your thoughts are.
Yes, thank you. This is Brad Bart. I agree with the previous comments about the placebo effect and the KCCQ. I think it's inevitable in an unblinded study to have these questions, but I think the sponsor went a long ways to try to address these issues. I think the durability of the response over 12 months is very reassuring. I think that the correlation between tricuspid regurgitation at baseline and the degree of improvement after the clipping procedure correlates nicely with the KCCQ. I think the remodeling data for the imaging substudy all supports that there is a real physiologic effect. So I feel like they did a good job, and I feel comfortable that that you can't attribute all of the benefit merely to placebo. I think the data line up pretty well.
Okay, great. Dr. Friedman?
Well, I think the KCCQ is kind of pointing towards the quality of life, clinical indicators of improvement. And, as was shown with the public comment, I think a lot of people just kind of bias themselves to thinking by getting the intervention, they're going to be doing better. So there is that aspect. And I agree with many commentators have already said on the panel that the sponsor did everything possible to try to accommodate for that. But I still think that some kind of treatment is better than no treatment. And if the standard of therapy is diuretics, anything that's going to improve the valve will make a big difference. So I think from that standpoint, there is definite validity, and the Kansas City Heart Score does hold true to that. But I do think 1 year of time of this study is not enough. We need a lot more time, and we need a bigger demographic sample size. We need a different types of patients, not just Caucasian. We need a lot of different ethnicities represented too going forward. There's a lot of differentiation with how disease presents themselves in different ethnicities, and I think that also has to bear true.
Okay. Dr. Yu, Jennifer Swarstoff, and then Dr. Shanker, Dr. Blankenship. Dr. Yu?
Thank you, David Yu. Yeah, I think my initial concerns about the placebo effects of KCCQ are somewhat mollified by the durability of the effect and the differences in the KCCQ score. And I think the pathophysiology of right-sided disease lend itself to a longer study to see more differences in the so-called hard outcomes of readmission rates or admission rates and mortality. So I'm actually very reassured by this by these data and the explanations behind the limitations of the methodologies.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Schwartzoff, then Dr. Shanker, Dr. Blankenship.
I think there's always going to be bias when you go to the patient-reported outcomes, and I participated in plenty of them myself. Even if it's whether it's an unblinded study or not, the patients that are coming into these studies are well educated. They have good attitudes usually, and there's always going to be a bit of the placebo effect, but the long-term consistent outcomes is what makes me believe that this is a good endpoint. But I do agree that it needs to be lengthened. 1 year is not enough. And I also believe that they need to adjust maybe the questions for this particular trial for the future. And I know the company was interested in that also. But the patient input is very needed in every trial. And, their outcomes should have a lot of validity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Dr. Shanker and Dr. Blankenship.
Yeah, thank you. So I am comfortable with KCCQ, the KCCQ score improvement. They did a pretty good job of demonstrating it was early sustained and possibly correlated with some hemodynamic and anatomic parameters and biomarkers that supported that. But as we look at the win ratio and just kind of looking at in my reading of the win ratio, and thank you for studying that article, it works well when you have a low number of deaths and hospitalizations. So I'm going to be curious to see how this will play out in 4 or 5 years as the incidence of heart failure and death goes up, and whether KCCQ will still continue to drive that perceived benefit that we see. As regards to reduced mortality, I mean, the mortality rate is, I think, low in general if it's in medically treated tricuspid regurgitation, which Abbott showed us, at least from the data they had. Heart failure rates, we already went through that discussion. The lower volume centers probably didn't do as good of a job, but we don't quite know why. So I think that's just my perspective on those metrics.
Thank you, Amit. Dr. Blankenship, I'll let you have the last word on this.
One abstract that was presented at American College of Cardiology meetings in 2022 by Conadol, which I think has not been published yet, interested me. They looked at the KCCQ scores in placebo arms of trials and then looked at the change from before versus after. And they found that out of 21 trials where they looked at placebo arms only, about half of them had a KCCQ change of about 5%, which they attributed to placebo effect. The average for all 21 was a little bit higher, but I think that goes a long ways towards confirming the estimates that the trialists of the TriClip used were accurate, and confirms the 5% that was observed. And I think it makes it very unlikely that you could explain the entire difference simply by placebo effect. So I think that it supports the idea that, yes, there is some placebo effect, but it's unlikely to account for all or even most of the benefits seen here.
Okay. So if I was to summarize, I'd say most everybody believes there is a placebo effect or a patient bias. It doesn't count for all the results that are seen with regard to the KCCQI improvement because of the durability lasting for at least 12 months. There is a relationship between the change in TR and the KCCQ and the remodeling data. Again, the issue of why it's not tied to improved heart failure rates or to reduce mortality has to do with the lower risk population that was studied and concerns that 1 year may not be sufficient alone to ascertain whether there's any benefit with regard to heart failure, hospitalizations, or death. I think I've summarized what most have said. Dr. Zuckerman, does that address to your satisfaction, or would you like to have some more information?
No, this was a very good discussion and summary. We're ready to go on.
Thank you. Megan 2C?
All right. Post hoc analyses were performed to, sorry, the slide isn't changing. Okay. Post hoc analyses were performed to investigate associations between KCCQ score changes and TR severity. These associations are shown in Figure 3. At 12 months, lower TR severity and greater TR severity reductions were associated with greater KCCQ score improvements. However, there were relatively wide standard deviations in the KCCQ score changes at each TR severity level and in each TR severity change category. Please discuss the clinical significance of TR severity and KCCQ changes at 12 months in supporting benefits of the TriClip device and mitigating the potential placebo effects in an open label trial.
So, Dr. Blankenship, Dr. Bart, and Dr. Krukoff. Jim?
Well, it seems like it makes intuitive sense to me. So I think it's an important observation, and I don't have any problems with it.
Okay. Dr. Bart.
Yes, I think following up on my previous comments, I think, yes, the confidence intervals are wide. And so this by itself does not prove anything, but in the totality of data that's provided, all the trends are in the right direction. And so I'm comfortable with this piece of information as being supportive.
Okay. Dr. Krukoff.
Yeah, the same. I think, again, we're breaking this into much smaller denominators, so it's not a surprise. I think overall the groups are not up, down, but are truly a trajectory across the various severity indices. And then again, this is not the primary endpoint. The primary endpoint, I think the win ratio is a much more robust statistical metric as a primary endpoint goes. But I think for all of us, as we've heard multiple times, this correlation, even with the confidence intervals, the correlation itself is a very clear supportive piece to go along with the primary endpoint, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mitch. Dr. Brendis and Dr. Selsman.
Yeah, Ralph Brendis. The only thing I would add, if I'm not mistaken, the sponsors also presented slides with additional patients in their extended group and also the one-arm group, which narrowed the confidence intervals, making this correlation even stronger.
Okay. Dr. Selsman?
I just want to bring a little bit more clinical context for FDA on this, because we saw this with MitraClip, that everybody, when you do a MitraClip, high-fives themselves when you come out with moderate MR. If we do an operation and do a mitral valve repair, we don't get any high-fives for that. But the reality of it is these patients, when they have a decrease, and it might be within these confidence intervals, they feel better. And so I think trying to hold the therapy to too tight of a kind of in a statistical way is not fair to the patients. I mean, we heard a lot of violins for an hour about these great patient stories, and they're out there, right? But I think there is a lot of reality to the fact that if somebody goes from torrential from 5 to 3, even though it doesn't look good on an echo, they feel it. And that's my own experience. And I think that's what's being seen here, is that there's a lot of variability. And I wouldn't get too caught up on these wide confidence intervals.
All right. Is there any dissenting? If not, I'll summarize. Dr. Vidovich?
I just had a quick question: will this impact how many? If this and when it's approved, how many clips will interventionalists placed seeking lower and lower regurgitation, and one may be enough? Is this something that would be of concern.
That's probably beyond the scope of our discussion. Your point's well taken, but probably beyond the confines of what we're discussing. Dr. Hopman?
Yeah, just briefly, I just remind everyone that there was no reduction in diuretic dosing, which is a bit of a head scratcher. One would believe that if patients were feeling better, one could back off clinically on some diuretic dosing, which did not occur. That said, I think this plot is very important to our discussion, and it makes the change in KCCQ quite believable.
Okay. What I'm hearing, what I've heard is that again, there's a wide confidence intervals. When we added more patients, they narrowed down, but directionally everything moved in the same direction, is biologically plausible. There's still some heartburn about why there's no change in medications and why there's not an overall improvement in endpoints, hard endpoints. You would think that even if it took longer for the death and heart failure hospitalization to manifest, that there would be a decrease in medications with the first 12 months, and there isn't. So there's still some heartburn about that. But I think people are convinced that the data are valid.
Okay, that's very helpful, Dr. Lang. And a quick question for you. Dr. Cohen showed that the relationship between KCCQ and TR is a complex one, and he used a multivariate regression. So I'm not bothered by the fact that the confidence intervals are wide because this is a complex relationship. Is that your conclusion from Dr. Cohen's comments?
Indeed. Agreed. And somebody else had brought up earlier the heterogeneity of the patients. And I think John Hirschfeld had mentioned that as well.
Good.
If there's if you see no other comments, that we'll move to D.
Good.
I'm looking for a robust discussion on this.
Okay to move on?
Please.
Yes.
Megan.
Okay. Question 2D. Among the 65 sites that contributed to the primary analysis population, 56 sites enrolled less than 10 patients, of which 42 enrolled less than 5 patients. 9 sites enrolled 10 or more patients, and 1 site enrolled 51 patients. Post hoc win ratio analyses were performed to evaluate the primary endpoint outcomes as a function of site enrollment for sites with 10 or more enrolled patients and sites with less than 10 enrolled patients. The win ratio results of the primary endpoint for the group of sites that enrolled more than 10 patients was more than twofold higher, 2.19, versus the group of sites that enrolled less than 10 patients, 1.06. This difference was driven by higher heart failure hospitalization rates and lower rates of KCCQ score improvements in the lower enrollment site group. The number of patients in each treatment group and the number of wins, losses, and ties in the TriClip and control groups for each component of the primary endpoint are shown in figures 4 and 5. Please discuss the primary endpoint outcome variability as a function of site enrollment and implications on the generalizability of the primary endpoint results.
And Megan, have you shown the second figure that goes along with this?
So both figures are here on this slide. 10 or more subjects is on the left, and less than 10 subjects is on the right.
Gotcha. So figures 4 and 5 are on this slide.
Yes. And then just to point out, the rates of each event are also included here.
Yeah. And I thanks for pointing out, Megan. I can't remember whether it was Mitch or Mladen had asked for conventional statistics. So there you have a event rate as well besides the win ratio. So David, you first comment.
I can't help but worry that the differences in the hard outcomes between the high and low enrolling sites may be related to the differences in focus on right-sided heart failure management. I mean, you have two classes of sites that get the same technical result, but significantly different hard outcomes in terms of rehospitalization rates and KCCQ score rates. So I just can't help but, I mean, it may be completely unfounded, but that's what keeps coming back to me when I see those differences. And I'm just curious as to what others think about that.
Okay. Mitch, Dr. Krukoff?
Yeah, no, I'm totally with David. I think that is very likely to be the case. But to me, again, this is good news, not bad news. I think what would worry me is if the lower case volume sites really did harm. And I don't think we see that. What I think is there is something to learn, and not necessarily so much technically, about doing the procedure as caring for patients with this truly right-sided disorder and not caring for them like they're having left heart failure. So I think there's a lot to learn. I think I want to get into this more with the post-market sort of focus, but I think to me, the signal here is a clear one, but is a clear one that belongs in the post-market rollout.
Dr. Vidovich, then Dr. Hopman.
Yeah, I agree with both previous comments. I mean, the safety signal is there. It seems it's safe. I still can't figure out why their MitraClip volume is very high. So these are experienced operators. I mean, they've done 500 MitraClips, and this is right-sided, so this should be easier. And then low volume sites, which will likely be predominant in post-approval, don't get. So there's some unmeasured confounder there or a factor that we don't know what it is. But again, as Dr. Krukoff said, it is safe, and there's no signal to show the lower volume sites did any harm.
Okay. Dr. Hopman and then Dr. Bart.
Yeah, my hand was up in error, sorry.
Okay. Dr. Bart, Dr. Friedman?
Yes, Bradford. It does suggest that maybe there's an issue related to the treatment, the medical treatment of the heart failure, like others have said. I'm just interested in, I don't think we saw this, but everyone had a right heart catheterization. I wonder if they looked at the adequacy of therapy based on the number of subjects that they ended up doing. I mean, just trying to get a handle on if there were treatment differences that could be explained here.
Thank you, Brad. Dr. Friedman.
Yeah, and on the enrollment sites, I just was curious. I mean, what is the high value site doing to enroll so many patients? Is it just an operator dependent issue, or is this just, just a function of type of heart failure complications with patients at the time? Or the types of patients they're seeing at different places, whether it's a tertiary center versus maybe less of a tertiary center. I don't know.
Okay. Dr. Shanker?
Yes. I agree with Dr. Krukoff in that, if this device is approved, then you start pivoting to a post-market surveillance scenario. I think above and beyond, in addition to an emphasis on procedural and imaging training, there's going to probably have to be a focus on management of right-sided heart failure in these patients in order for these patients to ensure they have an optimal outcome. So that might be something to consider as you go to the post-market phase.
Okay. So, Dr. Zucker, what I'm hearing is that the low volume centers didn't have increased adverse events. They had the same reduction in TR, but they didn't have the same clinical benefit. And the two concerns expressed is there something different at baseline about the patients? And more importantly, were they not treated as well medically in the smaller centers, the sites with smaller number of patients? But they didn't feel like there was anything different about how the procedure was done, the results of the procedure, or any adverse events associated with it. Do you want some further clarification or some further questions to the panel, Dr. Zuckerman?
No, that's a very good discussion and summary. I was wondering if Dr. Hauptman could further hypothesize about what might be important to look at in the medical treatment in any study going forward, given that this is an important hypothesis here.
Well, there's treatment of right heart failure.
I'm sorry, Paul, identify yourself with the transcriptionist. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul Howland. There's treatment for right heart failure, and then there's treatment for right heart failure. Which loop diuretic is used? Torsemide generally better absorbed, better bioavailability in patients who have right heart failure over furosemide. Meticulous management of thiazide diuretics several times a week, perhaps in advance of the loop diuretic, helps. So there's a lot of subtlety in taking care of these patients and constantly managing the diuretic therapy, which I think a lot of people have difficulty doing. Admittedly, if someone has truly torrential TR, there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do even with concentrated diuretic management with torsemide and thiazide and so forth. But it does raise the question, Bram, about the language and the labeling. How is the FDA going to look at and define optimal medical therapy and a failure of the same in order to qualify for a TriClip?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Let's move to question 3 then.
Okay. Question 3 is about the descriptive endpoint results. The results of key descriptive endpoints at 12 months are as follows. Similar to KCCQ score changes, SF36 score, NYHA functional class, and 6-minute walk distance changes numerically favored the TriClip group versus the control group. The mean SF36 physical and mental component scores increased by approximately 5 points in the TriClip group from baseline to 12 months, while the SF36 physical and mental component scores in the control group were mostly unchanged. At baseline, 59% of patients in the TriClip group and 55% in the control group were in NYHA class 3 or 4. At 12 months, 16% of patients in the TriClip group and 40% of patients in the control group were in NYHA class 3 or 4. At 12 months, unpaired 6-minute walk distance increased by about 28 meters from baseline in the device group versus about 13 meters in the control group, with large standard deviations present. Annualized rates of hospitalizations for peripheral edema and ascites numerically favored the TriClip group versus the control group. The annualized heart failure hospitalization rate was numerically higher in the TriClip group versus the control group. And these rates are shown on the slide. Echocardiographic endpoints of PISA, EROA, PISA regurgitant volume, and vena contracta width were reduced in the device group, which is consistent with TR reduction. There was a small 0.18 centimeter reduction in mid-right ventricular end diastolic diameter in the TriClip group, and right atrial volume showed a small increase of 7.78 milliliters in the TriClip group. The MRI and CT imaging substudy, which included 82 patients at 10 sites, showed that TriClip use is associated with favorable right atrial and right ventricular volume changes, supporting favorable RA and RV remodeling, favorable changes in corrected RV ejection fraction and pulmonary forward flow. Imaging substudy limitations included the small sample size and uncertainty regarding long-term prognostic implications. So the question here is, please discuss the clinical significance of these clinical and imaging outcomes.
So, Bram, based upon the previous discussion, I'll try to summarize this to move on to other questions. And when I summarize, if anybody feels like I don't represent their opinion, then I'd please ask you to voice that. I think that what the group has said is that whether these may or may not be significant statistically, is all of these things are moving in the right direction with regard to the SF-36, the KCCQ, the number of patients in New York Heart Failure Association Class 3 or 4 at the end of 12 months, annualized rates of hospitalization for right heart failure, i.e. peripheral edema and ascites, echo endpoints, MRI and CT, and although some of them are small numbers, it looks like everything moves in the right direction and supports the hypothesis that a reduction in TR and an improvement in KCCQ correlate. So I think that's what I've heard over the previous discussion. Is there any dissenting opinions about that? Brand and the FDA, does that adequately answer?
Yes, it does. We're ready to go to the next question.
Okay. Question 4.
Okay, question 4 is about the single-arm cohort results. Patients in the single-arm cohort met the same enrollment criteria as the randomized cohort, except that patients were assigned to the single-arm cohort if the eligibility committee determined that there was a high likelihood that tricuspid regurgitation would be reduced by 1 grade or more with the TriClip device, but a low likelihood that tricuspid regurgitation would be reduced to moderate or less. The single-arm cohort was intended to show that any reduction in TR provides some health status benefit, even if TR severity was not reduced to moderate or less. TR reduction by at least 1 grade at 30 days was achieved in 98.9% of patients, and TR reduction to moderate or less was achieved in 80% of patients. The primary endpoint for the single-arm cohort was survival at 12 months plus a KCCQ score improvement of 10 or more points compared to baseline, which was tested against a 30% performance goal. In 91 patients, the primary endpoint event rate was 46.2%, with a lower 98.75% confidence limit of 34.3%, which exceeded the performance goal. Thus, the primary endpoint was met. CEC adjudicated adverse event rates through 12 months are shown in Table 3, which is on this slide. The rates of all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, and heart failure hospitalization were approximately 2-fold higher in the single-arm cohort than in the TriClip group of the randomized cohort. Other event rates were comparable to the TriClip group of the randomized cohort. And then this table continues on the next slide. And the question here is, please discuss the single-arm cohort. Please discuss the clinical significance of the single-arm cohort results, their value added to the randomized cohort results, and the implications on defining the TriClip intended use population.
Dr. Friedman, your thoughts?
Well, I think the safety aspect is still there, a little bit higher with the major bleeding. I'm honestly not sure what to make of that. If it's single arm, I mean, they're not comparing it to anything. Am I wrong?
Correct. That's correct.
But I still think it's a safety issue that is in the range of within reason and sense.
Dr. Krukov, up to you. And Amit, do you have your hand up or?
I have it up.
If I could just interject one thing, Dr. Friedman, it is a single arm registry, but both the safety and effectiveness had performance goals that the trial was measured, that the results were measured against. You can say what you want regarding the validity of the performance goals, but they did meet the hypotheses for safety and effectiveness in this single arm trial.
Okay.
Dr. Krukoff, Dr. Yu, Dr. Shanker, and Dr. Selzman.
Yeah, so to me, because I got a lot of reassurance because we had so many additional randomized patients we could add to the 350, that's not what I take from the single arm in this case. What to me the single arm is most striking for is how much better, how much higher the percentage of reduction to moderate or less TR actually occurred than was expected or predicted. So personally, this would be, I would see this as ground to go back to the drawing board and look at the criteria. Why did you expect it to have very limited effect in these sort of more torrential patients and try and leverage that either with, again, potentially in a post-market label extension or in a device design. But that to me was the most striking thing about this single arm was how much higher a percentage of patients had with more TR reduction. I think it was said earlier that no surgeon would leave the OR with moderate regurgitation. And the reason for that, I think it was Craig was saying that, is that it's because there's a price to pay long term. And I do think that our whole frame shift in this particular patient space is that these are not patients who die fast, gasping for air like left heart failure patients. These are patients who die a long, slow, and as we heard, agonizingly cruel and uncomfortable kind of death. So leaving behind anywhere where you get more performance, more reduction of TR than expected, I would take a deep dive into that because ultimately any TR left behind, probably there is a price to pay. It just may be later rather than earlier, with relief of symptoms being more the immediate benefit.
Great. Dr. Hugh?
Yeah, I echo Dr. Krukoff's impressions. I was just struck that the device performed better than they expected and informs, I think, study design in terms of the post-market trials.
Thank you. Dr. Shanker?
Yeah, I echo what both my colleagues have said, and of course have to throw in there as an electrophysiologist that there were 5 patients who had CIED-related tricuspid regurgitation, and it was encouraging to see when Abbott brought up that data that the TR was effectively treated even in those patients where the lead entrapment was a cause of or contributed to the tricuspid regurgitation.
Thank you. Dr. Selzman and then Dr. Bart.
So, I'm focusing on the last part of the sentence, implications on defining the TriClip intended use population. Dr. Adams mentioned the creep. There's 2 ways it can creep. This is a very high-risk patient population. I can't find all the demographics associated with the single arm, but clearly they were thought to not be the greatest candidates, but nevertheless they did so well. So I think as the FDA thinks through this, I'm not sure we're going to have an upper limit on who this patient population could be, because these are no option patients that you could try. It would be interesting with the transcatheter valve replacement. That's going to set up a study. I don't know. Nobody will do that study probably, but to compare these 2 patient populations in that study. But as it goes to the intended use, I think this sets that there is probably no bar to not try it, these are no option patients. It's more what I'm interested in is the other side of the intended use as we get lower and lower down in terms of risk and suitability for clipping.
Okay. Dr. Bart, and then I'll summarize.
Yes, I view the results as mixed in this single arm cohort. It's true that the technical success rate was very impressive. But the selection committee who decided to put these patients in the single arm study actually did a pretty good job of defining a group that did not do so well clinically. The heart failure rates were much higher. The death rates were much higher than the randomized cohort. So there's something about these patients that it is worse. CEC. Maybe I missed. Yeah, hospitalization for heart failure rates were quite high, and death rates were higher. So kind of a mixed result. And I think we need to keep that into perspective when we're thinking about which patients would qualify for a study like this.
So, Bram, I'm going to summarize. As you mentioned, this group did meet their endpoint. There is no comparison group with regard to, quote, hard endpoints like heart failure or death. But what we do have is, even though they were not predicted to have moderate or less TR, and 80% did. Now, again, these were a selected patient population. They were selected to be considered for it, even though it wasn't thought that they would be quite successful, but in fact they were, and most of these people had torrential TR. So that shouldn't be a contraindication to its use. And we may even need to consider encouraging those patients because, as was mentioned, they're not typically surgical candidates. So.
Good. I think we're ready for the next question.
Okay. Number 5.
Oops. Okay. Okay, question 5 is about the indications for use statement. The sponsor has proposed the following indications for use statement. The TriClip G4 system is indicated for the improvement of health status in patients with symptomatic severe tricuspid regurgitation, despite being treated optimally with medical therapy, who are at intermediate or greater risk for surgery, and in whom tricuspid valve edge-to-edge repair is appropriate as determined by a heart team. So the 3 questions here are, please discuss whether the available clinical data support the proposed indications for use. Please discuss whether the phrases improvement of health status and as determined by a heart team should be modified or further defined. And please discuss other indications for use modifications if recommended.
Let's start with A, and I'll just ask the group, and I'll just ask for a show of hands. Discuss with the available clinical data support the proposed indications for use. Actually, I see some hands up. Brindis, and then Dr. Vidovich. Ralph?
A, yes, I think that the available clinical data supports the proposed indications. In terms of the phrases, improvement of health status, I'm comfortable with that. That's consistent with KCCQ. It may be over time, we'll learn more, and you could even change the indication, but that's what we have at the present time. Determined by a heart team, if I'm not mistaken, our expert consensus documents like to use the term multidisciplinary team. So I might suggest that it be changed to a determined by a multidisciplinary team or a multidisciplinary heart team to get all the comment of making sure we have all the appropriate players involved in the decisions for who's best suitable for this procedure.
Terrific. Thank you, Ralph. I'm going to call on Dr. Vidovich, and Dr. Shanker, Dr. Blankenship, and Dr. Cizik. So,
yes, so this is Martin Vidovich. So I agree with A, I think the data supports this indication for use. For B, I would probably wordsmith improvement in health status as a little bit. It probably is legitimate that it correlates with KCCQ, but it looks a little bit, I don't know, brushed with broad strokes, I would say. So I would wordsmith that a little bit. And then C, I don't think there would be other indications I could come up with right now based on this.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. Dr. Shanker?
Thank you. In line with what I had discussed before, roughly 97% of patients that were studied had NYHA class 2 or class 3 symptoms. I do think that should be included to prevent this device being used in very sick class 4 patients, which may not have great outcomes. The second consideration for the FDA is about 93%, 94 to 97% of the patients had AFib. They weren't in sinus rhythm. And I think that should be considered in the IFU.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Blankenship?
I'm a little uncomfortable with the improvement of health status language in that we really lack the more objective measures of it. So perhaps improvement of patients' perception of health status or improvement of perceived health status might more accurately reflect what we've been talking about today.
Okay. Thank you. Jim? Dr. Cizik?
Yes, I find this pretty generic. SF36 is considered a health status measure. It's a pretty broad term if in the PROMS world. So especially if there's concerns about data collection and I think this could be more specific. I have ideas, but I don't want to force them on people. But I think this is pretty broad.
Okay, Dr. Cizik, you're not forcing them on anyone, please.
I'm sorry, Brad was going to say, I'm interested in what are those specifics, Amy?
Can you hear me okay? I'm
yes,
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we've had being specific to the measure itself. So a moderate to large improvement in KCCQ. I know that's very specific, but I think too, back to some of the baseline data, this idea too, and we see this in other PROMS measurement, right? If people already are functioning higher, it's harder to get them to that higher state. And so I think that was really important for some of this data we saw, right? Like you needed to be kind of lower quality of life to see a bigger gain. And so I think being realistic, even from the patient, letting patients know, look, you got to be feeling bad enough for this to make you feel better. So does that help?
No, that was very helpful, Amy. Very helpful. Dr. Friedman, Hauptman, and Hirschfeld.
Yeah, Dave Friedman. So I agree with the panelists too about we have to be more articulate about these comments. Improvement of health status is very vague. Trying to be less ambiguous, rather, maybe something along the lines of improving functional quality of life, something or other, and as determined by a multidisciplinary structural heart team would be words that I come to my mind.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Hauptman and then Dr. Hirschfeld.
I just want to comment on the symptomatic severe. We heard about, the 5-grade scale, severe 3, severe 4, severe 5. Just throw out the possibility that the FDA may want to limit it to, let's say, severe 4 and 5, massive and or torrential, where, as I mentioned before, diuretic therapy probably not really that effective, and it's a mechanical problem with the valve that can't be fixed with diuretic therapy. People have mentioned the word creep several times. I would be concerned that, severe 3 could be looked at as moderate by some, could be moderate, but called severe 3. I think we really have to have some assurance that this is truly severe TR and the patient is symptomatic, both.
Okay. And last word, Dr. Hirschfeld.
Okay. My microphone's on this time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I came back to advocating improvement of health status. And the reason is I think we have to be careful to try to micromanage indications in the IFU. We can get too far into the weeds trying to micromanage it. The other is that I think we don't really know yet who the optimal patients for this device are. We've seen this heterogeneity in the response of the individual patients. And so I think that it's probably better to leave this in a more general framework and leave that to the intuition of the clinicians rather than do something that might tie people's hands or, make people try to fudge the echo data or something in order to justify doing this.
Okay. So I'm going to summarize some suggestions, and I appreciate Dr. Hirschfeld's dissenting view to keep it general. I personally agree with Dr. Cizik in that health status for a patient, that doesn't mean do they live longer, do they prevent hospitalizations, and I think being a little bit more specific will help the patient understand what the benefit is, and whether that's called improvement in health status as noted by KCCQ or by symptoms, I think will be helpful to the patient. You've heard people say a multidisciplinary structural heart team. And you've also heard that this should be applied to people that have severe TR and symptomatic TR as well. Other considerations is to say that it's not been assessed in New York Heart Association Class 4 patients. And then again, Abbott raised the point of, is there any way to mention that most of these patients had AFib? So that's the totality of opinions, but I think they do provide a framework for you all.
I would agree. We're ready for the next question.
Great. So, Bram, the next question is regarding the safety and effectiveness of the device, the benefit risk profile. Do you want to do that here? Because we're soon going to be doing that with regard to the questions and the voting.
Yes, the point of this question is just to get people thinking about benefit risk decision in a general context, because once the voting starts, it's very quick and you don't have time. So if we can spend a few minutes just talking about some of the general ideas here, Dr. Link.
Be happy to do that. Dr. Yu, let me start with you. I'm going to go to Dr. Bart and Dr. Selzman.
Yes, in terms of the safety of the device, I think the data is pretty obvious, and I'm very comfortable with the safety of the device. In terms of the efficacy, in terms of what the patient is really experiencing, I still do put a lot of faith in the KCCQ data, even though there is a potential placebo effect in that it's in that study or that methodology. It is still the reality to the patient. And to discount that, I think, does a disservice to the patient. And I think this new initiative by FDA to be more interactive with the patient population is laudable. And I think this goes along with that.
Okay. I've got Dr. Bart.
Yes, I agree. I think that the safety profile is adequate. And I think that it's important to consider what the alternatives are for these patients, and their alternatives are quite limited. So I think overall the totality is favorable.
Thank you, Brad. Dr. Blankenship, and then Jennifer Swarsoth and Dr. Katz.
Yeah, just very briefly, because the safety profile looks good compared to a lot of the things that many of us do, I have a lower bar for efficacy, and even if it's only helping symptoms, you think that's what total hip replacements do. They help symptoms. And so if we can help symptoms with this at a low cost in terms of risk, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Well said, Chuck. Oh, well said, Jim. I'm sorry. Jennifer?
I'm always going to root for the benefits of a medication, but I'm also not a risk taker. I really don't see high risks for this. I think longer studies need to be done, but if we can present an option with that's low risk and minimally invasive, I mean, that's a game changer for all the patients out there that can benefit from this. Heart failure is not fun. I have been there. It is not fun at all. I'm lucky that the medications work on me. But if they were to stop working on me or my disease were to progress, I would want to have something like this on the market and available. And the patients deserve that.
Appreciate that comment, that insight. Thank you, Jennifer. Dr. Katz and then Dr. Salzman.
It's Mark Katz. So, I mean, I think we all agree on the safety, that we didn't hear about any really bad untoward effects with the clips. And I'm a big fan of clips on the left side. However, from the benefits, I mean, we didn't hear anything about it decreasing the need for paracentesis, decreasing the amount of peripheral edema. I think the place that this is going to find its usefulness is most patients will end up getting a transcatheter valve replacement, but patients with really severe RV failure, in whom a transcatheter valve replacement will actually lead to worsening RV failure because of no pop-off. Those would probably be the patients that might benefit the most, where you can decrease at least the amount of regurg some, but leave some pop-off for a very weak RV.
Appreciate that comment. Thank you, Mark. Dr. Salzman.
So I'll just go back. Of course, my vote is going to be positive, but I have an asterisk to it, which is when we take the patient population from the average age of our two presidential candidates down to something that's a little bit lower. I don't know if that concerns me. It also concerns me that when we put these clips in, someone that might be, we're putting a lot of faith in the surgical arm of the treatment team. One of the things that wasn't mentioned in the big STS study that gave surgery a less favorable view was the fact that patients that got a tricuspid valve repair did a lot better than those that got a tricuspid valve replacement. And when you put a clip on, and we've seen this with the MitraClip, it's hard to re-repair those. So basically, once you put this clip on, if there is a surgical option, it kind of takes it away, and it demands that it would be a replacement. Having no experience, because I've never operated on a TriClip, but I've operated on a MitraClip. So as we think about this and the indications, I'll just state yet again, somehow, some way, and perhaps it's in the post-market study, as the creep goes down to lower ages and less risk, that there be some way to hold the therapy accountable.
Thank you, Dr. Salzman. And Dr. Hodman, I'll let you have the last word on this.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'll just thematically back up what Dr. Salzman says, and I would encourage the agency to work with the sponsor to evaluate post-implant deployment of the defibrillator leads and pacemaker leads, because safety, paraprocedural safety, I think everybody agrees on, but what happens a year or two or three down the road if the patient needs a lead or a lead revision? So hopefully there's enough data in the European experience that can inform the agency on
that. Dr. Lang, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Brian. I think what you've heard is people consider there to be little risk in its current use, benefit with regard to symptoms, and again, some concern about whether it closes options in the future. But again, we'll address this. I appreciate this is thought-provoking. We'll be voting. And by the way, after everybody's vote, and please don't reveal now how you're going to vote, but after the vote, everybody will have a chance to explain why they voted as they did. This is a thought-provoking question. So I'm going to move to 7, because I think this goes into the proposed post-approval study that some people have referenced already. So let's get to that question.
Okay. Question 7 is about the post-approval study. Patients enrolled under the TriClip IDE, including those enrolled under the Continued Access Protocol, enrollment is limited to 450 patients. 360 patients were enrolled as of January 5th, 2024, and no study results are yet available. All of these patients will be followed through 5 years. Additionally, Abbott Medical proposes to conduct registry-based post-market surveillance of the TriClip device through the STS-ACC Transcatheter Valve Therapy, or TVT registry, including linkage of the TVT registry with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, claims data. Patient outcomes will be analyzed annually through 5 years post-procedure. Patient demographics and baseline characteristics, as well as outcomes during the first year post-procedure, including assessments performed at the index procedure, discharge, 30 days, and 12 months, will be collected through the TVT registry. For years 2 through 5 post-procedure, outcomes including mortality, repeat procedure for tricuspid valve-related dysfunction, and hospitalization will be collected from the CMS claims data. So the 2 questions here are, please discuss the strengths and limitations of the proposed single-arm registry-based study design for the post-approval study. And please discuss whether sample sizes for specific subgroups or underrepresented minority patient populations should be pre-specified and evaluated in the post-approval study.
I'm going to go to Dr. Krukoff and then Dr. Brindis. Dr. Salzman-Hoffman, I'm not sure if your hands are up for this question or whether, okay. So if you do want to address this, keep your hands up. If not, take them down. So Dr. Krukoff and then Dr. Brindis. Mitch, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think as a breakthrough device that the post-market actually takes on added importance because the job is not done with a point of approval in something this novel, this new. I think there's also the challenge of having another breakthrough device that's now approved that would be have been a total game changer as a comparator, potentially, if it had been available, 7 years ago when planning for this sort of started. But I think as we go into the post-market, the real imperatives that come out of today's discussion are, first of all, the main event, the main benefit that every patient who testified to, and that the data support have got to be extended in the post-market, and that includes that's primarily the KCCQ. So finding a way to make that efficient, doable, working together with the NCDR, as Dr. Brindis mentioned earlier, who's interested in more than a 50% completion rate, or through some other mechanism. But whatever the mechanism is, I think Bram Zuckerman's emphasis on the importance of following through on the main impact of this therapy on quality of life has got to be carried through into the post-market, and that needs to be clear from the get-go. The other thing that I think out of today's discussion that would be a point of emphasis from my perspective in the post-market is to better understand the role of rhythm and LV function in these patients where atrial fibrillation has such a high presence and where AV synchrony it has such a key role in how people feel being married to an individual who has had atrial fibrillation off and on. She knows she's a different person energy-wise when she's in rhythm or not. So I think putting those pieces together, the left heart, the heart rhythm, and the TR regurgitation, and how TR makes people feel is a different animal than most of us are used to, or most of the cardiology community is used to dealing with. They're rather than ignoring the right side, we focus on the left side. That's not what we're talking about here. We have to understand what patients experience whether that's volume overload, whether you don't need to increase diuretics if the valve is made competent, but you do get rid of volume. I think those are the kinds of questions that I would hope this post-market would carry forward in a breakthrough device and really concentrate on. I think that can be done single arm. I do think that clearly will be a better, faster way to understand the important questions that we have unanswered here today.
Thank you, Mitch. Dr. Brindis, Dr. Cizik, Dr. Yu, and Dr. Vidovich. Ralph?
Yeah, thanks, Ralph Brindis. First, a little background. In the year 2021 and 2022, off-label in the TVT registry, we had about 360 to 370 tricuspid procedures entered, and those are basically the ones that were actually entered. In terms of underrepresented minorities, in those two years, about 11% were African American, and 8% were other than Caucasian. The strengths, of course, of the registry is not only would you be following the TriClip IDE patients described, but you'd also be following patients that are being done not from these studies. So we'd be having that data. So we'd have the strengths of a huge patient cohort to follow over time. The other strengths are related that most of these patients are in the Medicare aged. And so we have that ability to use CMS claims data, not only for death or hospitalization, but maybe even answering some of these questions related to utilization of pacemakers or other procedures downstream. Some of the limitations are I think, discussed and obvious. The most important one is making sure that we can improve our KCCQ 1-year results data entry.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Cizik.
Yeah, I think I just want to echo the importance of 2-year and 5-year KCCQ data. I know it's harder to get patients. Believe me, I work with trauma patients at these longer time points, but I think that's where we'll see some really interesting data, and also kind of echoing just some clinical as to whether it's a PROM or some clinical value for things that we heard from the patients today in the public hearing: shortness of breath, edema, fatigue, maybe a little more specific symptom data collection might be helpful for indications as well.
Thank you, Amy. Dr. Yu?
And I just, sorry, one follow. I have had success so as not to ask for something and then not provide a solution. I do find registries are a good place to partner and get patient-reported outcome data. So if that's not already going on, hopefully that's something that can be helpful.
Thank you. Dr. Yu?
I think this construct and its duration over a 5-year span presents an opportunity to see if this intervention can help physicians manage a tricuspid disease, right heart failure, because I think it speaks actually directly to Part B in terms of minority patient populations, underrepresented groups who don't have the access to the close medical follow-up that other groups have. And so I think it's an opportunity to see how this not only impacts the management, but also advantages those that are represented that don't have the same access to healthcare.
Good point, David. Thank you. Dr. Vidovich.
Yeah, I think this is a great strength. The only question I have is, do we have enough granularity to follow up the rhythm issue, which was brought up, the atrial fibrillation, and do we have enough granularity to see the procedure that will be done for implantable devices that cause TR, like TR caused by the leads? Could this be a signal we could pick up later on? Again, I don't know if there's enough granularity to look into that.
Okay. Dr. Schwartzoff, it's Jennifer Schwartzoff, my apologies.
Oh, no problem. Jennifer Schwartzat, I have seen firsthand how well registries can work in collecting data. So I think that's a wonderful idea. Patients are more than willing to share when they've had positive or negative experiences. They want to spread the knowledge out there to other patients. I also think that when we talk about these subgroups, as we said in the last question, some of the doctors said we should be looking at the younger population if that's going to become, more prevalent, and look at 5-year studies, but also maybe even further down, because those people are going to have to live with this device longer than the population that's currently really receiving it and being studied.
Great. Bram, I'm going to summarize here. Two things. One is I do believe the registry data carries value. A large number of patients, we already have some enrolled, and as Ralph suggested, already have some minority patients in there. As Bram, as you have highlighted, Ralph's mentioned, and Abbott has conceded, that collection of KCCQ data has not been very robust. And since this particular study, the value of it, or the major endpoint in which we're basing this, the effectiveness is the KCCQ, it's going to be pivotal that they collect that data and continue to collect that data in the current patient population for 2 to 5 years. And importantly, if we're going to try to tie this to hard endpoints like decreased hospitalization, decreased mortality, that they continue to collect this data in this particular group for 2 to 5 years. You've heard a couple of the things. People are interested in LV function, baseline LV function, making sure we collect that data. Atrial fibrillation, is it paroxysmal or chronic, and what happens after the device is placed with regard to atrial fibrillation? I think Amy's suggestion about getting specific about right heart symptoms, so we can see how it affects ascites, edema, fatigue, those kinds of things, I think are also valuable. So I think I've summarized most of the information that we've got. Does that give you sufficient guidance, Bram?
Yes, that's very helpful. We can go on to the next question.
Okay. Question number 8.
Okay. Question 8 is about the training program. Please discuss key elements recommended in the operator training program for the TriClip procedure.
Okay. For our interventionalist, Jim, key elements?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think one of the biggest questions coming out is how much training and run-in is going to be necessary. We saw that there's maybe a benefit to higher volume operators and teams, and so I think one question is how many procedures should be done with a proctor involved. So I think that's one of the key things, and I think the program they outlined that involves visiting a center of excellence and watching some procedures and then getting started with proctors is going to be important. And I think probably requiring prior MitraClip experience is going to be important. And then recalling that it's not only the individual operators, but it's the entire team taking care of the patient before, during, and afterwards is also going to be very important. So building up the experience of the team as well as the experience of individual operators is going to have to be an important part of it.
Okay. Mitch and Madden, other comments?
Yeah, I basically agree. I think that, again, the backdrop of having a lot of MitraClip experience tells you how to operate the device. But I think the tricuspid valve is clearly different than the mitral. But I think the training program learning curve is something that was done pretty well with MitraClip, and I think a lot of those same principles probably apply. The point that's been made repeatedly is after the procedure, the technical procedural success. I think that the next part of training, and whether this is part of the multidisciplinary team or something you go after the interventionalists about, but I think you have to pay attention that to really benefit somebody who understands right heart failure has to take care of the patient. Valve is fixed.
Great. I've got Dr. Vidovich, Dr. Brindis, Dr. Shanker, and then Dr. Friedman.
Yeah, this is Mladen Vidovich. What confuses me is that experience with MitraClip didn't translate in high volume sites and better outcomes. So I suspect it is the heart failure team that probably is the key element here, why they did better in the high volume team. How you, as an interventionalist, I don't know, I'm not a heart failure doc, how would you follow up with that and train them? I'm at a loss here, but I think that is the secret here in the better outcomes.
Okay, the secret sauce. Okay, Dr. Brindis?
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the mechanical aspects of the training program for the TriClip per se. We have good models related to MitraClip. I think the big issue here is in patient selection and being able to make sure that the training program really works hard at helping centers figure out who's the right patient to have the procedure.
Thank you. Dr. Shanker and then Dr. Friedman.
I agree with everything that everyone said before me. The one thing I do want to throw in there, as an electrophysiologist, in my personal experience when I'm ablating right-sided versus left-sided accessory pathways, the tricuspid valve is a lot more, it's a little bit more difficult to maneuver the catheter along the tricuspid valve annulus to get to where you want to get to. So the experience that folks have had with the mitral valve annulus will possibly be different than on the tricuspid side, and also how you approach the tricuspid valve annulus, a transeptal versus a retrograde versus having to come advance up into the IVC and down into the right atrium requires a little bit more different skill set, and that requires experience. So it doesn't surprise me that that the folks that were very well trained on MitraClip did initially have some issues on the tricuspid side, but I suspect that that learning curve can be overcome.
Okay. Dr. Friedman?
Yeah, Dave Friedman. Thank you. I think the unsung heroes are also the advanced imagers. I think you need to have a credentialing team who are well versed in actually getting proper echocardiographic data so you can have a suitability analysis. And that comes down to the core echo lab. And I think that's part of the training. And it's, again, the structural team in cahoots with the operators. The technicalities of the actual deployment of the TriClip, right, like what's been said, is relatively easily done compared to the suitability assessments. So that's part of the equation, I think, too.
Right. So, Bram, I've heard four key components. First of all, a large experience with mitral clip, as everybody in this study had. Second is patient selection. Third key element is imaging and having credentialing with an imaging team. And then the last I heard is, I'm going to call it management of a heart failure. And since most interventionalists aren't particularly experienced or talented in that, is I would say probably a multidisciplinary heart failure team to help with the management. So those are the four elements I've heard.
Great. I think we finished this question and are ready to go on to the voting, Dr. Link.
Great. All right. At this time, and I realize we've gone over a little bit, I appreciate everybody's patience. I think the discussion's been very robust. But at this time, we have an opportunity to hear summations, comments, or clarifications from the FDA and from the sponsor. Both have a total of 15 minutes. So I'll turn over to the FDA first, and then we'll allow the sponsor to provide summations.
Okay. I'll just very briefly thank the panel on behalf of the FDA review team. We really appreciate your time today. You gave us a lot of helpful insights, and we really appreciate all of the discussion regarding the TriClip device. I think I will, in the interest of time, turn it over to Dr. Lang and the sponsor for other comments.
Okay. The FDA, again, I want to thank you for an excellent presentation and your responsiveness to the questions from the panel. With that said, Aaron, let me turn it over to you for final comments or summation.
Yes, thank you. So we'd like to thank all the panelists for all of the great discussion today and really letting us share and showcase our data and really provide further discussion and clarification for the questions. And lastly, we'd like to thank all the patients that participated in bringing this data to light. Thank you.
Thank you for those brief, I'm going to say important comments, Aaron. Thank you very much. We're about to proceed to a panel vote, but before we do, I'd like to ask our non-voting members to provide comments. Rachel Brummert, our consumer rep, Elijah Ray, our industry rep, and Jennifer Swartzoff, our patient representative, to see if they have any additional comments. So, Rachel, I'll start with you. Ms. Brummert, any comments you'd like to make? All right. Not hearing any. Mr. Ray, I'll turn it over to you. Any comments you have?
Yes, this is Elijah Ray, and I want to thank the panel members as well, and the sponsor and my colleagues at the FDA for a successful, interactive, robust FDA panel meeting. Just a few things I would like to emphasize before the panel take a vote on the TriClip device. Would like to remind members of the panel that the TriClip technology is not a new device. It is based on the MetroClip device, and it's not a novel technology. I think the sponsor results demonstrate that the primary safety endpoints was met, and they state that, I would like to highlight for the panel members that based on the FDA presentation today, the FDA noted that the study had a low major adverse event rate at 30 days, and there were high technical and device success rate at 30 days as well compared to other clinical studies that I've seen in the past. So the study sustained TR reduction and significant KCCQ improvement as well. So I want to highlight that the FDA agreed that the sponsor designed without sham wax, and in addition, the sponsor has a good supporting evidence on the proper benefit. Another important thing I would like to point out, Dr. Lane, is I want to highlight that the KCCQ with TR imaging as well, I also want to bring to the panel attention that the rates of intervention in the sham study as well. So I want to thank you all for this discussion. Thank you.
Elijah, thank you for hanging with us this whole time. I appreciate your sage comments. Thank you. Jennifer Swartzoff, let me turn it over to you.
I'd like to thank the company for doing this study, recognizing the need. I'd like to thank the FDA for hearing this, and for all the panelists who have shared all this information and debated the facts. When it comes right down to it, the patients need options. This is an unmet need. It's a set of very painful and uncomfortable circumstances. And to have something that shows such promise, that is minimally invasive, that tackles a lot of these issues. My mother went through open heart surgery. She did not do well with it and did not survive. This wasn't available to her. Hopefully for me in the future, if I were to need it, it would be there. I wish I was voting today on this because it's just so necessary. So take that into account. I do think that the risk is low and the benefit definitely outweighs the risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer, for those comments and your perspective. So we're now ready to vote on the panel's recommendations to the FDA. The panel will vote on 3 questions relating to the safety, the effectiveness, and the benefit risk profile of the device. Dr. Akinola Awojobi will now read two definitions that will assist us in the voting process.
The medical device amendment to the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, as amended by the Safe Medical Device Act of 1990, allowed the Food and Drug Administration to obtain a recommendation from an expert advisory panel on designated medical device premarket application PMAs that are filed with the agency. The PMA must stand on its own merits, and your recommendation must be supported by safety and effectiveness data in application or by applicable publicly available information. The definition of safety and effectiveness as follows. Safety as defined in 21 CFR section 8607D1. There is a reasonable assurance that a device is safe when it can be determined based upon a valid scientific evidence that the probable benefit to the health from use of the device for its intended uses and condition of use, when accompanied by adequate direction and warning against unsafe use, outweigh any probable risk. Effectiveness, as defined in 21 CFR section 86071 E1. There is a reasonable assurance that the device is effective when it can be determined based upon a valid scientific evidence that in a significant portion of the target population, the use of the device for its intended uses and condition of use, when accompanied by adequate directions for use and warning against unsafe use, will provide a clinical significant result. The panel members will now begin the voting process. I will read each of the 3 voting questions and send each of the voting members an email to respond to. The voting members, please vote for each question and remember to add your name to the ballot. Once I read all the 3 questions, we will tally the votes and read them into record. Thank you.
Akinola, do you want to go ahead and read the questions in, or Dr. Lang, before we take a break?
Okay. Hello. Do you want us to move to the backstage?
Yeah, I guess if everyone can, we can go ahead. Dr. Lang, can we go ahead and take that little break now so we can tally the vote? You're on mute.
We have not voted yet, and so what I was thinking, Akinola would read the question, allow everybody to vote on question number 1, 2, and 3, and then we would take a 5-minute break to tally votes.
Okay. I'm going to read the question right now. Question 1, safety. Is there a reasonable assurance that the Abbott TriClip G4 system is safe for use in patients who meet the criteria specified in the proposed indication? Please vote. Hold
on, Akinola. Hold on just a second, Akinola. Let's make sure that everybody has access to it. And Jim, when you have the full tally, let me know, and then we'll go to question number 2.
Okay. Please vote now, yes, no, or abstain.
And we can move on to question 2. We'll go through the questions, and then we'll take a 5 to 15-minute break to tally.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question. Sorry. I didn't get the email, or
I'll send it in the chat. Everyone should receive it in the chat.
Yeah, okay.
So hold on just a second before we go to question number 2. Let's make sure Dr. Hirschfeld can open up in chat and vote.
Canola, you can move on to question 2.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now read the question number 2. Is there a reasonable assurance that the Abbott TriClip G4 system is effective for use in a patient who meet the criteria specified in the proposed indication? Please vote now, yes, no, or abstain.
Okay, we can move to number 3.
Thank you very much. I'll now read the question number 3. Do the benefit of the Abbott TriClip G4 system outweigh the risk for the use in patients who meet the criteria specified in the proposed indication? Please vote now, yes, no, or abstain.
Dr. Lang, if you can take us to a break now, we'll go ahead and tally it up.
Absolutely. I was going to tell everybody that's watching, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break just to tally the votes. We'll go backstage. If you wait, we'll come back and provide the results of that tally. Welcome everyone back. The votes have been received, and Dr. Awajobi will now read the votes into record.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lane. Question 1, the panel voted 14 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain. For question 2, the panel voted 12 yes, 2 no, 0 abstain. For question 3, the panel voted 13 yes, 1 no, 0 abstain. The 3 voting questions are now complete. I will now turn it back to Dr. Lane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akinola. I'll now ask the panel members to discuss their votes. I'll call you by name. If you answered no to any question, please state whether the changes to labeling, restrictions on use, or controls would make a difference in your answer. Again, please state your name, how you voted for each question for the record. We'll start with Jim Blankenship.
Thank you. So for safety, I did not mention it before, but I tried to compare the 1 year adverse events for TriClip to those for the Evoke valve and MitraClip, and they're in the same ballpark. I think there was consensus that the safety of it is pretty well established, so I voted yes on safety. In terms of efficacy, again, I think an improvement in patient perceived outcomes is very important. That's why we do lots of other procedures, and so I think it's a very important endpoint, and it was proven to be statistically significantly beneficial there. And so I think that since the safety seems proven and the efficacy is definitely positive, that the benefit-risk ratio favors approving it.
So, Jim, when you offer this to your patients, you're going to offer them a hip replacement too?
I think the risk-benefit is better than hip.
Thanks, Jim, for those comments. Ralph Brindis?
Ralph Brindis, I voted yes for all 3. I agree with Jim's comments. And if the FDA approves this device, I think it will be an important armamentarium for the management of tricuspid regurgitation. And it will be very interesting for me to see, if it is available, how our clinicians, our structural clinicians will make decisions whether to use an Evoke valve or a TriClip in which patients. And I think also will be very important to see how patients are managed afterwards with TriClip, should any needs for pacemakers and so forth, or even a Evoke valve in the future become necessary.
Thank you, Ralph. Dr. Bart.
Yes, Brad Bart here. I voted yes for all 3. I thought the safety data were compelling. I think that patient-related outcomes are important. And although there definitely is a placebo effect, I think the sponsor provided enough information that the benefit was not related to placebo alone. And so the risk-benefit balance was favorable.
Thank you, Brad. Dr. Cizik.
Yes, I voted yes to all 3. I did struggle a little with effectiveness. I was waffling, just in the sense of the correct population. I think to Dr. Schenker's point, I think when things get generalized out into the real world, there's creep. People want to add patients on the lower end or the upper end. So I think there was a little concern for me there. But again, well presented by the sponsor. The data was very compelling. And so thank you for all the hard work you did.
Thank you, Amy. Dr. Evans.
Yes, I voted yes to all 3. Voted for the safety based on the discussion of the committee. I think that composing and decomposing the various outcomes for patients are both of them are a must. And in some ways, I think we need to do a little bit more of thinking about how to use the outcomes to analyze what happens to the patients rather than the other way around. We tend to use the patients to analyze the outcomes. So the way you compose information, I think, is an important step in the future. I did have some concerns with parts of the analyses. The win ratio, I think, is a step forward in the composition of various outcomes, but it doesn't incorporate ties, which can complicate interpretation. It's on a relative risk scale, which can make it very volatile, which is one of the reasons you're seeing volatility for different subgroups based on the sites of enrolling 10 or more or less than 10. And non-comparability of the win ratio in those circumstances. The issue with relative risk is, you can increase risk of 1 in 10 to 2 in 10, and that's a relative risk of 2, and very important. It could also increase risk of 1 in 1,000 to 2 in 1,000. That's also a relative risk of 2, but they're very, very different. And if you're, particularly when you're composing information from multiple outcomes, those aren't comparable because they're not trading off or they're not adding up. So I was able to sort of reanalyze the data more on a risk difference scale, which enables you will take out some of that volatility and will enable you to analyze things in a more comparable way without that volatility, and allow you to analyze all the individual outcomes, as Dr. Zuckerman pointed out, the importance of looking at each outcome individually on a similar scale, and also enable you to look at this sort of ordinal nature, also sequentially dichotomizing on a individual level. I think all of the signal is in the KCCQ. You cannot completely get rid of the placebo effect. However, the KCCQ, at least in the primary analysis that was presented, is really only given credit when there's a 15-point improvement. And given the magnitude of that necessary improvement and the durability and the magnitude of response overall, I thought that made the result more robust. There was talk you could redo the analyses, actually replacing KCCQ with the TR severity, if you would like to do that, and that may be worth looking at. But the analyses that I was able to do made me more confident that the result was robust enough, particularly given the importance of quality of life for patients in this situation and stage of life. Thanks.
Scott, thanks for those comments. If I serve on a panel with you again, I'm not going to let you wait till the end to make those comments, okay? It'd be appreciated during the discussion part just as well. So thank you. But I do appreciate those comments. Thanks. Dr. Friedman?
Well, the tricuspid valve has been mentioned as the forgotten valve, except, of course, in the study. And I'm very heartened by the trial data information. I voted yes to all 3 questions. And I was very comforted by the data that we've reviewed all day today. And I do have some shared concerns about the future of what happens when a valve is clipped. What do we do? How do we pass through a valve? How do we get by with a PA catheter? What do we do for the EP guys who need to implant a device? These are unanswered questions. We need more time to discern where these patients go in the future, which lends to the post-hoc analysis that's been discussed. But pleased to help.
Thank you. Dr. Hauptman, your votes?
Thank you, Dr. Lang. I voted yes on safety. I think that was very, very clear. I voted no on question 2. I just felt the need to pull back a little bit on unbridled enthusiasm. This because I think we have a responsibility to better understand who's going to benefit, and that needs better definition. We don't know anything about patients in normal sinus rhythm, at least not in the U.S. study, or the whole issue with low volume centers or patients with significant LV dysfunction, 25%, 30%, because the indication as written is agnostic on that. So from that standpoint, I might have voted otherwise with a somewhat different indication statement. I still am troubled by the fact that there was no change in diuretics. There was no consistent story with biomarkers. The imaging data is encouraging. So at the end of the day, I ended up being the sole dissenting vote on number 3. I would encourage the agency to take a very critical look at the continued access protocol at 1 year, because I suspect that those data could tip the scales, at least in my mind, and shore up what we know from the main cohort in this study. But the sponsor, I think, did a wonderful job in presenting the data. I think, this is a step forward in the sense that if we're going to rely on KCCQ, this is really truly important to patients. We want them to feel better.
Thank you, Paul. Dr. Hirschfeld?
Yes, so I voted yes, yes, and yes. And I would have liked to have seen more rigorous data to support efficacy, but lacking the rigor, it still seems fairly clear to me that there are individual patient responsiveness, which is heterogeneous. And so while I'm convinced that the device doesn't universally help all patients who have severe TR, I think it does highly effectively help a subset of these patients. And accordingly, I think it's important that it be available as a tool for interventional cardiologists to try to help these people. They need this potential option. I think the clinical community will have and the sponsor will have an ongoing responsibility to try to determine more precisely which patients are going to derive gratifying benefit from this device.
Thank you, John. Dr. Katz?
I voted, this is Mark Katz, I voted yes for safety, no for effectiveness, but then caved and voted yes for the benefits outweighing the risks. And I base that on that I have experience implanting both MitraClips and MitraClips in the tricuspid position. I think there will be or is a role for it in a limited population. It's going to have to find its niche between valves and leaflet modification. I think another big part of this is the heart team. I think it should be specified that a cardiac surgeon be part of the heart team, not just a quote multidisciplinary group. I think that's actually been one of the best things that's happened in medicine in my career is the collaboration between the structural cardiologists and the cardiac surgeons. And I also think that training on imaging is going to be crucial for this because imaging the tricuspid valve is not as simple as imaging the mitral valve. The technicalities of placing a clip have been well taught during the rollout of the mitral clip, and I suspect will continue here. But if you can see it, you can clip it. If you can't see it, it's very difficult.
Thank you very much, Mark. Dr. Krukoff?
Yeah, thank you, Mitch Krukoff. So I voted yes on all 3. I think the safety side for a breakthrough technology, this has the advantage of emerging from a very mature platform MitraClip in the mitral valve, and I think that experience, hopefully nationally and internationally, will also translate into the commercial rollout of this without major technical complications like many breakthrough technologies have to weather. On the effectiveness side, I think it's very clear to me that there is an unmet need at when the beneficial effects of optimal medical therapy hit the end of the road. We have to step back a little bit in the cardiovascular community and recognize that what our expectations of what benefit looks like clinically, that the short-term and long-term versions of what does it mean to save a life may be really different. And in the near term, saving the quality of life may be, as we heard testimonials, and as I think the quality of life, the KCCQ data indicate, that there's an impact in the first year at a very high level. And then hopefully, if over a longer term, mortality is physically at risk, that we may see, as those data emerge, some benefits in saving a classical death the way we usually think of saving a life. The benefit risk balance, I think we have to come back to the ground that this is in every way a breakthrough technology, and we have a lot to learn. A lot has already been mentioned, a heterogeneous population, responders, non-responders. Do we set people up for catastrophes later by putting a clip in now? All of those things, and how this intervention plays with regard to rhythm and LV function. But I think that's the work, and that's what, in my opinion, the breakthrough technology process is to get it into a post-market evaluation period where we're very serious about the quality and the information that needs to be collected as this becomes part of the practice of medicine.
Thank you, Mitch. Dr. Salzman?
I voted yes on all three. I'm not sure I have anything eloquent to say that hasn't been said thus far. I think despite some of the less strong evidence of efficacy, having this in our toolkit is going to be very vitally important, and we're going to learn a lot in the next 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Dr. Shanker?
I wanted to first thank the sponsor and FDA for great presentation today, and for for inviting me on the panel discussion. I did vote yes to all three. I felt that the device hit the safety aspect, low rates of MAE versus other structural heart therapies. Certainly the data did emphasize the importance of procedural training, image training, and also training the heart care team in terms of post-procedural management of right-sided heart failure. From an effectiveness perspective, although it was largely symptom-driven in this open-label study, it was verified by the verified PRO and also the improvement that was seen was early and sustained and corroborated by hemodynamic and anatomic parameters. Going forward in terms of patient selection and labeling, the hope is that the patients that are selected will be class 2, class 3 patients. And as we pivot towards to the post-market phase surveillance aspect with this device, I'll be really eager in getting more insights in terms of how AF plays a role in this disease.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Dr. Vinovich?
So, Mladen Vidovic, again, thank you for the FDA for a great meeting and for the sponsor for providing excellent data. I think the study was well done. I voted yes on all three. As it was mentioned, it was a forgotten valve, but I think forgotten no more. And I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of this device. I think we'll learn about atrial fibrillation and timing of this device with atrial fibrillation. We need to learn about leadless devices with this clip and implantable leads, how they will interact. There was inadequate data on SGLT inhibitors, and I think the heart failure community will, welcome this to tailor the device-drug interaction with this clip, because I think it's quite important. And then again, also, I see a great opportunity for our imaging community to develop better metrics, because the MRI data was actually very encouraging to me to see how the ventricle remodeled after the clip. So I'm actually pretty optimistic in a very well done study.
Great. Thank you, Martin. Dr. Yu.
David Yu, I'd like to thank the FDA and the sponsor for excellent presentations. I think the safety data speaks for itself. I think the device performed very well. Oh, by the way, I voted yes on all three categories. it not only did it perform well in the randomized group, but in the single arm study as well. And these translated into what I think are meaningful subjective improvements in patient symptomatology. I think this technology represents a meaningful advance in the treatment of right heart failure. And as a reformed heart failure surgeon, I certainly appreciate and sympathize with those that have to deal with right heart failure. So I think this is a significant advance, and although not definitive, it's still a move in the right direction, and a lot can be learned from the post-market studies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. I'd like to thank the patient industry and consumer rep. I want to thank the FDA and the sponsor, both of whom gave excellent presentations. I appreciate the clarity of the presentations. For the sponsor, I know how difficult it is to do human subject studies. This is a well-conducted study. You're going to be congratulated on that. For your collaboration with the FDA in bringing this to this point where we could deliberate on it. And again, for the responses. And so with that, Dr. Zuckerman, let me turn over to see if you have any final remarks before I close the meeting.
I would just like to thank you, Dr. Ling, for your excellent leadership today, and for all the panel members who did an outstanding job with this challenging file. Thank you all.
Thank you. At this time in El Paso, when we have a successful meeting, it's gone very well, we call it EATA time. That's fajita and margarita. And so it's EATA time. At this point, the meeting of the Circulatory System Device Panel is now adjourned. Thank you all very much. I want to express my appreciation to you all for serving on this panel all day. Thank you.